Series Global Finals 2025. 18 of the best teams from around the globe are here for one goal: to be crowned the next world champion and to take their share of $1.15 million in prize pool. That's $1 million for Battle Royale and $150,000 for Clash Squad. Amazing, right? It all begins with the knockout stage running from October 31st to November 9th. 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6. Group A, B, and C will go on a cross match amongst them. The top 18 will then qualify to the Clash Squad. It all be decided on the first week. And on the second week, that is the last final sprint to the grand finals. Every point counts. At the end of the knockout stage, the last 12 teams standing will then advance to the grand finals, and the 6 bottom teams will be eliminated. The Grand Finals, also known as Champion Rush, takes place in November 15th, and the rules are pretty simple. The first team to reach 80 points and secure a booyah will then be crowned the next world champion. If there's no team who succeeds to secure a booyah while having 80 points, then the champion will be decided by the highest total points. Every rotation, every fight, and every booyah will decide who's going to be the next world champion. Before we head into the Battle Royale Champion Rush, let's take a detour to the Clash Squad tournament. So the teams competing are the best 8 teams from the first week final rankings. The format follows a best of 3 series, and they will be played as Swiss format. So the winners fight winners and the losers fight losers. Lose twice and you're out. Win all the way through and you will be crowned the Clash Squad champion. Alright survivors, my name is Conchita and that is the format of Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025.
ก็ถ้าคุณจะลุ้นแชมป์ก็ถ้ามีผมอยู่ก็คุณก็ไม่ได้แชมป์หรอกครับ
Pasti songong banget. Gimana, Mal?
Falcon on fire. Apa itu on fire? Emang sesuai sama nama dia?
ก็รู้เรื่องครับเดี๋ยวมาจับก็ไม่อะไรมากหรอกก็รอดูในเกมดีกว่า
Apa lah wasananya? Ya, buat wasana fokus aja lah ke gameplay sendiri. Ini di Indonesia, hati-hati aja.
เดินเข้าวงดีๆนะครับระวังเจอว่าผมดักตีหน้าวงนะครับ
Dia mau apa? Hajar kita kan nanti di step map-nya. Ya kalau menang, kalau kalah gimana? Pikirkan tim kalian dulu aja.
ถึงสบายครับถ้าอยากโหดก็กินเยอะนะครับเหมือนทีมผมจะได้โหดครับ
ขอปลดล็อกแล้วแบบบูย่าเลยได้ไหมผมไม่อยากเห็นทุกคนต้องร้องไห้แล้ว
Shut up.
ทีมที่พูดเยอะมัวแต่พูดเยอะที่สุดก็คือ RQ ครับก็พูดไม่หยุดครับแต่ก็ไม่เคยจะได้แชมป์สักทีครับ
Oi kalian, ini rumah kita Indonesia, jangan macam-macam lah ke orang tuh. Hati-hati kita tembak nanti kalian, pecah kepala kalian. Buat semua tim, sampai jumpa di grand final. Good luck brother.
Now. Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, louder, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I put tripping out. Can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. No, I can go reverse now.
Every region has written its story. Every player has bled for a dream. Now the stage isn't just a battleground, it's destiny. The world's elite have gathered once again, and a new champion is about to rise. 5 names echo louder than the rest: EVOS, Buriram, Falcons, RRQ, Fluxo. Different lands, different styles, one goal: glory, the kind that never fades. EVOs play the game like a storm, fast, relentless, impossible to stop once they move. Across the field, Buriram United answers with control and composure. They read the map like a book and close every door before danger arrives. Falcons, quiet until it matters. They plan, they wait, then strike with the accuracy of a heartbeat. RQ, meanwhile, thrives in chaos. Fearless, ruthless, beautiful to watch when they go all in. And there's Fluxo, Brazil's beating heart. A team built on passion, raised by a region that lives for free fire. Every fight they win feels personal. Every drop they take shakes the arena. History follows them, and they're ready to add one more chapter. Beyond the spotlight, dark horses sharpen their blades. From the Middle East and Africa, teams that never back down, even when outnumbered. From Bangladesh, creativity and chaos rolled into one unpredictable style. Vietnam, talented, disciplined, still chasing that perfect plan to reach the final. And LATAM, the land of raw talent. GamesKing and company now face the moment they've trained their whole lives for. Stats speak. Eliminations, total points, placement, yet they never capture courage, timing, or instinct. The truth is, the finals rewrite every number anyway. One tournament, one crown. When the circle closes and the last bullet lands, we'll witness the birth of a new legend. Who will strike hardest? Who will rise as the next world champion?
Mi nombre es Sebastián Zambrano, soy jugador profesional de Free Fire y pues yo vivo con mi mamá y mi hermano. Anteriormente vivía con mi papá y un hermano mayor, pero ellos fallecieron.
Pues tanto para Sebastián como para todos nosotros fue un golpe muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Sebastián falleció su papá. De verdad que yo lo admiro porque, o sea, él, a pesar de todo, él no, o sea, fue muy responsable con el equipo.
Literal, sí íbamos top 1, creo que yo iba a top 1 killer también y pues cuando pasó eso, pues se me bajó todo, literal. Y cuando pues que el equipo se enteró, pues me dieron como 2 semanas de descanso y pues ya cuando volví a la liga, pues ya no volví siendo igual. Pues yo siento que sí maduré un poquito, y también siento que mi vida pues, cambió mi mente porque ahora pues tengo que ayudar en mi casa. Antes pues no lo hacía, bueno sí lo hacía pero no tanto y pues siento que es eso, que ahora tengo que estar más enfocado en las cosas de la casa, que antes no lo hacía.
Mi nombre es Benjamín Andrés Honores Pérez. Bueno, creo que pese a que jugar Free Fire sea como... Bueno, es mi sueño. Siempre hay que tener otra alternativa y bueno, en este caso es tener una carrera. Este balance en mi vida lo logro hacer gracias a la disciplina de mis padres, también a un gran esfuerzo mío, la verdad. Actualmente estoy con un tema psiquiátrico, tengo trastorno de ansiedad generalizada. Entonces, creo que la disciplina y la constancia es lo que más me ha llevado a estar donde estoy hoy.
Antes lo regañábamos demasiado, o sea, porque pensábamos que era como perdiendo el tiempo ahí y pues él estudiaba, entonces le apagábamos el internet a las 2 de la mañana y lo regañábamos, pero él me decía, no más, yo estoy jugando bien, entonces yo le decía, pero tienes que empezar primero en el estudio.
Bueno, en el juego hay mucha comunicación, ¿cierto? Sí. Hay mucha comunicación, se tienen que hablar con los compañeros para jugar. Y él por lo mismo, como sabía que nosotros lo estábamos escuchando o lo podíamos escuchar, él prácticamente en el juego no hablaba. Entonces le pusieron ahí un nombre que era el mudo, le pusieron el mudo. Pero no porque él no quisiera interactuar con los compañeros, sino porque en realidad tenía miedo de que nosotros lo escucháramos y que le quitáramos el teléfono, lo castigáramos o que lo mandáramos a dormir más temprano.
Es que en un principio nosotros siempre pensábamos que era un hobby para él. O sea, siempre lo vimos así como padre, siempre lo vimos desde ese punto de vista, hasta que ahora vemos que ya es un poco más profesional, se podría decir.
Al comienzo de proponerle esto de ser profesional costó un poco, costó lograr hacerle entender que es otro mundo aparte y que era mi sueño.
Y de hecho el primer contrato que llegó de R7, cuando él cumplió 17 años, había una fecha límite para firmarlo. Y me acuerdo que estuvimos hasta el último día para firmar ese contrato, porque ahí le dijimos a él que tenía que asumir él un compromiso, de que tenía que cumplir con sus estudios y a la vez nosotros le íbamos a permitir que él jugara.
Bueno, mi rutina empieza a las 7 de la mañana, me levanto, me baño, desayuno, me visto y ya de ahí a las 8 tengo que estar en el colegio, que empiezan mis clases. Normalmente tengo un horario de 8 a 3:15 y algunos días salgo a las 5 de la tarde. Después llego, como algo si es que me da el tiempo y si no ya directo a los entrenamientos o a los torneos que tenga. Media hora, una hora de estudio cuando tengo algún examen o algo y ya si hay algo más para la tarde-noche, algún torneo, pues lo termino jugando.
Del día a día, pues yo literal no salgo de mi casa, pues me levanto, pues me lavo la cara, me cepillo y literal me pongo a jugar, a entrenar y luego almuerzo, después del primer bloque y almuerzo y me pongo a jugar el segundo bloque y ya, eso es todo.
Bueno, la verdad fue difícil elegir entre mi graduación y el viaje. Siempre quise graduarme con mis compañeros de curso, ya que llevo 14 años en el mismo colegio. Pero creo que viajar un mes a Yakarta no cualquiera tiene esa oportunidad, y más con todo pagado. Entonces veremos qué sucede allá en Yakarta.
Pues de cara al mundial, pues me veo la verdad muy bien, ya que el mundial pasado pues me quedé con una espinita de pasar a la final, que no pasé literal por un punto, que fue el desempate. Mi principal motivación es mi mamá y mi papá y mi hermano que están en el cielo. Y pues sí, me siento muy motivado para este mundial que viene.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Bolt Maker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Buriram United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and new glue mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Buriram United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with Glue Wall Melter, Freeze Grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped Evos in a room of death, and X4's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as Allen's perfectly timed M79 blast wiped them out in one calculated strike.
What a name!
Fluxo deemed Hotshot unworthy, raining Hellfire with the new Bolt Maker to chip away their health and secure a swift team wipe. Here is how the standings look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS 2025. the race for the crown only grows fiercer. Salute the teams, for they are the architects of history. And next week, new legends awaits.
Teams are now through to the FFWS Global Finals Clash Squad.
I cannot wait for a new chapter of Clash Squad to begin.
8 teams will face off one against another. It's pure strategy and skill.
The meta changed so much since never released.
I know, not everyone can adapt to the Clash Squad format though. I mean, 1 versus 1 and drafts are surely different than Battle Royale.
It's gonna be so spicy. We have 3 Vietnamese teams finishing in the top 8 and 2 Brazilian representatives, 1 from Indonesia, Thailand, and Latam.
So only 1 representative from Indonesia and Thailand?
Yes. Well, both Falcons and Burirang didn't qualify for the Clash Squad.
I think it's going to be an even playing field without 2 of C's Clash Squad powerhouses. I mean, 2 of RRQ Kazu's biggest rivals won't be competing, and we know it's always hard to talk about region rivals, right? Oh, here's another spicy one. Movie star R7 is going up against E1.
Brazil have always shadowed Latam in the FFWS, but this time, R7 looks strong.
Imagine if they successfully beat E1 in 1 versus 1, that would be like the perfect scenario for them to step out of Brazil's shadow.
Enough about regional rivalries. Let's talk about how 3 Vietnamese teams got in top 8.
PE Sports are going up against Heavy in the first round.
That's gonna be an insane matchup. Vietnamese teams are really good in playing 1v1.
So, what can expect from Gao?
Well, Gao will play against Fluxo, but if anyone can stand up against the defending champion, it's them.
Hold up, Fluxo is the only team from the Clash Squad Final 8 that has won both Battle Royale and Clash Squad in their home region.
Will anyone put a stop to Fluxo run?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to see. I mean, Fluxo has won both modes, so of course they're confident.
Confidence is king. You will need confidence to win FFWS.
Well, the question is, will someone be confident enough to win both formats?
All you can do is wait and see.
Look at me now, I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb none but the red and the blues, going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse.
Khu mình đúng không ta?
Quá dễ.
Welcome to
All access.
Welcome to Now. Let me guess. 2 players and a whole lot of chaos. Tries to guess what's going on in Free Fire.
Alô.
Mano, acho que esse primeiro aí eu saí 7.
Não, é a Lotus aqui.
Quá dễ. Xin giáp nha.
Đúng, xin giáp.
Hayato.
Onegizi, Hayato. Coba.
Halo. Nah ini
Apa?
Alvaro.
Betul sekali. Dimitri.
Hayato. Misha.
I guess this is Biston. ভাই এটা তো আমার পেন ভাই Biston.
Oh, si
Spirit Fox.
Next.
Này là con cáo.
Con cáo nha, con bé này nó tên là Phan.
What the man. Dok. Ini apa nih? Lu tau nggak? Nggak tahu. Ini namanya pang. Jemput kadang kena golf course. Golf course. Golf course. Okay. Oh, want some more. Golf course.
À, khu mình đúng không ta? Khu Gợi Quy, làng Kim Nam.
Có cái đảo nhỏ đó, chắc chắn là làng Kim Nam rồi.
Gampang banget. Ini drop zone RRQ, Idok. Nah, kalau misalnya ini drop zone heavy, Militia.
Oke, banyak pokoknya mah. Intellect Center.
Some guesses are right, some are wrong. But either way, it's easy for them and hard for us.
That's all for now. Bye bye guys.
Bye bye.
Và bọn mình là Gao Esports.
Cảm ơn mọi người. Bọn mình đến từ Heavy.
Itulah tebak-tebakan kita dan sangat mudah. Terima kasih semuanya. Jangan lupa like. Bye bye.
Welcome to
Booyah All Access.
Welcome to This or That, where your choices decide how ridiculous your game gets. All right, players, here's how it works. You'll make a blind choice, left or right. Each side hides a mystery, and once you've chosen, we'll reveal what you've chosen.
मेरी करो लो मेरी कोई करो इशर दे दो फ्रेंड कौन हो यार bây giờ tao mà lên ra quả ơi lên xí ý rồi máu kìa đầy máu ơi अरे लाओ ना
देखी ना की करे देखी ना अरे देखी ना भाई बुरा मत करना भाई
มันต้องเอียงดูนี่ตามันกินได้มันตามันเอียงเว้ยแล้วมือมันเอียงตามเว้ยแล้วกลัว
मैं पे हम लोग बोली मैं वेट अरे अंगुली
làm mày ủa yêu quá có đi
Now it's my turn.
oh baby get on bye không có đây cái gì áp suất cái này ngay tôi nè
มันลากไม่ได้นี่มัน
วิ่งเล่นแล้ว
We're Team Red Cliff and we're Team Red Ox, and I hope you guys had fun. We had also fun playing the game. Bye bye.
In This or That, there are no bad choices, just bad.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, sick of me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. To the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse. I can't entertain. I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't
History is made here in Jakarta as we welcome the first ever Clash Squad Swiss stage to the FFWS Global Finals Battleground. Let's see how the team stood up to the new challenge. Despite winning 2 pistols rounds, GOW was overwhelmed by Fluxo, with MT7's Clue and Iris dominating the Vietnamese team. LATAM stepping out of Brazil's shadow with Movistar R7's fighting spirit in full display as they reverse sweep E1 from a 4 points deficit comeback in match 2. Du's sniper performance as Santino and Iris shot down RRQ Kazoo with a 2-0 sweep. A near perfect match 2 from AG, dropping only a single point. In a duel between 2 mechanically gifted Vietnamese teams, Heavy comes out on top by isolating P Esports in favorable 1 versus 1 shootouts. Victory slipped through Movistar R7's fingers as AG clawed their way back from 3 match points in Game 2. Sypha hammered in the final nail for R7 with an ace and secured the first spot in the semifinals. Defending champions for a reason. Fluxo secures the second spot in the semifinals without dropping a single game in all of Day 1. Day 1 of the FFWS Global Finals Clash Squad was packed with show-stopping moments and legendary plays. Get ready for even more jaw-dropping action as we crown the final 2 semifinalists on Day 2.
Hello there, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025 for Clash Squad. It is day 2 here for our Swiss stage, and we are just about ready to get things going with this very exciting party. My name is Danielle, and joining me today, we have Husky as my partner caster. Husky, we basically had, I think, the best day of Clash Squad yesterday. It was, albeit the first day, but we had incredible matches right off the get-go. And today we're going to have even more matches.
Yeah, I can't believe that we have a Clash Squad where the top contenders or some of the biggest contenders are not involved. No Falcons, no BRU, which makes it in of itself quite a treat. We had 6 best of 3s yesterday. We'll have 4 more today to cement our top 4 teams. 6 teams left, but sadly only 2 slots are available.
Yeah, now, just in case anyone is hoping to see a little bit more action from Fluxo as well as AG, they will not be playing today. They're going to be having a break day, but of course they are getting ready for the next stage. Now, for everyone else still within the competition and still currently playing, this is what they're playing for. The Clash Squad mode has a separate prize pool to Battle Royale, and the goal here for everyone is our Champions Prize, that $45,000 prize. Second place, third place, still reasonable prize pools across the board for these teams. So everyone competing today, they will be playing at 150%. They will be really working hard. But yeah, the sad reality is not everyone is going to make it through. Husky, kind of walk us through the tournament timeline for Clash Squad, because we are running on a few separate days compared to Battle Royale.
Yeah, well, right now we're on 6th of November, right? So this is the last day of the Clash Squad Swiss stage, and after that we will be focusing on the Battle Royale. And then next Friday will be the semi and finals for Clash Squad. We will find out who becomes the Clash Squad Kings by the end of 2025. All in all, the tournament format is very straightforward. We start with the Swiss stage. 8 teams are involved, best of 3s all the way. Teams that win 2 series move on to the semi and grand finals, where we will be playing a best of 5, which will be happening next Friday on the 14th of November. Each game is equivalent to 11 rounds. First to 6 wins.
First to 6, that's the goal. I mean, we've seen a couple of teams yesterday just sweep their rounds, others going the distance. Now, the question is, what kind of matches are we going to be expecting today? Well, here is our opening bracket. Now, just a quick update from yesterday's games. For our preliminary matches, we did have Fluxo 2-0ing GOW, R7 winning their set 2-1 to E1, AG Global taking their set 2-0 against RRQ, and then Heavy won their set 2-0 against P Esports. And yesterday we played our upper bracket matches as well, with AG going up against R7, 2-1 for AG, and then finally Fluxo securing their set 2-0, which means for today we are now in the lower bracket bracket with RRQ versus GOW, and finally PE Sports versus E1. And in case anybody is panicking, thinking, wait a minute, do we only have 2 best of 3s today? No. So after we played our first 2 lower bracket matches, the winners of those games will play the losers from yesterday's upper bracket matches. And we're not showing who is going to be where yet first, because we do have to go for a bit of a raffle after we have finalized our top 4 teams for today. So don't get confused, stick with us. Let's focus on our first preliminary matches, our lower bracket matches, Husky.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting, especially for the teams who are playing in the 0-1 bracket, which means that they have to play at least 2, actually maximum of 2 best of 3s today to make it through to top 4. Whereas for teams like R7, they can just sit and watch for their next opponent.
Yeah. Now we are getting ready to jump into our first game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's throw over to our hosts on the stage so we can get this party started.
Welcome back, survivors! The heat and tension continues here in Jakarta, where every clash could be your last.
We are kicking off today with a clash of survivals. 2 teams, 1 mission, win and move on, or lose and go home.
And today is actually extra special because it's Indonesia versus Vietnam.
Ooh, I see what is happening here. Your country versus mine.
Exactly. Carefully, Yunsul, you might have to start praying for your boys a little early today.
Don't worry. We Vietnamese start very strong, just like how Gao did yesterday. Let's see if RQ can handle the heat.
Oh, bring it on. For RQ Kazu, it's not just about pride, but also redemption. The home team carrying the torch of Indonesia, they're not just fighting for themselves, but also for the region.
Meanwhile, Gao from Vietnam, they came in hot yesterday, explosive in the early sounds, but couldn't keep that flame alive. Today, they must prove that they can finish what they start.
Both teams are now standing at the edge. Momentum versus morale, composure versus chaos.
And don't forget, the winner heads to the 1-1 bracket, keeping the dreams alive for the main stage.
The loser, their Clash Squad journey ends right here.
So, without any further, let's meet the teams stepping into this elimination clash.
Alrighty. First up, the pride of Indonesia, calm under fire and deadly when it matters most. Led by their captain, Dudes, alongside Maal, Ikal, and Abai. Make some noise for the king, RRQ Kazu!
Opponents, the rising stars from Vietnam, known for their aggressive play and fearless pushes. Here comes Hans, Rip, Alcoy, and Demon. Give it up for Go! Exchange fist bumps, respect first, rivalry next.
It is time to crush doubts and clash in fire.
One team fights to rise again, the other to stay alive, both standing on the edge of elimination.
Yes, every round could be their last and every decision could decide their fate, survivors.
The stage is ready, the stakes is brutal. Who survives the clash?
Let's find out. Casters, let's clash!
Thank you very much to our lovely host Conchita and Yunso. Yes, Danny is her and Husky back on screen for the elimination series between RRQ Kazu and God of Wolf. This is going to be quite important one because loser goes home and winner goes on to play the series that might qualify them to the playoffs. But I gotta say, seeing RRQ Kazu in this 0-1 bracket has gotten me feeling a little bit, right? On one end, I didn't expect them to go down 0-2 to AG Global yesterday, but on the other end, we have been in this spot before. RRQ Kazu takes time to warm up, and sometimes it comes a bit too late.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of players and people's concerns with this team really coming into Clash Squad. I would say, just as a spectator, I think we could all agree the team definitely looks very uncomfortable at times, because they're so used to Battle Royale, and Clash Squad is still quite a new format, right? I don't blame the team still trying to adjust to it because everyone would assume, it's just like Battle Royale, except it's just one team versus another team in one section of the map. And to a degree, it is like that, but there's an extra layer of strategy involved in Clash Squad because you now have to worry about the separate economy system, and you also have to think about your actives that you decide to pick for the round. And also you have to worry about the loot drops as well. So there's a lot of things to think about in these rounds. And, you mess up one round, all of a sudden, everything just snowballs against you, even though you might have won 5 games back to back to back. Reverse sweeps are very much possible in Clash Squad, especially if you do sort of micromanage your economy, because it is extremely important that you don't give away too much of a lead and allow the opposing team to really equalize the match and your motivation. We've seen teams get motivationally crushed in those rounds where they do so well and then the entire match crumbles. So I'm kind of looking at RRQ here because this is a team where they sometimes have a good start, but then they have that emotional breaking point when stuff just continues to go bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think no team understands that better than RRQ Kazu. We, throw it back to, the grand finals of EWC this year. We saw exactly how that pressure can build up and crush them under its weight. But for GOW, this is a very different version of GOW that we've seen, right? Like across the seasons in the past 2 years, we've wanted to see GOW step up. They have kind of faltered and fell short of the finishing line for quite some time, but now seeing them here having a second chance to face off against RRQ, and with this map rotation too, I think it will be a big confidence booster for any team that takes Nextera. But I'm looking at GOW to see if they can really push the envelope and take that early game aggression to overwhelm RRQ before RRQ gets warmed up.
Yeah, I actually kind of think the map rotation is a little bit cruel to GOW because in an ideal world, they would have loved to have had Bermuda as either their first or second map, because it is their map. If it's the game number 1, at least they can lock in that first game. They play their absolute best, and then they're going to potentially play 2 more rounds. The fact that it's last, they not only have to take a game off of RRQ, but they also have to survive a potentially grueling match number 2 if they do take that Nextera, right? Nextera's first. Kalahari is RRQ's map. I think that goes without saying. This is a map that a lot of people are expecting RRQ to win. But Bermuda being the third map, that means GOW has to win Nextera because I like this team, but I think just based off of the map rotations alone, it's already leaning heavily in favor for RRQ at the moment.
Let's take a look at the player head-to-head between Abai and Demon. So far in Clash Squad, these 2 rushers have been instrumental to the team. I think Abai needs no introduction, right? He's one of the new up-and-coming, even sort of like the genesis of Indonesian young rushers. But when Demon bursted out into the scene, he was also tearing out a storm before players like Tikoi entered the conversation. But so far in Clash Squad, being a rusher is more than just taking contact and winning initial gunfights. It's also about being able to absorb pressure and survive in those heated moments, which from time to time, these two players do struggle with against more experienced team. We saw when RRQ Kazu went up against AG Global, Abai was getting picked off left, right, and center. Demon against Fluxo was also handled very, very well by Fluxo themselves. Something that I think these two players need to kind of adjust to one another, right? They're a very similar approach. They like to get active, but you also have to take into consideration whether the circumstances allow them to do so.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider with these two, if we do want to compare them to teams that they played yesterday, I kind of feel like Demon and Abe, they are a little bit stiffer in terms of what role they play for the team compared to a lot of other higher caliber teams in Clash Squad where their rushers play a multitude of things. It's not just everything that you mentioned, but you also have them sometimes coming in as those flankers, trying to pressure the backline snipers. You have them going on those side quests, those assassination missions as well to catch out some of our surveillance characters as well. So I think if they start to be a little bit more open in terms of what they can provide to the team, rather than just doing the usual run in and setup, that might be the key to taking their teams to the next level, because it helps everybody. It's not just going to benefit you as a singular player, but you are providing openings for the rest of your team to come and follow through. Speaking of following through, RRQ will be starting off our first round with first pick, so they get first dibs on what they want to have on their roster. And I know, Husky, you watched a few of the matches yesterday. I kind of want to hear your thoughts so far. Like, is Oscar still a character that we are going to be seeing very little of? Because yesterday's drafting, I kind of feel like teams were starting to go more for respect bans rather than usual just ban this overpowered character because we know it's overpowered. We started to see classic things such as teams banning surveillance actives so that nobody had access to them. We had people banning Cassie to get rid of Cassie's presence on that map. Is a team starting to realize Oscar isn't as much of a threat as he used to be?
I think that is probably one of the best ways to describe it. I personally feel like Oscar is still a priority, whether in picks or bans, but teams have found replacement to that, right? You could theoretically take a Skylar, and you don't have that dash element, but you still have ways to destroy glue walls. We've seen people take Iris, and that also helps with glue walls. Zane as well, the ability to deal more damage to glue walls when he activates his ability. And then the Cassie was also a huge component in allowing aggressive teams to just constantly not just be in the face of their opponents, but being incredibly tough to take down unless you get rid of Cassie herself. And being RQ having the first ban, they are in no rush to ban out the Oscar, which is why Cassie was the instant ban. They leave it to GOW to decide whether they get that Oscar or not, and that seems to be the case. Oscar first pick for RQ.
Okay, so Oscar first pick, bit of a no-brainer, provides a lot for the team. I'm thinking though, if I'm GOW, why am I banning A124? Are you about to run something that is very vulnerable to A124's active? So we've got the Zane so far, who does want to be in your face. Chrono's being highlighted, also wants to be in your face. Are they just wanting to ensure that their rushers can actually do their jobs? Because that's what I'm kind of feeling based off of this ban alone.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I feel like A124 is the best. If you land her ability, you basically disable the enemy abilities. And in this case, there are two ways to approach this. DOW either wants to run a heavy util-based team comp, or they just want to stick to their playstyle, which is fast and furious. And for that to work, they need to be able to be in your face in the early stages of the game before you get into position. And A124 is very good at stalling out those movements. RRQ, they get the clue and the coda. So we were discussing about surveillance and the priority placed in surveillance. RRQ Kazu gets the big two.
Okay, so I wish we had the opportunity to actually ask the players what's the thought process of picking up Clue and Coda, because at the moment, I know Giddy and I, we sort of theorized that picking up both Clue and Coda, you are basically giving your opponents less opportunities in being able to pick a surveillance character. And in some cases, they completely omit them because they realize that, okay, if we don't get Clue or Coda, then the remaining options just aren't for us. And that does end up being Casey for GOW. So the Santino being their second last pick, and they finalize with the Ignis. So we don't have a classic surveillance active available for GOW.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. Ignis is by no means, unreasonable pick. I think Ignis is still pretty decent. They lack the surveillance, which could be substituted by, picks like the Homer or the Rider that we've seen. Nero is also sort of like a good way to deal with it. You can throw that tracking plushie out. But for GOW, they are banking on just getting first contact, knowing where RQ Kazu is, and strike when the iron is hot. But for RQ Kazu, we know them to be a slightly slower team, a team that likes to play the mid to late phase, and they pick Dimitri to solidify that. So we're looking at essentially a composition that is relying on Oscar to break through the front with the help of Dimitri, but at the same time, they have unrestricted access to where GOW is going to be at.
I think this is our first Dimitri, I believe, at the finals so far. But we have seen RQ Kazu. I believe they actually ran Dimitri several times as well during the Clash Squad Fall 2025. So this is not something new to us or to their opponents within the Asia region. I know I had mixed feelings on RQ Kazu's Dimitri. Did you manage to see any of RQ Kazu's Dimitri games?
I think in recent times, I can't remember based off of memory. I know that there are teams that have picked Dimitri. It is pretty good when the circle starts closing in, or when we see Dimitri in Battle Royale back then, you can not only heal your teammates, but they can pick themselves back up when down. But in Clash Squad, where you getting taken out means that you're out of the round for good, Dimitri can feel like a solid option. I personally don't think it's the best approach. I feel like there are slightly better choices, like the Tatsuya, if you really want to double down alongside the Oscar. But we'll see how this pans out, because RQ Kazu has been known to play that mid to late. They're a lot more comfortable when they have time to set up. They're a lot more disciplined in terms of that. Whereas for GOW, it's about hitting hard and fast. We're looking at, the unstoppable force against the immovable object in this case.
Yeah. I guess also to add on top of that for RRQ, as you said, they really like to aim for that late game. I guess they're also trying to aim for the sustain game, because you don't have a classic sustain option on the side of GOW unless you're relying on utilities, which I think utilities have almost not completely changed the game for Clash Squad, but it has opened up, I feel, so many options for teams to really not go for these classic cookie cutter drafts that we originally saw back in the day, right? Because back then we didn't have as many options, you didn't have this level of flexibility, but now that you do have ways to provide support to your team, not just via your active, I kind of feel like we're now going to start seeing these really unique lineups where it's like, oh, but there's no support. Oh, there's no surveillance. Oh, there's no damage. Oh, there's no way to break through. Like, we can do that now, unlike last time.
I remember back then when teams don't even utilize the smoke grenades, right? And it was very, like you say, very cookie cutter. They see their opponents, they fire, and then you kind of 1v1 and see who wins. But now teams are getting a lot more creative. They're a lot more resourceful. Smoke grenades, glue wall melters, especially smoke grenades has really changed how some teams approach objectives like cyber airdrops or tight corners in the early game, where they would hide in the smoke with a melee weapon. Team Falcons was famously known for that, where they just tease the crap out of you until you figure out a way to flush them out, which there really isn't much unless you have surveillance like Hoda and Clue, and then you kind of need to get them out of the smoke. But aside from that, I think the evolution of how these teams have been approaching Clash Squad, like you mentioned, has been really a good thing forward. Right? We're seeing them having a lot more flexibility and teams willing to be a bit more patient, understanding that there's actually time before the game ends itself.
Yeah, you don't have to finish the game before the circle reaches that first checkpoint, right? Like, that's what we saw last time. Last time teams were rushing to get those eliminations and to win the round before we even had the circle complete its first cycle. So yeah, very, very interesting that teams are starting to, I feel like, develop Clash Squad in a healthy way, where we're not seeing the same thing for the next year. It is constantly changing and constantly interesting to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump into game number 1 for today. It's going to be Nextera for RRQ and GOW. Both teams vying to secure their first win of this best of 3. This is an elimination match as well, so whoever loses this best of 3, they are out.
And I'm not sure if this has been said before, but I just want to say again that I like the fact that I get to see Ekal play once more, right? We first saw him, I think, in 2023 on the, what was the team name? Was RC Aphrodite or something, but we became Thor right afterwards. Very experienced captain. Right now, in the hands of, in the team of RRQ, we can see that the movement of RRQ, they just have Ekal trying to get info. GOW, contrary to what we know of them, they like to get up close and personal early on. They also are paying respect to RRQ, understanding that RRQ have a lot of ways to get intel. We saw that quota getting popped very early on, and Rip, taking some fire, chooses to back off.
Man, this is a really scrappy round, it looks like, because you see RRQ just chasing members of GOW. And it almost seems like GOW don't want to have anything to do with RRQ. We do have our first drop there with Rip being picked off, and now GOW is starting to realize if they don't do something anytime soon, they are just going to lose the round outright. And Ma'al going to be losing to Demon in a 1v1. A very big pickup for the team, but Hans and Demon next to fall, leaving Akoi all on his own on that Santino. The best he can hope for is to maybe get 1 or 2 picks before he gets taken out, but against a full roster of RRQ, that's a very big ask.
Yeah, you can even see the silhouette of Akoi showing up on the map through the wall, and that is kind of the advantage that RRQ Kazu has coming into this entire Nextera map. They just have so many ways to gather information. No matter where GOW decides to head towards, they will constantly be at a disadvantage. It's like going into a dark room. RRQ Kazu have night vision goggles and GOW are basically blind. That sort of is how it feels like coming into Nextera, and it's something that GOW will have to constantly contend with for the entirety of the map until they figure out a way to make RRQ Kazu waste their utility and not lose resources themselves. Because with the initial pick down to Rip again.
Dang, Rip is just not being allowed to play the game today at all. Ekal, though, going to be shot at, got very low on that Oscar, but is going to be able to at least find a little bit of a hiding spot there behind his glue wall. But for GOW, looking to grab their first elim. And Ma'al, he's been caught by Demon. Very big pickup for the team, so Clue on the ground. Akoi, though, being caught by Abe. Really great stuff coming out from RRQ as well. And there we go, first elim. Ekal going to be caught on the other hand by Hans. Really great stuff coming out from GOW. They're fighting back, but I don't know if they can fight back hard enough. They do have Demon left, but he's up against Dutz and Abai 2 versus 1. Dutz going to be caught, so maybe Demon, he might be able to be the guy to save the game for the team, but it's against Abai on the high ground as that Coda, and he's going to jump for the hit. Oh, I can't quite get the connections, Husky. So close.
Abai is going to heal up first. Demon, just a fraction of a second too late. All started when that glue wall went down. You can see the intention in Demon's eyes. He wants to bandage himself up, but the glue wall went down at the exact time, forcing him to basically go into hiding. And the blue zone didn't help either. Look at this. Abai taking down the glue wall and preventing Demon from having time to heal up, and Abai basically gets first initiative, winning that role on the initiative and winning the second round for RRQ Kazu. But I gotta say, that round was a lot closer than I would have anticipated. GOW were putting up a very good job showing resistance.
Yeah, they really did a really great job holding down RRQ. I feel like this might be the round here for GOW to be able to get their first round, but it's going to depend on whether or not they can gain access to the central area of the zone. Right now we've got Demon and Hans holding that for Ekal, running forward though for the team, and Hans going to be sniped from the sidelines thanks to Dutz. That was actually a grenade that got the knock. Ekal going to be able to get his own knock. Rip getting Dutz in the process, but GOW, they get ripped to shreds yet again, this time in round number 3.
The best defense is sometimes the best offense, and that is very apparent. Felt like GOW trapped themselves in a corner and got hit by an amazing frag grenade, followed by a full rush from RRQ Kazu. They really didn't have to expend much that round, basically running down GOW, who so far haven't really found a way to deal with this Coda, Clue, and not to mention the Dimitri as well from Dudes. If you knock RRQ members down, but you don't get the finisher, it is twice as punishing with Dudes on the map, something that GOW will always have to keep in mind because we were expecting them to be the aggressors. So far, that hasn't been the case.
Well, to be fair, it is hard to be an aggressor when you don't have reliable vision, right? For you to make those decisive maneuvers. But again, Hans this time going to be knocked down by Ekal and eliminated. Demon getting caught in the crossfire as well, thanks to Dudes. GOW, I mean, I do appreciate that they're trying to turn things up a little bit in this round, but they are struggling. They just can't find these openings. And unfortunately for them, RRQ, because they have access to so much surveillance, they know what angle they're coming at them, what angle that GOW is going to be coming at them, and they know how to respond accordingly. We're starting to kind of see the benefits of having both that Clue and that Coda on the same team.
Once again, RRQ Kazu just ran down GOW, didn't give them any chance to retaliate, and those frag grenade usage have been phenomenal. They were either knocking down members of GOW or chipping them to low health, and kind of that's the advantage that RRQ Kazu has, right? On top of having all these intel gathering abilities, if they are able to get a head start, GOW will have to basically face the wrath of being tracked down 24/7. And we came into this after the draft knowing that GOW will always be at a disadvantage, and we are seeing it play out right in front of us. 4-0 for RRQ. GOW have found no answer so far.
No answers, and if they don't start getting some wins on the board, they're just going to drop this round outright. Ekal, though, going to be ambushed, and Hans is the one that's going to be able to take him out, so there's going to be no more Oscar in the pool. Don't have to worry about those Valiant dashes anymore. 1v1 there between Abai +1. He is able to stick around and hide behind that glue wall. Hans going to be stuck behind his teammate as well, trying to find this angle. Abai trying to go for Hans, only getting a couple of bullets scraping by. And GOW, they're going to group up, and I do believe that it was GOW that got the cyber airdrop. So it is a 1-1 exchange for both of these teams with the cyber airdrops for this round alone. That circle is getting smaller, and right now I think RRQ, they're trying to play on the outskirts. I don't know if this is going to work out for them unless they're able to somehow close that distance. Ignis going to be caught, Rip on the ground. Arbai's been caught as well, so there goes the Coda. Hans, next one to follow. They don't have access to that time turner anymore. Dudes has been caught though, thanks to Demon. And now it's just Ma'al against two players versus Demon and Akoi. But Ma'al, he could not do it. And GOW finally get a point on the board.
Ooh, that was too close for comfort. Ma'al had a chance to really make the big plays happen. GOW finally weathers the storm at quite a hefty cost, but thankfully they were able to keep 3 of their members up, and that is going to really help them in the long run. They have quite a journey to go. On finally getting their first point, they can invest in some good weaponry. You can see even in terms of the gear value, almost twice as much as what RRQ Kazu has. But for RRQ Kazu, they have a cushion to fall back on. And for GOW, let's see if they can stick to that game plan from the previous round. Round 5 came down to a bit of that dicey clutch moments, but GOW, again, if they can wait out the utilities from RRQ Kazu early on and then strike when it's on cooldown, not get picked off by Bai or Ma'al, then I think GOW will have a better chance at getting into their face.
Yeah, it's really getting into RRQ's face, I feel. That is the problem, because there's just so much ranged utility on the side of RRQ. So if Ekal can create that opening to break on through, Demon's going to be there though. Is that Ma'al getting caught? Oh, Ekal going to go for the chase. There goes Demon though. So really great punish coming out from RRQ. And that means you're not going to have your Zane anymore. This makes it an increasingly difficult job here for GOW to try and cut this distance between them and RRQ. Hans trying to go for Dudes, but the glue wall's creating so much distance between them and buying so much time. Abai is here as well, but no, he's going to be punished instead. Dudes is going to be caught by Hans. Abai is going to be able to heal up, and Hans will finally go down alongside Rip, leaving Akoi against 3 players on RRQ. And I mean, I don't think he's really in the best spot to hide it at the moment, but I do have to say, respect to RRQ. They could have just rushed into it, but they decide we're going to take it slow. Once we find the angle, we're going to take it. And Ma'al, great way to finish that round with that final snipe.
Again, another situation of so close yet so far. We saw that Flame Mirage that tore through the blue walls, and we saw this close quarter combat. I really thought this is going to be the second round for GOW, but at the same time, I believe it's the Dimitri effect, right? Like, if Douche was up, the ability allowed RRQ members to get back up on their own. Regardless, RRQ came into this round with an advantage from the beginning. We knew that, we've established that. Now they're on their way to taking a 6-1 game from GOW.
Yeah, it's match point as well for RRQ. So GOW, it's do or die for every single match here on out. They cannot afford to lose. And not a great start there for Akoi, who's sitting on half health. So he will at least be able to heal himself up as this team decides what they want to do. Abai, though, has infiltrated the rooftop of this compound. And I think Demon just noticed him as Abai throws a couple pot shots, will be escaping back to his teammates. Very risky play, but would have absolutely paid off if he knew what angle to target down those RRQ players. Demon, though, going to be hiding in the building. And Abai and Akoi going to hit the ground at the same time here. And on that high ground, Hans fighting into Ikal, but he's not going to be too pleased about this fight at all, as Abai going to be on the ground, being shot as well. Akoi and Hans caught on the side of GOW. Dudes putting in the work for the round. Abai catching out Demon, and now it's all up to Rip, this Ignis, but he is not even given a chance.
Just a clean win from RRQ Kazu from start to finish. There really wasn't any sort of resistance that GOW could effectively put up long enough for them to take the round. They got them one round out of RRQ Kazu, and that had to come down to some very close margins. Again, from the very beginning, when we saw that draft, it felt a bit off that that the A124 was banned out, and RRQ Kazu doubling down on taking away Intel Gatherers was sort of like the nail in the coffin. But when we saw the execution in the game itself, we sort of knew that GOW is going to have a tough time, and a tough time indeed. 6-1 victory for RRQ Kazu. We're going to Kalahari next. The job gets even tougher for the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, we said this earlier on. GOW, their best odds of being able to take the set was to win next Terra, but for RRQ to take this map so decisively, I fear for what is going to happen in GOW in that next map. But RRQ looking very sharp, really sharp. I love their drafting this round. I kind of feel that they're starting to take a page out of some of the other teams' books, and they're starting to realize that it's not just a case of banning all the strong stuff, but once you cut some of those lifelines and take them away from other teams, if they don't respond accordingly, which is what happened with GOW, you can see in those games they really struggle because they lack the necessary tools to be able to execute their drafts, which we saw for GOW. They had a lineup that wanted to be in your face. They wanted to CQC, they wanted to rumble, they wanted to brawl. The issue is because they didn't have access to any of those surveillance tools, they didn't know what angle to come at RRQ. RRQ was always prepared for this push to come in, so they always knew where to retreat, where to shoot, how to prepare for these fights. And the angles just never favored GOW until we had that one round. That's when we saw the utilities kind of fail, right? Like once the utilities failed, GOW was on top of them. We saw this lineup really shine. But to expect that to happen at any point, it's a huge gamble. You're kind of gambling that the right maps appear during the right rounds. But for RRQ, they did a really great job at shutting down what could have been a nightmare round. And we do have to praise Abai here as our game MVP on that Coda. Secured 9 eliminations for the round, 3.3k thousand damage, and 7 assists. And he actually ran the super leg pockets.
And Abai, again, when we did say that him and Demon have sort of the same approach to Clash Squad, but the main difference is the enablers, right? Like the people behind the rushes that gave them the room, the agency to make these plays. And for Abai, he has his work cut out for him, right? 9 eliminations, 7 assists, highest damage in the entire lobby. And then you look down to the second place, Ma'al, the sniper of the team, with 7 elims and 3.1k damage. not to mention that they have constant surveillance on GOW's movements, just makes it even harder. And I think at the end of the day, fundamentally, in Clash Squad and Battle Royale, the easier it is to execute a game plan, the higher the chances for a team to win. And in this case, I think RQ Kazu basically figured that out and made life harder for GOW Esports. Going into Kalahari, regardless their first or second pick, I think they have to switch the priorities to take either Clue or Coda for themselves. You can't give both of them to RQ.
It's either you try and fight for one of the two surveillance characters, or you need to fall back to something else, which we saw teams yesterday start falling back to Nero. We also historically saw a lot of the Indonesian teams actually running Homer. So there are other alternatives, but we also need to ask the teams, not that we really can, you know, are you comfortable running these alternative options, or have you only trained with Coda and Clue? Because I feel like if you've only trained yourself with these top two picks, this is going to be an issue. If a team ever comes in and decides they're going to either get first pick, they ban either Coda or Clue and they pick up the other, leaving you with nothing, or you have teams like RRQ that decide, we're going to take everything because you haven't picked anything yet.
Early on we did discuss about the alternatives, right? The Rider, I think it was an Indonesian special before the Vietnamese team started picking him up in the fall season. The Homer was also a thing as well. Sure, it is not the best option, not the most optimal choice, but it is an alternative if the former wasn't available. And in that case, I feel like in game one, if they wanted to go Homer, completely understandable, right? But they also were lacking in terms of Blue Wall Destroyer, so there are a lot of holes that they need to plug. I think if they got Iris for themselves, then maybe you could worry about the Glue Wall less and go for the Intel Gatherer, but the fact of the matter is they didn't have access to that, so they had to go for Ignis instead, because they wanted to bank on Santino to basically facilitate the already aggressive approach that they want to bring to the table. And maybe in Kalahari they will have to fine-tune that a little bit, because there are a lot of areas which require you to fight in very open areas, and sometimes, especially on Kalahari, the enemies can stay at a far distance easier compared to the other maps.
Yeah, range is definitely the name of the game, I feel, for Kalahari, just because of the distance between compounds, the openness, the verticality that you need to worry about now coming into Kalahari. It's no longer just worrying about what's around you, it's everything all around you, top to bottom, left and right. So GOW, I hope they are prepared for this next upcoming round. They're probably feeling a little bit of the heat now because they know they're behind, but let's shine a little spotlight here on Ma'al from RRQ. We do have a quote from him on luck and everything around it. So according to Ma'al, in terms of performance, we've been playing well. It's just that luck hasn't been on our side yet. To boost our luck, we've been praying harder and reminding ourselves to be kind to everyone.
That's kind of the spirit of Ma'al, right? Very straightforward. I know that they practice very, very hard, but even behind the scenes, when we get the chance to see them in action, they are very sweet people and they are very uplifting as well. They basically, lift each other up when they are having a bad day. And this is what makes RQ Kazu one of the few teams that people root for even when they are down, because they have produced some miraculous moments on the biggest of stage. They've shown us the lowest of lows too, where you look at the team and you're like, what is going on with them? But then when push comes to shove, suddenly RQ Kazu becomes the biggest threat. Not to mention that they actually won pre-season 2025 at the start of this year. So this team has accolades behind them, a foundation that was set by Legolov at the start of the team's prime, and right now I think RQ is in a very good place, whether it's in Clash Squad or Battle Royale, and I can definitely say for certain that the Indonesian fans are looking for RQ to bring this trophy back, one game at a time.
Well, I mean, they are cheering for them at the moment during the main event, right? So I hope the pressure doesn't sort of get to RRQ. I hope they're able to sort of keep themselves composed. The team's looking pretty good here so far. I mean, Ma'al's looking pretty chill. He's just kind of vibing in his chair. GOW not looking too bad after the round either. I am glad to see that the team is they're in a strategy mode. They're kind of thinking up and deciding, okay, we are going to get first pick. I do believe GW gets first pick during the next round. They're probably thinking, okay, how do we start the drafting order and how can we control the flow of the draft? Because we cannot afford to lose a surveillance option again, because I'm going to be honest, I kind of feel like if GW, for example, if they fall into the trap and take an Oscar, if RRQ lets it through, RRQ might just swipe up Clue and Coda right off the bat. And then all of a sudden we're back to square one, really, of the original issue that GOW ran into in that previous round.
I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ pulls off that move, right? If it's what it takes to win, if that's what they figure out, is the weakness of GOW, by all means go for it. Because I don't think you can really go wrong by taking Clue and Coda in succession. But at the same time, you do give up more aggressive options, right? You're taking intel for yourself, but you're giving aggressive options to your opponent. So there is a give and take situation. But I think in the grand scheme of things, based off of game one, it's definitely worth it to go for that. On Kalahari though, maybe not that much of a priority. You want to look at how you can take long-range fights just because of the map itself, which for RRQ favors them.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fact that we're playing on Kalahari, and I do wonder what are going to be the priority picks. I kind of feel like in Kalahari, this is a map where teams want to get their hands on that Santino just because of how big and open this map is. That having that extra mobility and being able to swap back to the mannequin, I feel is really going to help on a map like this with how big it is. So maybe there could be a battle of getting the Santino. I don't think there's a battle for Oscar. I think if Oscar's available, that's just going to get first picked by GOW. What else is going to be huge? I feel like Iris is a top pick for Kalahari.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised that Iris wasn't considered in the first 3 picks for both teams in the previous map. I think most teams with strong sniper players, if you don't have access to Santino, usually you would go for the Iris, and that is assuming that the Clue is already taken away, or you decide to run Clue Iris in that sense, right? Like she's always up there in the top 3 rankings of priority. So I agree. I think if you are RRQ, then the Iris also becomes a very important choice. But if in this case GOW on first pick, they take Oscar and RRQ Kazu decides, you know what, we'll go for Coda Clue again, then the Iris has to be a second or third pick for GOW. Because if not, then they're going to run into the same issue as game one, where they had to sub out utilities just so they could take down glue walls, but they constantly put themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah. All right, so we did get confirmation on the screen just then. GOW will be getting first pick for the round, so they get first dibs on actives. But I don't know about you, Husky. Let's talk about pick order, because there's always something that's kind of confused me. In a lot of other games where you have picks and bans, a lot of players and teams, they like having first pick. They get first dibs and being able to pick anything to their heart's content, assuming that it's not banned during the ban phase. Whereas in the case of Free Fire, I feel like a lot of teams, even though they get first pick, whoever gets second pick is actually not too upset either, because there's a lot of great options still available. There's no one character that suddenly makes you feel I've lost the game. You've got so many options available, and second pick just seems quite advantageous. I'd even argue maybe some teams prefer second pick.
I was also just thinking about the same point. I think when you look at the pick itself, maybe at the start of the year, if a team gets Oscar, you call GG, right? 90% of the time the game is basically done. But right now that has changed. Being on second pick gives you two instant responses. GOW gets access to the Oscar this time, and RQ Kazu, let's see if our theory comes true, right? You presented the Clue Coda, and there it is. Again, it's a big possibility. We did say if RQ Kazu was presented with that option, just go for it. Don't second guess yourselves. But GOW, this was what I thought was going to be the approach when they been the A124. Take the Tatsuya, and now we see the Oscar Tatsuya and the Iris talk about going into the round guns blazing and trying to play fast. This is the exact way to do so.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better with GOW's lineup because at least they have the Iris. Okay, they've got a very respectable sniper on the lineup. Oscar Tatsuya is going to be very useful, especially in those very tight CQCs on Kalahari. I feel like some of those compounds are very small. So what's the firepower here for RRQ Kazu? They have the Santino and they round things out with the Chrono. Okay, so you have two great options in potential rushes. Obviously Chrono is going to be your main rusher. You have Santino. Is Ma'al playing the clue, or could we maybe see Ma'al sort of step into the shoes of Dew and actually play that Santino?
I think by default, you probably would put Santino on your sniper just because you have the ability to relocate, right? It's sort of the same theory as snipers using Tatsuya back then because you just have so much mobility for a role that wants to be static, that wants to be stationary. Having extra mobility always helps. GOW going back to the Ignis again. So this is definitely a more balanced draft. Sure, there's very limited intel gathering. You only get to see where the opponents are if you tag them with the Iris active while they're behind glue walls. But better than nothing. At least RQ Kazu doesn't have a character that can dash into your face.
Ooh.
That will be in the hands of GOW instead.
Yep, so we are locking in that Santino for Ma'al. Okay, so I do like this because all of a sudden Ma'al is not going to be a sitting duck. He will have offensive and defensive options for his team. So I love this decision from RQ Kazu. Oh, okay, GOW, we've got no surveillance. Are we feeling a little bit better about this lineup compared to game number 1? Because I do like what they have available. I'm just confused as to why they are just allergic to, to other surveillance options.
Yeah, that again, I feel like if they take Homer here, then they will have to give up the Ignis. Right? It's a pick your poison situation. Again, I think they have a better chance with this draft on Kalahari, and sure, RQ Kazu, they have a lot of information to work with, but it also puts the reliance on your long-range fights, which I think in this case falls onto Ma'al's shoulder mostly, just because of all the open areas. All in all, I think GOW, if they can just make sure that RQ Kazu doesn't punish them at the start of the round, then the fight will be a lot more even because this Iris is so powerful. Long-range fights means that glue walls are very valuable to protect your snipers. So having the Iris basically makes the snipers very uncomfortable to just hunker down and take shots.
Yeah. What are the odds of GOW winning this map? I don't think the odds are good, but I want to hear your perspective on this.
I think the odds, I would say it's probably like 70-30. I still lean over to RQ for now. But again, I think the team comp is a lot more easier to execute for GOW this time. Although they don't have the intel gatherers, but considering the map that we're on and the picks they've gotten access to, there's definitely a wider margin of error. But RQ Kazu, once they get warmed up, it's pretty hard to stop them. So for GOW, they gotta dig deep.
Yeah. 30% according to Husky. I kind of feel like I think I'm in the same boat. I want to give them more. I want to give them 40. I want to give them 45. But this is RRQ signature map. And they have a really great draft. And I do sense that Ma'al's going to have a really great game in this particular game. But who knows? GOW, if they prove me wrong, I want them to prove me wrong so bad. That would be great because we get the full 3 games. And we do have a match. So, GOW, the hopes and dreams of your Vietnamese fans, they're there. They're waving their flags. They're cheering you on. Can you beat Indonesia's representative?
We still have PE sports, right? Like this is, I think it's one of the few times in a long time that we have multiple Vietnamese representatives on the global stage. But for GOW, they definitely come from a slightly different place getting to this point. There were a lot of high hopes for them in 2024. Took them long enough, you know what they say, better late than never. A year later, they are now here. And fighting against RQ is not an easy task. But even for RQ, seeing them play Clash Squad in the fall season, and even at the start of the year, after they won the preseason, sometimes it can really feel like RRQ is just trying to mess with you, like every step of the way, every single round that they play, you think to yourself, is RRQ going to win today? Are they on form? What is happening in the team? Right now, it seems like they are on form. They are locked in, the plays are incredibly clean, and they're not giving GOW time to adapt.
No, I don't think they can really afford to give GOW time to adapt. Just take the games. Take the 2-0. No mercy. This is an elimination match. You can't afford to give anything away to your opponent. So can RRQ carry this through and force that 2-0? Or will GOW surprise the world and take Kalahari off of RRQ Kazu? We'll have to let the players do the talking with their guns when we do jump into that game. But to all of our viewers that are tuning into the broadcast, we hope you are all enjoying yourselves. Do cheer for your teams in the comments. Let GOW and RRQ Kazu know that you're rooting for them. They will need this energy because somebody is going home today. It's one of these two teams. Sadly, we can't let everybody through. We only accept winners, so we'll have to see if we can force a win immediately on this map, or if it's going to be that third game and then that match-deciding map, Bermuda, becoming unlocked. But let's focus on Kalahari here, Husky. Game number 2, RRQ leading with a 1-game win over GOW. Are we going to be seeing a 1-1? We are about to find out.
I'm looking at the statistics as we head into map number 2. We made some comparisons between the rushes, right? Abai and Demon, but I want to switch over to look at the snipers instead, because I think Ma'al, he has been getting a lot of credit, but there's never enough credit given to him with the amount of support he's been giving his team from behind the scenes. At the start of the day, he is rocking already 15 eliminations overall, in the Clash Squad. And then when you look at the side of GOW, you are sort of expecting the same from the player of that sniper role. Demon does take contact early on, and this time, GOW a lot more proactive in seeking out these gunfires and making sure that they don't overextend. Hans and Demon both get overwhelmed, and with Ma'al picking up a third, this is as good as done. Round 1 again in the grasp of RRQ Kazu.
Oh man, that was a decisive round on Shrine. So RRQ off to a strong start already for game number 2, round 1. And GOW, I hope they're not panicking yet. It is just that pistol round. They can absolutely come back, but if there's one thing they can't afford to do, it's they can't afford to let RRQ run away with this game. They need to start putting points on the board in the next couple rounds, because if we are sitting on a scoreline of 4-0 versus RRQ, you're starting to reach that point of no return, especially on a map such as this. And unfortunately for GOW, this is Refinery. This is RRQ's headquarters on Kalahari. So I hope they have a plan and they're ready to deal with RRQ, because they're coming in and they're coming in guns blazing.
Rip finally gets the first contact and takes down Abai. Again, these long-range fights are very important, but Ikao decides to just get up close, slice Rip into ribbons. With just getting taken down, it does give GOW that man advantage. Hans also a good one onto Ikao, and GOW finally springing to life, leaving Ma'al out in the open. And in the 1v3, this is impossible to win. GOW taking the second round, and that is what we want to see. GOW not playing, scared, taking the fight to RRQ Kazu and winning them out confidently.
Yeah, this is what they should have done in that first game. So to see GOW put up a fight, especially on Refinery, if I'm RRQ, I'd feel a little bit shaken after that, losing that particular round. But I don't think that's going to shake them too much. We're coming back onto Bayfront here for round number 3. Can GOW, after that round victory, start to accumulate a lead themselves? They really need it, especially since they are in a desperate need to win this particular game to stay in the tournament. We have Rip leading the charge. Ikal and Ma'al is on the other side of that smoke screen. Demon going to go for the wraparound Ikal. I don't think Ikal actually sees this at all, so he might be in a lot of trouble. Jutz is on the ground already, so they don't have access to that clue anymore. And all of a sudden, RRQ not looking too happy now.
Lovely grenade, catching just outside of the time turner. They throw in the Flame Mirage, rip round the corner, 1v2, good glue wall, stall it out for a pincer maneuver coming in from Abai, but ends up getting taken down. GOW again doing it right and once more winning out the round. They have found a formula, but I gotta say, big props to Akoy, sniper of GOW, getting the initial knockdown onto Deuce, but not only that, escaping Abai who went on the hunt. Because I feel like if Abai found Akoy and took him out, evening out the playing field, this round would have been slightly different. And that's the matchup that we also needed to see, right? Between Ma'ao and Akoy. Because coming into the day, Ma'ao was sitting at 15 eliminations. Akoy only has 1. He needed to step up, and he did in round 3.
And in round number 4, I kind of feel like this is a map that GOW is going to thrive on, especially with Akoy on that Iris. We're on Mammoth here, and this is one of the most difficult maps to play here on Kalahari, especially having to have your team navigate the spines and the elevation. And RRQ, they are grouping up with Dutz and Ekal. Hans is on that low ground, looking to provide some pressure on the low ground. Demon going to be starting that fight here onto Ekal. Will rush in as well. The smoke screen providing all of the necessary initiation there. And already, Ekal and Dutz, the frontliners, are gone on the side of RRQ, leaving Abe and Ma'al to try to pick up the pieces. But Ma'al, he's not quite getting the shots in. He's got a few pellets landing, but you need something to be a critical hit. And unfortunately for Abe, he's going to be one-tapped by Akoy. And Ma'al, there's only so much you can do as that solo Santino. But it looks like this round is going to go in favor of GOW 3-1. I have to say, GOW, I don't know if it's the new draft. I don't know if they said something during the strategy time before picks and bans, but they are looking sharp on Kalahari.
And this opening sequence basically set GOW up for success, right? Prior to having the Tatsuya dash in, they treated both Ekal and Dutz to a buffet of utilities. A Flame Mirage, ice grenades, everything from the kitchen sink. And RQ, they just stood there and take it. It felt like they wanted to weather the storm by force, but unfortunately, it was a bit too much to deal with. They didn't have access to Dimitri like they did on Nextera, so no instant revive, no pick yourself up. And for RQ Kazu, it felt like they were forcing it a bit too hard. Avoid missing that opening shot, which could have put them in an advantageous spot, but not a big deal, right? Taking out that glue wall, making sure that no one is staying behind from RQ Kazu, and allowing GOW to focus on Santa Catarina in this ship instead.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing Ma'al sort of go for this sniper's vantage point at the top of the ship. He's still trying to make that climb, but there is someone over there as well that might be harassing him. So he needs to be very careful. Demon, they're going to be fighting Itsu. Oh, but Dutz gets the counterplay in, and Demon going to be the first one to hit the ground. His teammates are up there as well to provide support, so Demon is gone. Dutz finishing him off, and now GOW in a bit of an awkward spot after losing the Oscar. Ma'al, he's in a skirmish there with Hans, manages to land a hit on his ankles, is looking for another one. Is he going to be an ankle biter or an executioner? We'll find out in just a second. Ma'al instead going to join his team inside the ship. And Akoy is still outside of Santa Catarina ship. He's actually not come in as of yet. And because there's no one there to keep the team busy, he's at the mercy of this firing squad from RRQ. And finally, we get a win here for RRQ. The scoreline is still in favor of GOW, but it's now 3-2.
And that's the definition of being pinned down by a sniper, because Ma'ao did not let Hans move at all. Couldn't provide any reinforcement. Hans didn't have any means of fighting back, despite having the Tatsuya. Part of me thinks that maybe if he had the Rebel Rush, or maybe if he felt confident enough, he could have swung the corner and tried to catch Ma'ao off guard. That didn't happen. RQ Kazu won out the fight off screen and basically took the round. So pretty straightforward approach there from RQ Kazu. They didn't really do anything fancy. They just made sure that they were able to isolate GOW's members. Coming into round number 6, GOW again splitting up. RQ Kazu also going for a 2-2 maneuver. There's going to be contact made right here between Abai and Ekal, with the members of GOW is going to be Rip and Hans. Right over the wall, Ekal was looking for an opening but couldn't find it.
Oh, Ekal playing very far forward, right next to Rip, and Demon is also providing some cover fire as well, forcing him back to join the team. And Demon looking to play aggressive himself. They're going to try and go for a big wraparound here, a big GOW special, but Abai has spotted them out, so RRQ is not going to be surprised in the least by this rotation. Are they trying to bait RRQ to get into Akoi's line of sight? Because Akoi is away from the team. Abai is slowly creeping in, and RRQ, they're taking the bait, but has GOW set the trap up correctly? And there we go, Demon catching out Ekal.
First blood.
They definitely have made some headway with it. I was about to say, command post is not the easiest area for a sniper to play because there's so many compounds to work with. Ma'ao decides that, you know, to hell with the sniper rifles. I'm going to get in the face of my opponents and take down Akoi instead. Still, a 3v3 Ma'ao playing this perfectly and setting his team up for success, just like always. Rip and Demon still up to bring this game back. It's a 2v2 Ma'ao on the ground. Abai not giving any quarter as Abai and Demon go head to head, but Demon wins that one out and Dutz instantly finds the response. And now it's a 1v1 between him and Rip, but the blue zone favors Abai a bit more. He's going to go for the finisher, and Rip now having to make the tough decision of running straight into Dutz, and it's just not going to work out. RRQ Kazu able to play with the environment and win their round.
Yeah, that's where positioning becomes very key for some of these fights. If it comes down to that 1v1, whoever has the advantageous rotation for that circle generally is going to have a much easier time in closing out the rounds. But very, very chaotic battle there, especially with Ma'al getting his hands dirty to try and provide some support fire for the team as that Santino. But Husky, we have a match. The scoreline is 3-3. We are coming into round 7, and both teams have picked up a cyber airdrop. We have another one in this round as well. I think the question we have is who's going to be able to get their hands on this one?
Normally, when you have an Ignis, you can play it slow. If the enemy decides to camp there, you could just throw the Flame Mirage and basically threaten to flush them out. But in this case, it was used in a more aggressive manner to get control of the cyber airdrop itself. Abai, playing a bit of ring around the rosy, knows that someone is around the corner, but instead of taking direct contact, decides to back off to his team. Ekal also taking a couple of shots. He wants control of the cyber airdrop, but here comes the Flame Mirage, like we talked about, forcing him away from his Chrono Dome. So that's an ability that is unfortunately expended with no returns. A close one that was won out by Rip, and he gets to heal himself back up. Deuce was also able to get one around the corner, but it is GOW that has the numbers.
Yeah, Akoi is shooting from the high ground, but he's just not connecting onto anybody, it seems. So unable to really provide that support the team needs so desperately. But we do have so many players on the ground. Dutz and Demon waiting to get picked up by their teams. But Akoi and Hans, they're busy dealing with Ekal and Ma'al at this point of time. Dutz does thankfully get picked up, so they will have access to Clue again. And Hans, he's trying to reposition because Ma'al, he has a really good position, sniping him from that corner line. And Dutz, he wants to flush him out. Ekal's there to provide the support. Akoi caught by Ma'al from the high ground. It looks like RRQ. Sure, they lost the cyber airdrop, but they will take the win.
And Ma'al, once again, being the one that closes out the round. That was the close one, right? Hans winning out that fight with a sliver of health. But as the round starts to devolve towards the late game, we're seeing Ekal putting out some clutch factors. Ma'al with crazy long tags and just very aggressive maneuvers. This is sort of what separates Ma'al from and a couple of elite sniper players like Moshi, Limit, Rasha to a certain degree. Even I think from the Brazilians, from your typical sniper players. Sometimes when they see the need, they see the opportunity to go up close and personal, they take that chance. And Abai just pulls out the Deagle and gives a good old 1D onto Hans.
Oh, this is not good for GOW because without Hans, they've actually lost one of their reliable frontliners for the team. And Akoi, Ekal, he just runs at him.
Double kill.
He says it's fine. You're mine. I will take you out. Abai was actually the one to get that final hit, but oh boy, GOW already at a huge disadvantage on this round on Council Hall, as it's all down to Rip and Demon to somehow win the round. But look at RRQ. They're sitting on the high ground. They're saying, if you're going to get to us, we're going to see you before you even make it up there. So we are probably going to be in for a very slow round here, Husky. Rip and Demon need to be very calculative. They will have to make a very important decision here on how to approach this late game.
I don't know how they can win this. You need some very, very big clutches to happen. But RQ Kazu, they have the corners basically locked down. Ma'al does get taken out. But Demon still has a lot of work to do. Tries to break this blue wall now in a 1v2. It is ambitious. And ambition doesn't really pay off this time. GOW facing down the barrel of elimination as RQ Kazu hits match point, the series point. One more round and they are through to the 1-1 bracket.
And it all came down to that initial push where Hans and Akoy just got taken out back to back. You cannot afford to lose both of these players at the same time because without them, you really lose a lot of that firepower for the team on the side of GOW. So now RRQ sitting on match point. We are now back to square one here for GOW. It's every game here is a elimination match. If they lose any games from here on out, they are eliminated from the tournament and RRQ will make their way to the 1-1 bracket. Now, oh no, that's a bad sign. Akoy!
No.
Akoy's gone!
Oh man, losing your Iris this early on, it can only get worse from here as they just found Rip. And RRQ Kazu looking to shut the doors in the faces of GOW right then and there. Hans, victim number 3, and his demon who will be exercised and purged. RRQ Kazu stays alive in the Clash Squad Switch stage. Whereas for GOW, they fought a valiant fight, but they have officially been eliminated. Their journey in Clash Squad ends here, and they will have to take a bow. They still have Battle Royale to go, of course, but for RQ Kazu, they get to play another best of 3 later on.
I am keen to see who they play up against for RRQ because it could be... I mean, to be fair, I think all the matchups up there are going to be a nightmare. I don't think there's any matchup where you say like, oh, this one's going to be the matchup that RRQ was guaranteed to win. No, all the teams that are currently remaining in the competition are very, very scary themselves. But very unfortunate for GOW. They did put up a heck of a fight up against RRQ, and especially Kalahari. You know, this is a map that RRQ specializes on, and GOW, I think a lot of us were expecting them to do worse than they actually did in the round, but they did put up some really great rounds. So GOW expecting a little bit more from this team in Battle Royale, but we will have to say goodbye to them. And we're going to be seeing a lot more RRQ if they can win their next match, which is going to be another best of 3. So happy to see the boys here on that stage because Indonesia's representative is still in the running here for Clash Squad. I know all the Indonesian fans are probably going wild right now, knowing that their boys are still in the competition. But get yourselves ready, folks, because RRQ's next matchup, it's probably going to be a bit of a doozy. But before that, we do need to celebrate this victory of theirs because they earned it. You know, Husky, I don't think there were any rounds where we looked at it and we just thought like they won that because of the circle. They won that because of a lucky shot. They everything that they did was intentional.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, RQ, Kazu, like in the rounds they lost, we're like, okay, GOW played really well. But in the rounds that they won, it's like, whoa, RQ actually played extremely well, right? It's not like they made any crucial mistakes that led to them losing. It's either the enemy was able to outsmart them that round, or RQ Kazu just came a lot more prepared. You know, it definitely is a bit disheartening for GOW. You could see it on the players' faces just now. Kind of heartbreaking to lose in that manner. I think they also came into this expecting a closer fight, and that's something that, you know, going into sort of the new era of Free Fire where you have Clash Squad and Battle Royale happening consecutively, simultaneously, you have to get used to it, right? You lose in Clash Squad, you got to play Battle Royale tomorrow. GOW will have to prep for that. But for RQ Kazu, the journey continues, and the kingdom once more gets hung at the balance whether they're gonna celebrate a win or fear for a loss. But for now, they get to celebrate with Dutz as the game MVP. 8 eliminations, 2.5k damage, and 14 massive assists.
14 assists. I swear Dutz was everywhere and anywhere in a lot of these fights because he always knew where to be. He always knew who to back up. He was just everywhere. And I kind of feel like if you have a player that is able to not only hold their own, but also be able to support somebody if they do need that cover fire, if they needed to get picked up, you are going to be the piece towards victory. That's something that RRQ very much needed, and the fact that it was Clue as well, having stolen the Clue away from GOW. I still can't get over the fact that RRQ is running this gosh, what am I going to even call this strat? I kind of feel like it's just burglary, is stealing the surveillance equipment, not even letting anyone be able to purchase their own. So yeah, I hope whoever's playing up against RRQ, they do their homework, because I kind of expect more of this thievery coming up from RRQ.
Yep, it's sort of like a home ground buff, I guess. You know, RRQ Kazu they're either going to be facing off against Rainbow 7 or Heavy. But that will have to wait after we kind of see the results for the upcoming match. You know, E1 and PE Sports are going to go at it in just a little bit after this. But when you look at the match summary, GOW definitely had a better chance on Kalahari. I think at the start of this series, when we looked at the map rotation, you did point out that it severely favors RRQ Kazu just because we are going to start on Nextera and Kalahari, and that was exactly how it went. GOW struggled on Nextera due to, I feel like, a draft gap. On Kalahari, they found a bit of their stride, but it was RRQ's stronghold, so GOW, despite the best efforts, were not able to take that away.
Yeah, I kind of hope that they learn a few lessons from these Clash Squad games and they translate it into something that helps them in that battle royale. But we're gonna leave this set here. We do need to talk to our winners for the round, so let's see what RRQ Kazu have to say after securing their win in our lower bracket match.
All right. Thank you, casters, survivors. We're here for you. Our very first winner interview session in the room of pressure. We are here with Maal from RRQ Kazu. Congratulations on winning the game, winning this round against Gal. Yunsol, I'm so very sorry, but I told you, girl.
It's okay.
It's okay. Anyway, let's jump straight into our conversation today. So, Maal, winning and being this close to the semifinal at the Indonesia Arena, how does it feel to perform in front of your home crowd? Does it add more pressure or just add more fuel to your fire? Gimana nih sedekat ini sama semifinal di Indonesia Arena yang sudah tinggal satu pertandingan lagi? Apakah menambah pressure tampil di hadapan pendukung sendiri warga Indonesia atau justru nambah semangat kamu?
Nambah semangat sih, soalnya kemarin habis dibantai Age juga, pengen ketemu Age lagi di semifinal.
Ooh, interesting. He said that it definitely adds more fuel to the fire that RRQ has got going on right now. And being defeated by AG yesterday, they really wanted to meet AG again and show what RRQ is made of.
Awesome. Okay, so now they got a chance to go back to AG and maybe take that revenge back. But okay, so I want to ask him just a quick prediction time.
Sure.
Next match, PE Sport and E1, right? Alright, so who do you think can take this and what is the score and why?
Oke, mau ada sedikit prediksi nih kata Yunsol. Setelah ini kan pertandingannya PE Sport versus E1. Prediksi kamu siapa yang akan memenangkan pertandingan ini? Dan mungkin bisa sekalian prediksi skornya juga. Apakah 2-1, 2-0?
Kayaknya E1 sih menang.
Skornya? 2-0. 2-0. Okay, he really wants E1 to win. And he thinks that it's going to be a straight win, 2-0.
Why? Too much today we all have Vietnamese team.
Kenapa Iwan dukungnya?
Kemarin lihat TV lawan PE ya. Skornya 2-0 kalau nggak salah. Apalagi ketemu Iwan sih.
Seeing how the other team performed yesterday, he's just super sure that Iwan's had it under their belt because the performance was not better than what E1 has showed us yesterday. So yeah, he's just pretty sure that this is going to be an easy win for E1.
Well, I understand that. Thank you, Mal, so much.
Thank you so much, Mal. Okay, last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the kingdom of RRQ Kazu? Ada yang mau disampaikan kepada para fans dari RRQ Kazu yang biasa dipanggil juga Kingdom?
Tetap dukung kita ya nih. Nanti lawan siapa ya? Kalau nggak lawan R7, satunya siapa ya?
Masih ada satu pertandingan lagi kan soalnya.
Tetap dukung aja.
So please keep supporting us. We still have one more win to secure our spot in the Indonesia Arena. But thank you so much for being with us all the way through to this step. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, Maal. Congratulations once again. Now let's go back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
RRQ fans breathing a sigh of relief as they still remain in the competition. And it's all smiles from Raul. I love seeing this guy happy because he has the most adorable smile out of anyone from the RRQ roster. So they're going to have a moment to sit. They're going to watch the next match because we are not quite done here in our lower bracket matches, Husky. Yes, we've got one more to go here for the 0-1 matches. And once we've concluded that set, we will be doing our raffle as switcheroo to see who is playing what in our 1-1 matches. And RRQ is going to be joining the pool of our teams from yesterday. Okay, before we look at the updated brackets, Husky, okay, who would you like to see RRQ play up against?
If you ask me, I want to see them play E1.
E1?
I want to see them play, because I think the general public, the chat can back me up on this, right? PE Sports Heavy, they sort of had the easier route. They played PE yesterday, and this is not to undermine PE Sports at all or Heavy. I just think the bracket itself was slightly more straightforward for Heavy yesterday. So I feel like for RRQ Kazu to have a fairer game, I want them to see them face up against E1 because these two were huge contenders in their own right, and I think E1 is coming in pretty strong as well. Updated brackets on your screen. RQ Kazu get a 2-0 over GOW, sending them out of Clash Squad. We got PE Sports and E1 coming up next. I am feeling the same as Ma'ao. I feel like E1 has a slightly better chance at winning the series, but it's Clash Squad. Upsets do happen. I want to see PE Sports at least put up a good fight. At least we get to see some signs of life.
Yeah, I think we share the same point of view on this particular matchup. I guess if we also look back to the games that these teams did play, right? So PE Sports played up against Heavy in their match yesterday, and then E1 played up against R7 in their game. I do think E1 is the stronger looking team, especially with how strong they looked in their preliminary matches. Like their round 1 game was so explosive, and this was against R7 as well. So I kind of worry for PE Sports. Can they either keep up with E1's playstyle, or can they just outplay them? Because I think E1, you give them a game, they're not gonna take a game. They're gonna take the whole set. I think this is a team where you need to take them very, very seriously, and at every turn, capitalize on every small mistake, every small error, every moment where they let you breathe. You have to seize the moment. Otherwise, I think we could be looking at a 2-0, I feel, if PE Sports does not give E1 the respect that they deserve. So, I know we're going to have the players come onto the stage in a moment. We do need to get them prepped up, their area set up as well. I know our viewers at home are very excited for this matchup. If you are in the chat, let us know who do you think is going to win this set. Do you think it's going to be PE Sports, or do you think it's going to be E1? And as a bonus question, what do you think the scoreline is going to be? Will it be 2-0 or will it be 2-1?
I think the onus is on PE Sports, right? I think they have a lot more to prove. Same as GOW against RQ Kazu. PE Sports also sort of have the same storyline. I think it applies to most Vietnamese teams right now, where they had sort of like a 1-year hiatus, right? They weren't on any international stage, and when they finally made it last year at EWC, they didn't really have the best showing, and it just felt like a complete blowout. But now we see PE Sports rebuilding back. GOW now finally gets their shot. And even though they're out of Clash Squad, PE Sports was a team that a lot of people really have good praises about during the fall season. Sure, they fell off later into the season, but they have shown some promises, some flashes of brilliance. And I want to see them take on aggressive teams like E1.
Yeah, they did play a game against Heavy yesterday. I kind of hope that they took a big lesson out of that series. I hope they learned a lot. I hope they really paid attention to the games yesterday from some of the other teams, because I feel like I myself as a player, I learned a lot about Clash Squad. I learned a lot of new mechanics. I learned a lot of new ways to view the game rather than just the usual way that we generally play it. But we've got an update here, folks. We are getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be extremely exciting. So let's hop on over to our next match. PE Sports versus E1.
The fire doesn't stop here in Jakarta because next up we have got another clash of tempo.
That's right, it's chaos versus control, East versus West once again.
From Vietnam, PE Sports, fiery, unpredictable, and fearless when they find their own momentum.
And from Brazil, we have E1, calculated, patient, and precise. They fell short against R7 yesterday, but showed incredible discipline and structure.
This matchup is not just only about eliminations, it's about identity. Can PE Sport turn their battle royal instincts into something unpredictable?
Or will E1's control and composure steady the battlefield once again?
Remember, this is an elimination clash. Win and move to the 1-1 bracket. Lose and you're done. No resets, no rematches.
For PE Sports, it's about a shot at redemption. For E1, it's about proving that precision can still win championships.
And keep your eye on Viton, E1's heavy hitter, who's been setting the tone in almost every fight.
Meanwhile, PE Sports might need to dial up the tempo led by the team captain Nero.
Whatever happens, one thing's certain. This clash is going to test who controls the rhythm and who gets swept away by it.
So, let's bring them out, the two teams about to collide in this clash of tempo.
Representing the East, unpredictable, fiery, and fearless in the face of pressure. With Nero, LPT, Lao Ho, and Nolan. This is PE Sports!
And from the West, composed, methodical, and deadly when a plan comes together. Led by Fighting alongside Leon, Paul, and Fighting XP. This is E1!
Players exchange fist bumps, respect before the storm.
Two philosophies about to collide. Chaos versus control. Instinct versus calculation.
If PE Sports sees the tempo early, E1 could find themselves on the back foot.
But if E1 locks down their defense and keeps their structure, I'm sure they'll grind PE Sports down piece by piece.
Okay, it's East versus West, fire versus focus, and the loser's journey ends here.
Yes, let's turn up the heat. Casters, take it away and good luck.
Thank you very much to Conchita and Yun So. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's PE Sports against E1 up next on the docket. A winner moves on to the 1-1 bracket of the Swiss stage, and a loser gets eliminated from Clash Squad. It's Husky and Daniel Lee back on the mic again. And what happens when roles get reversed? When the Vietnamese team is the one that goes aggressive, this is exactly what the story is about. The Brazilians, for once, are the more calm and composed platoon. E1 known for being more of a slow, passive, reactive team up against PE Sports, who are deadly when they are allowed to go aggressive.
Yeah, E1's play style was very interesting to watch yesterday. They when everyone's talking about slow, if you did not watch the games yesterday, they mean slow. This team waits for that first circle to fully close in before they start moving in onto their opponents. They're very, very calculated with their movements. They actually like to use the cyber airdrop as a bait. But here's the thing, okay? That worked up against R7 up until a point. Okay, there was a point where R7 started to realize that E1, although they play like this, but they're kind of faking this level of aggression that they're threatening. Like, this is a team that likes to fake it till you make it kind of thing. So if PE Sports learns that lesson yesterday that R7 did, which was realize that E1 don't threaten until that first circle comes in, they might be able to actually put the pedal to the metal and rush into E1 before E1 is ready to take them in. Now, to be fair, okay, this is only what we saw in E1's matches yesterday. They had a day. For all we know, they're going to completely overhaul their play style, and whatever we saw happen yesterday, that doesn't matter anymore. I do think we're going to have to see what happens with the draft first, though, because depending on what they have in their arsenal, it's either going to confirm or deny if they're going to run the same strat as they did yesterday, which, okay, I know P can play aggressive, but I don't think this team plays on a level where their aggression is going to really shake E1. Like, P kind of hits hard. It's a team that likes to hit soft but often. So yeah, if E1 is okay with that, if they can absorb the damage, maybe they can avoid those fights until that moment where they're ready to go, then I could just see E1 also running away with the match. It's actually up to PE Sports to decide the tempo of the game. If they let E1 play their very slow, methodical matches, or if we kick the accelerator down and say, all right, guys, there's no speed limit here. We're going all out.
Yeah, I think it's also sort of like a parallel between a sprinter and a marathon runner, right? Like, who runs out of gas first? Like, can PE Sports basically cross the finishing line before, E1 wins the long game, or can E1 really weather the storm? Because I think in Free Fire, before Clash Squad became a competitive element, for our competitive scene, when we just look back at Battle Royale, we are very used to aggressive teams being teams that have a higher percentage to get the booyah at the end, whereas slower teams, not just from SEA, but when we look overseas into the Brazilian teams like Fluxo, for example, we see them win locally, but when we go onto the international stage, they get overwhelmed by the aggression that the SEA team brings, or even sort of like the Latin American teams. So in this case, I want to see if it's a one-off thing for E1, or is that going to be the same approach that they used against PE Sports, despite them sort of being the only team left, I think, in the Clash Squad competition that is very comfortable playing it slow. And sometimes it can be slow and painful, right? When you start to lose members in the earlier rounds, that's where things get dicey.
Yeah. Well, PE Sports, it is confirmed they will be getting first pick for game number 1. So I feel like they do have the opportunity to set the tempo of the game depending on what they have available in their arsenal, right? Like, are they going to play hard and fast? So they maybe match E1's energy? I think it would be really interesting to see a team try to match this very slow-paced game style coming from E1, because it might actually shock them, because I don't think we've seen anybody play at such a speed, and when I say such a speed, I mean as slow as E1 until now. I think there were a few games for some of the other teams where they might drag it a little bit because they're missing players, or it is a very, very tight game. But for E1, they play this all the time. So yeah, what would you kind of aim for if you're PE, if you're looking to speed things up a bit and force E1 out of their comfort zone?
I think the best way is just to overwhelm them, right? For teams that like to set up and like to take their time, generally they feel overwhelmed if their opponent is a team that likes to play aggressive, right? You get into their faces, you disrupt their tempo. It sort of feels like, someone that likes to, take their time, get everything in order. you come in, you move that jigsaw puzzle piece, an inch off, and then they start to lose their minds because the OCD or whatever kicks in. I feel like that's the best approach. You disrupt E1's setup, and PE Sports, if you can get that going, they're gonna have a better chance of winning. And I think from the bans itself, it also makes sense to ban out characters like Chrono because it allows you to set up with the time turner. It stalls out aggression. Chrono, Steffi is also one of the few characters that can do that. The Zane ban from E1 is what I feel is interesting because right now we're opening up for Oscar and Cassie. Of course, PE Sports is gonna take the Oscar, but E1, I feel like might be compelled to take the Cassie away.
I feel like Cassie just complements E1's playstyle too, because you're aiming for the long game, so it just makes sense for Cassie to be a potential priority. But instead, interesting option. So Tatsuya Koda for the opening picks here for E1. I'm not mad at this either though. They've kept their options open. They do have an opener in the Tatsuya. They also have Koda to provide them the surveillance as well. P. What am I thinking if I'm P? Because I'm looking at E1's lineup so far and I'm not picking up on any particular strat. Like, E1 can go in any direction with what they've currently gone for. And now PE Sports are kind of backed into a corner where they have to lock in a strat now. And Santino going to be the follow through here. I do like this because Santino does want to play hard and fast pretty early, especially with the mannequin. So that pick alongside the Oscar, I'm a fan of these two. But what's going to be the follow-up with this Santino? Are they going to have something that provides them this support whilst they want to be aggressive? Or do they need something else? They want to pick up their surveillance option now, which if they want to go for the classic option, it's Clue. Otherwise, maybe a little bit of Nero, because I kind of feel like the Vietnamese teams, they seem to play a lot of Nero.
Let's
but Cassie makes more sense.
Shall we?
I do
Cassie
like
makes
this.
a lot more sense.
Yeah.
I think it's either that, or if PE Sports say, yeah, we don't really care about Cassie, you could go like the aforementioned Nero. I think the Homer is one way to do as well. But I think Cassie is just too good to give up, right? Alongside Oscar, you get a 2-in-1. Blue wall breakers, a Russia. On top of that, you get a bit of, crowd control effect if you run into someone with the Valin dash, and you have the Cassie to back you up. So not only can you play aggressive, you make it very difficult for E1 to stop you once you get the snowball rolling. So they take the A124 as a response to it. If I hit you with my ability and I disable your healing, then you become a sitting duck for my Iris and Tatsuya to counterattack. That's a way for E1 to approach this. I can appreciate the idea. Now for PE Sports, they take the Nero anyways. I was thinking maybe they want to go for the Ignis instead, but the Nero also makes sense. Gives them a way to track down the opponents and gives them intel.
I kind of like that we're starting to see a lot more Nero because we are starting to see a little bit more of what Nero can provide to the team. And I want to see, is it really Lao Ho that's going to pilot this? I know some teams do tend to go for a last second shuffle, but assuming everyone has locked in their choices so far, on the side of PE Sports, we have Nero playing the Cassie. This is the player Nero, Captain Nero, not the character Nero. LBT playing the Santino, Lao Ho on the character Nero, Nolan on the Oscar, and then on the side of E1, we have Vitten 9 on the Coda. Husky, you're going to do Iris in a second. Vitten XP for A124 and Lion on the Tatsuya. So we recently learned from Carol Bombshell how to pronounce Pow's name properly. Husky, do you want to do a demonstration for Pow's name?
I'll do my best to not butcher it because it's in Portuguese. It's pão. It means bread in Portuguese. Like the one you eat, bread, pão. It's like boom but with P. Something along that line. If Carol is listening in, please confirm, how accurate it is. I asked Carol on how to pronounce it the best I can. I went on YouTube. I went on Google Translate. I tried to look at lip movement just to make sure that I got it right. But I think "pão" feels as close as I can get to his name.
I am expecting a message to go your way very soon, Husky, from Carol, just to let you know how you did. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say, is it palm. I guess that's like the very Western way of saying it instead of Carol's way. Well, we'll do our best, but it's really interesting to discover how some of the players' names are actually pronounced, because it's not just what you see on the screen, depending on what region they're from. You have to also account for the sounds and spelling of that region. So yeah, I guess we learned something today, folks. We now know how to say bread.
Yeah, and I learned how to say the number 7 in not long ago. Also thanks to Carol, and shout out to Raja as well. She taught me how to say 7 in Portuguese. I believe it's sete. 7.
Oh, sete is 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's like palm 7. Palms.
Yeah, but they don't say the 7 because it's.
Oh, they don't.
Because a lot of their players IGNs have 7 in it, and they're like, yeah, we just don't say the 7, which is fine, you know. Like I think just calling him bread, or in this case, boom, it's good enough. I gotta keep practicing that. We have time, you know. If E1 wins this, we're gonna have another best of 3 to get it right. Again, the onus is on PE Sports. We have to see if this aggression is gonna work out. I feel that the narrow pick isn't the worst, but I definitely would take the Ignis over narrow, and that's just a preference thing. Right? Let's see if PE Sports can make it work.
I really think Vietnam is really experimenting with Nero, right? Because we've been seeing mostly the Vietnamese teams picking up Nero over the course of Clash Squad. So maybe the region is onto something, you know, maybe they've figured out how to play Nero properly, or maybe they're just going to continue experimenting with it. Who knows? Because some of the other regions, you know, we haven't really seen anyone else play the Nero. I wonder if it's a case of just being too close to the tournaments. They think maybe it's just too soon to learn Nero, to get comfortable with it. Let's just practice what we're used to. And that is a viable strat for these teams. You don't have to play everything that's new. You can sort of stick to what's tried and true for you. And it looks like we have gotten confirmation here, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to jump into game number 1 between E1 and PE Sports. Both teams vying to win this set because, again, this is a elimination match. Whoever loses this best of 3 is going home, and who wins will be playing another match today in the 1-1 bracket.
It's going to be exciting to see how E1 stops kind of or at least weathers the storm of PE Sports. I think a lot of that is going to be on this A124 on Vitin, if he can get that utility out at the right time, and not only that, actually landing it. But right at the bat, Nero goes aggressive, going down to Leon instead. They were prepared, but Nolan was able to get a trade back. Vitin instantly comes in to back him up, and he knees Nolan down. Nolan able to dash behind with the Oscar Valen dash and gets the 180 onto Vitin. An outplay from PE Sports side gives them a man advantage.
They have the man advantage, and Leon is very low as well. And Bao gonna go down on that Iris. So the one-man show against 3. Not the best odds, unfortunately. So PE Sports going to potentially take this first round. Unless Leon's maybe able to get that consolation elim. Just grab something before you go down and look at this play. The bait coming out from PE Sports. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's a strat. I'm not going to complain. It is a strat. Sometimes you kind of have to make those fake plays happen. As we did yesterday, we saw a couple of teams actually do fake jumps in Grav Labs. And mind games are very much an important asset in Clash Squad.
And it was very pivotal for Nolan to win that 1v1, right? That clutch where he used the Valiant dash to dash behind Vitin and take him out. That basically solidified the round for PE Sports. But I gotta say, yeah, E1 lost the first round, but they were prepared. You saw how ready they were to take on PE Sports when PE went aggressive in the opening round. But this is a 4-man stack, and Lao Ho is about to feel the brunt of it. Thankfully, he is still standing, and in fact, they were able to force PE to back off. Not for long though, as Foam gets a double revolver, finds 2 in a row. LBT also becomes a victim of that. Now the utility dump comes in from E1. They are not letting up the pressure, and that was more than enough to win this round.
They've equalized the game as well already in round number 2. So 1-1 scoreline here for PE Sports and E1. And I have to say, that was a very interesting play coming out from both teams to just run down that one singular bridge corridor and to just basically have a firefight there because you can only hide behind glue walls. You can maybe try and hide behind that corner, but there's very, very little to work with on that very tiny corridor. So yeah, PE, they didn't really have to commit to this, but yeah, they chose to fight into E1 and they just didn't have the firepower to cut through them before they were dropped themselves. And now PE looking to get into position themselves for this map number 3, but have a look at where E1 is camped out. They're sort of hanging back a little bit. They're trying to use Leon as that scout to see where everyone is for PE. Vitten hiding behind the corner, trying to even get that angle, but Nolan going to be the one to go down instead on the side of PE. And Nero getting caught as well on the ground on that Cassie, leaving LBT and Lauho standing for the team against a full roster of E1. And Baum, he's looking for LBT, goes around the corner. He's just scouting for now, so he has that vision, he has that knowledge. So he is going to be ready to come back and double back for elimination if he wants. But LBT taken out by Leon. And that leaves Lauho all on his own on that Nero to basically hold the fort. But what can you really hold as 1 man versus 4?
Fantastic stuff from E1. First of all, they took control of the cyber airdrop, but PE Sports essentially ran into it blind, right into the eye of the storm, and got cleaved. So E1 coming prepared. We did say we wanted to see if that slow gameplay was sort of the core identity, or will E1 adapt and kind of change how they approach these rounds. We are seeing that hint of aggression. We're seeing that proactiveness from E1. They're not only making sure that they set up on time, but they are ready to receive PE Sports' aggressive gameplay. And that might have taken PE Sports off guard a little bit. And again, E1, they're not letting up the pressure, being proactive as much as they can. And now PE Sports ready to respond to it, but still losing in the health department.
Yeah, not looking too good for LBT. They're losing half of his health, but E1 going to be staying and playing behind these crates, whereas PE trying to find that angle. But if they try to push into Vitten XP, you can see his teammates, they're waiting in the wings. And Lauho sniped by Baum. And that's going to be a big one as well because Lauho is far away from his teammates. So he's going to go down without being picked up. I mean, PE, if they can play without their Nero, I guess it's not going to be too bad. But everyone on E1, they're back to full health. Lauho does get picked up, so thankfully they will be able to keep that Nero. They still have access to the plushie. And Vitten, Vitten's got to be a little bit careful there. Really great throwing of that plushie. Oh, the double shot! 1 from Palm and 1 from Vitten. 2 players down, 3 players down. LBT, next one to go down thanks to Leon. And PE Sports getting dismantled yet again by E1.
Oh boy. That's what the W in the Winchester stands for. Win. Because that was phenomenal from E1. Sure, Lauho got picked up, but Vitten and Baum getting a back-to-back essentially ended the round for PE Sports. They were caught off guard. High ground control going over to E1. PE scrambling to get back onto the feet and to get the engines back into motion. Whereas E1, once they've established base, when they've established boundaries, it's very hard for PE to break through. And the economy continues to build up for E1 as we move into round number 5. E1 looking hella confident. And again, this cyber airdrop, very dangerous for PE if they run in blind. The sight in the hands of Leon, he's going in blind. Almost catches Nolan. But that glue wall put up will protect Nolan just for a little bit as Leon continues to swing away. They want this airdrop.
About the airdrop, and Nero on the side of PE Sports taken down by Vitten 9, and that's the Cassie as well, so there's not going to be any more electrotherapy unless they can somehow revive Nero, but that's not going to happen. Baum might have been caught, but they've caught Nolan on the other side, so we still have a numbers advantage here for E1. And Vitten, he's on the ground, but Leon is there to pick him up. Vitten in a 1v1 here for LBT, but so far, nobody taking enough damage. Vitten almost losing his entire health bar, will jump down in the nick of time. But Vitten XP going to be caught by LBT, who is now on this high ground. It's a little awkward here for E1 because they don't have the best way to shoot up there.
Which is fine for now because they have a labyrinth of glue walls to work with, forcing LBT to go onto the ground, and he has no idea there's a double stack there. LBT is about to find out the hard way as the site gets brought out, beating XP with a gun in hand. They're gonna just triple out on LBT and make him the sandwich for tonight. PE Sports left with just Lao Ho, but there really isn't much that he can do with the blue zone closing in. Round number 5 for E1, and they are up 4 rounds.
Yeah, Lao Ho wasn't even allowed to hit the ground alive. He basically was dead on arrival. But E1 looking fantastic so far in round number 5. So with a scoreline of 1-4, PE Sports, something's going to change, something's going to give, because if they don't start winning rounds now, E1 are going to be sitting on match point, and it will become an elimination match from here on out for PE Sports. Now, we do have a bit of an awkward map here for both teams. It's Grav Lab, so maybe this is the X factor that PE Sports needed to try and shift this game more into their favor. But with Nero losing half of his health, I'm not feeling too positive about this.
And Leon is on a tear right now. He's 8-1. He's going to be brought down low, same as Vitin XP. They will take some time to patch themselves back up. We see LBT going on the long run. Bomb again with the snipe onto Nolan Nero, barely avoiding the second shot, but E1 are not slowing down. Continuing to put on the pressure onto PE Sports. If they can find this finisher onto Nolan, it would be great, but Nolan gets picked back up just in time. Vitin XP overhead and right in with a slam dunk to find a twofer. E1 continues to put on pressure and press on the pain points of PE Sports.
And it just feels like PE Sports, no matter what they do, no matter how much pressure they apply, no matter how much aggression they basically do, E1, they have been able to respond in kind time and time again. I mean, it almost feels like for PE, they're just going to have to go back to the drawing board for game number 2, because I mean, with the way that E1 is playing, they are ready to lock and load this game number 1 for themselves and put themselves at a 1-game advantage over PE Sports in this best of 3. Now, with this match point and a cyber airdrop appearing, the ideal situation for PE Sports, not only do you need to win the round versus E1, but they need to get that cyber airdrop. If they give this one away to E1 as well, the economy game is also going to go in favor of E1. And PE Sports Nero going to do the best that they can from a distance. And Nolan sitting on top of the airdrop at the moment. Mannequin being shot at as well on the low ground that we do have Leon. And it looks like PE Sports, they did secure the cyber airdrop for themselves. So there is one good thing, but can they end the round and survive? With Nolan on the ground, it's not looking so great. Oh, Nero, he fell to the ground. I don't know if that was intentional.
There's no conversion there. PE Sports, it's all about survival, right? Doesn't matter if you get the cyber airdrop or not. If you don't win the round, this game 1 is essentially over, and they're now 1 man down. Every single member of E1 is still 100% in terms of health, and they are ready to take it slow. This is the setup, the chokehold that E1 has put PE Sports in. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. P1 needs to find something deep within them and maybe get a pickup, maybe take initiative. Because if you let E1 set up like this, with a numbers advantage, you are as good as defeated.
LBT at half health. Nero still stuck on that low ground, so can't really provide too much support for the team down there. Vitin XP going to go down, but LBT going to shoot Vitin as he tries to jump down, so that's going to be one punishing blow. Now the numbers are currently equalized. It's still a 3 versus 3. Leon, though, going to win that 1v1 in the hallway. LBT and Nero have finally been caught. And now it's down to Lao Ho against a almost full roster of E1 and no chance given. Game number 1 is going to go to E1.
Without breaking much of a sweat, really. They only lost round number 1, and the rest of the game was like a walk in the park. E1 really bringing that aggressive flavor that felt like a breath of fresh air. We weren't sure if they have it in them from yesterday. Even the setup leading into this was E1 was the passive team. PE Sports was going to run circles around them. But E1 completely flipped the switch today, at least in that first game, as they were the one that took control of the drivers, of the steering wheel, and drove all the way to the end. PE Sports just felt lost. A lot of this engagement didn't even felt like PE Sports was ready to receive the heat from E1 as they take the booyah of the first game.
So I think we kind of have to break it down here for PE Sports, because now they are in the worst possible case now. They're 1 game down to E1. They unfortunately just weren't able to figure out E1 in that first game as well. So now left with game number 2, they have a very limited amount of time to figure a solution out versus E1. And if they lose this next game, they are out. What's the issue here for PE Sports? Like, why do they keep losing these rounds? Why can't they get this foothold on top of E1?
I think PE Sports just, they were not winning the fights, right? When we look at the rounds that they lost, it didn't really feel like, oh, PE Sports took an honest fight against E1 and E1 outclassed them. It's more of, well, you look at the feed and E1 picked out 1 or 2 members of PE Sports. So it looked more like PE Sports were caught off guard rather than being able to take on E1 fair and square. And that's something that, like you said, they need to find in them and, kind of tune for the next game. There isn't really much time for that because clearly E1 came into this series fully prepared, and not just being prepared in terms of gunfight, but also being ready to be a step ahead of PE Sports.
And also changing their strats. I do think E1, they did not play that same predictable style that we saw yesterday. I think this team is also evolving as this tournament progresses. They actually did play aggressive more towards that early game. I kind of wondered at some point, just watching the match, I thought to myself, have they adjusted their play style because they are acknowledging the Cassie being played by Nero from PE Sports, right? Because generally speaking, for late games, whoever has Cassie generally has the advantage because you will outlast your opponent in those long runs because you do have constant stream of health coming into your team. So is it maybe just that kind of adaptation? I also want to think the team is also trying to not be predictable. Like they're keeping their options open and they're hopefully not leaving themselves open to being counted in the next matchup, assuming they win this best of 3. But very quickly, game MVP, it's Baum on the Iris. 7 eliminations for that round. 3,900 damage and 14 assists. This man, he did a lot of damage in that round. I think this is the highest damage number we've seen today, or am I misremembering? I'm pretty sure this is the highest we've seen today.
Yeah, I think it's the highest today. Like him and Leon were basically on fire. And not to mention, most sniper players, they go for, like Iris or Santino, and then they go for Raphael and Moko as the support, right? It basically is sort of like a death sentence. You get knocked down, suddenly they have vision on you, and not only that, the sense of urgency when you get knocked down by someone who runs the Raphael is very urgent, right? It's very pivotal to pick a person who has been knocked down by a Raphael because you bleed out so fast. And E1 on top of that has such a fast play style this game 1 that it really made PE Sports felt like the one who was being reactive. And to a certain degree, they were being reactive because they couldn't figure out what E1's plan was. And you look at Nero and Nolan, pitiful damage numbers, right? Less than 1,000. Really just shows that E1 didn't give them room to breathe.
No, I think E1 did a really great job cornering PE Sports basically for every single round. But here's our match summary for game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. So for Next Terror, which was our first map of the day, a scoreline of 6-1. An almost perfect score here for E1 in game number 1. We still have to jump into game number 2 though, and we are going to be flying into Bermuda for map number 2. So maybe we're going to see a little bit more performance come out from PE Sports because at least the map here is a bit more forgiving than Next Terror. But at the same time, E1 also benefits from Bermuda being a map that everybody knows Bermuda.
And this is kind of the fair playing ground, right? And to be fair to PE Sports, if we just look at the Battle Royale discipline for this team, there was a point in time back in, I think, 2024, or is it like tail end of 2023, where Bermuda was literally called Permuda because of how dominant they are on that map. So you can expect this team to have a certain level of mastery on Bermuda, which can translate into Clash Squad just by knowing and familiarizing themselves with the areas that they're going to be playing in. But if there's anything that we can take away from game 1 is that E1 have not only sped up the setup, but they are feeling really confident in taking these fights straight to PE Sports.
P. I I'm trying to find solutions for this team to help them better deal with what E1 is throwing at them, but there's no single pick, there's no single strategy, there is no single thing that's going to solve their problem. But I think it has to be said, it feels like there is definitely a gap between these two teams in terms of mechanical skill, because we saw multiple times on map number 1 where E1, even in just these regular 1v1s, they almost always won those gunfights. They always hit their marks. They almost always took advantage of those opportunities. Whereas for PE Sports, there were a few times where they missed crucial knocks, crucial eliminations that they could have taken, but at that time they did it for whatever reason. Okay, we don't know the context for a lot of these fights happening for PE Sports, but I really, really, really need to see PE Sports step it up. They can't afford to miss any shots now, considering this is now a elimination game. This is not an elimination round anymore. It's a elimination game for PE Sports. It's a death sentence if they lose this map on Bermuda now.
Yeah, and I think it's also a good time to basically revisit sort of the theme, the thematics of the series, right? It is how E1 is a more slow and disciplined team, a more calm and collected team coming into this series, whereas for PE Sports, it's sort of controlled chaos, right? You could even say that they are very unpredictable in terms of their aggression, but they have a calming sense of mastery over it. It's two very different philosophies, but with how hot E1 is starting out, we have to continue monitoring if this is going to continue on Bermuda, where the Oscar now gets banned out by E1 as compared to being let through in Game 1.
Okay, picks and bans are now live for both teams, and Oscar is taken out of the pool here by E1, and Tatsuya ends up being the ban for PE Sports. And Zane instantly snapped up by E1. So already E1 showing that they want to just get into those fights early. And PE Sports, they are choosing the Chrono. And what are they pairing this up with? Because they know for a fact that something is going to be coming at them from E1. They can sense it already from the Zane. Chrono, very safe opening. I do like this. Their options are open. They have their surveillance active. And they also have Chrono, who can hold his ground against these lineups that really want to fight into you so early.
Maybe in the previous season, I would have said just go Cassie Tatsuya, because that's one of the most direct routes you can take. But right now, the meta slightly more flexible. I still think the Cassie is imperative. You know, it feels like you're obligated to take the Cassie because she's so flexible, right? If you lose a member that is not Cassie, no problem. Cassie can tether herself, the electrotherapy to someone else. But if you lose Cassie, that's where it gets a bit more dicey. So something that I think if E1 is aware of in the previous map itself, they have been targeting the Cassie player, which is what made it so complicated for PE Sports to play, even though they have that sustain in the round. Though I would say that when push came to shove back in Battle Royale, the one person that PE Sports relied on to win games was Nolan. He was the new addition to the team, and when he first joined, he was the clutch factor. He was the clutch meister. But we haven't seen that. And part of the reason was because E1 was shutting down the supporting pillars of PE Sports. So when you're not given the windows, clutching becomes almost an impossible task. And then the A124 is going to make it even harder.
I like E1's lineup. They've got offense, they have defense, they can push in the early game. They can even wait to the late game just because the A124 pick and the Cassie. PE Sports, how are they going to play this game? They picked the Iris, so they have a lot of pressure to apply to players hiding behind the glue walls. But what's this follow through here for that final pick? You've got your Rusher, you have your surveillance, you have your sniper, and Nero being chosen yet again for PE Sports. They haven't locked it in yet, but are you sure? Is this really what's going to finalize the lineup? And okay, Nero for PE. I mean, okay, what's Nero's role in this lineup?
Watch me go viral.
I feel like what PE Sports is trying to do in Nero, instead aside from having the plushie track down the opponents is also to find isolated situations, right? Like when you are fighting inside the vortex, or in Ningro's abilities term, when you're fighting inside the cryo mind, you can't use glue walls, and enemies lose HP per second. But these conditions are easier said than done to achieve. So once more, I personally would have went for Clue or maybe the Ignis. The Nero, it feels like it's more of a comfort pick than anything else, and that could bite them in the back. It didn't work out well in game 1, and I don't think it really helps them much in game 2 either. But they have Nero on Nero this time, right? So maybe with the same name, it is slightly different. That
playing
responsibility,
his signature character.
His signature character.
It was added to the. I'm kidding.
Name after him. My eyes are on Lauho and Nolan, especially Nolan, since he is on that chrono. They don't really have a dedicated rusher character, so Nolan is going to be expected to not only absorb pressure, but also dish it back to E1.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Nero has in store with this Nero pick, because, yeah, so far I haven't been fully convinced with Nero in Clash Squad yet. I mean, we have seen some of the benefits, but it just feels like there are other characters, other actives that either do what he does but better, or they do something else that benefits the team more than what Nero is able to provide. But we are done with that picks and bans. Both teams are locked and loaded. They have secured their actives, their characters for the round. And now's the question, can PE Sports win this game? Because being down one match over E1, they are playing an elimination match. They lose this best of 3, they lose this round alone, it's over. They are donesos, they are eliminated. And for E1, they've got a second life now. If they lose this round to PE Sports, we're going to a game number 3. So E1 are looking to finish this now. I mean, we looked at their lineup. They have offense, they have defense. This lineup can play early, it can play late. It is very versatile. I just think E1 is going to clutch this set 2-0 at this rate.
It's what we established at the start. I think, again, the onus, the weight is on PE Sports' shoulders to prove everyone wrong and to give us a closer fight. Sort of is like a repeat of the first series we witnessed early on between GOW and RQ, where round 1 was just a lopsided match. And PE Sports has some time to talk about it. Coming into game 2, it's not going to get any easier. They still have, I feel like, a weaker draft compared to what E1 has, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's not as lopsided as what we saw between GOW and RQ Kazu in their game 1. Though I would say this is a position that Vietnamese teams in general have been in a lot of times. When push comes to shove, when you're faced with eliminations, they crack under pressure. PE Sport, if there's anything they can prove, is that the pressure doesn't break them, and they make it a close one against E1.
Yep. It looks like we are ready to jump into game number 1 for match number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. So buckle up. We could be in for a very exciting ride, because PE Sports, they need to get into that driver's seat and win against E1 here, because if that doesn't happen, it will be a 2-0 and E1 will advance to the next stage. Now, Husky, it's the pistol round. This is the gamble round. This is the coin flip. This is the run and gun round. We kind of need PE Sports to win this, right? Because they want to start snowballing as much as possible. But look at E1 already grouped up together. We have a flank happening for P, so we do have a couple of players trying to go for a very wide rotation. If it doesn't work out, though, this is going to be a terrible, terrible round for the team.
They've already thrown out the plushie from Nero, and it's not going to do much, right? E1 easily navigates around it. It buys PE some time, sure, but we're looking for conversion, and in these pistol rounds, utilities are going to matter a lot more. VT XP, lovely frag grenade, and Lao Ho needs to be retrieved, but look at the path to Lao Ho. There's just no way to get to him. So that grenade finishes him off. It's already one man down for PE Sports, and E1 once more gets the set up, and PE Sports left scrambling for an alternative.
Oh gosh, losing Lao Ho I feel is huge, especially in this pistol round. They really need to have access to that firepower. But E1, they're right next to Nero. And I don't think Nero knows how much danger he is in right now. I mean, he did manage to eventually scout them out though, and he has some support. So the team is ready for this, but I think they're also realizing this could go terribly wrong for them. So Nolan sitting around the corner, Nero getting shot at. He was spotted, so down to half health. And look at this, we are back to classic E1 from day number 1. They are taking it very slow, waiting for the circle to come on in. And here we go, the rush is happening and they get the 2 drops. Nero and Nolan immediately beaten to the ground, and LBT, the last one to follow them to the grave. And E1 take the pistol round.
You can see that PE Sports, I don't want to say that they are lost. They had some good ideas with Lao Ho watching the flank, but E1 once more showing that they came prepared. It's more of what happened after Lao Ho got taken out of the round, where PE Sports just felt helpless, right? Helpless and lost. You don't have the utilities to really stop B1. Your chrono can only do so much, and you don't want to be huddled in the time turner. And not only that, during pistol rounds where you have lesser resources and lesser firepower to work with, and no defenses, no vest, no Kevlar, no helmet, it's a lot more punishing to lose members early on. Let's see if they can bring this back, right? They decide to go for a bit of a buy. We see that Digo and a bit of that rifle out from PE Sports. If they can make use of this and win this round without losing any members, then they will stabilize the economy.
They really need to stabilize the economy now, right? Because considering how bad the situation is for this team, you really want to take a convincing round to raise that morale. Fitten, standing on this rooftop, just going to keep an eye on Baum as they try to figure out what that plan is going to be. I kind of feel like this round they're going to do the same strat as day 1, because they are being incredibly patient with their movements. They are not really rushing into PE Sports. If anything, they're kind of waiting for P to reveal themselves before they even attempt a rush or even just to shoot at them. But we do see Vitten take a little bit of damage. He's going to heal back up. LBT, he's looking for somebody, but Baum's already out of there. He's like, nope, someone's here. I need to get out. He does reposition, so we don't see any assassinations yet. And we get the plushie taken out by Leon, so that's going to go on cooldown yet again. And this circle, as it gets smaller, E1 slowly moving around in a counterclockwise direction. They're trying to corner PE, and right now PE, they're not responding. Oh, but they do manage to catch Nero on that rooftop, and it's go time. Leon does get dropped in the meantime, though, so it's 1-1 here for both teams. Nolan very, very low. Vitten going to be catching out another player outside, not quite yet. We do have Lion coming in to provide that support, and there goes Nolan. Nero, yet again, going to be picked off with Lao Ho as the last player standing. E1 grab game number 2.
No conversion from PE Sports despite the initial knockdown. Very unfortunate. Another great grenade from V10 XP. You see towards the tail end of the round, Lao Ho visibly frustrated and how this round has went down. Nothing that PE Sport did was bearing any fruits, right? And I think this is going from bad to worse. PE Sports, they definitely try to make some moves. They realized that E1 was setting up and they cannot let it kind of happen. So they made the first move, they got a knock, but they couldn't convert it into more. And E1 struck back twice as hard. And playing against E1 in this situation makes it feel like you're facing off against a boa constrictor, right? Like the longer you give E1 time, the worse it gets for you. And in the very end, you're just going to run out of air. And that's what's happening to PE Sports right now. Feeling more and more strangulated.
They're getting suffocated from the inside out. I actually think PE Sports need to push into E1. They can't let these rounds waste away like this. Like, yes, they're going for these little tiny pot shots, but I think the team just needs to fully commit into something. They do manage to catch out Visten XP with Lao Ho, though. So that is a sign. Is it go time here for PE Sports? Because with the Cassie gone, that's the sustain that's going to be not available. And even Leon getting caught on the other end. And PE Sports finding signs of life. They got Baum as well. And it's a 9 going to be taken out. PE finally putting a point on that scoreboard. They're not down and out yet, but this is just step 1 of their victory plan.
Fighting fire with fire. PE Sports, they heed your advice. They run straight into E1 and they were able to win the gunfights. This time, they were able to convert that initial knock into an actual elimination. So these bodies, you can kind of see the value for PE Sports, especially because they're using that narrow ability very, very early on to create that safe zone for themselves. So it's more of a tracking device, a zoning tool rather than, trying to isolate E1. Now we see a 4 against 3 stack. It could end very poorly for E1 if they're not prepared, but BT9 prepared as always. Lao Ho though gets a double spray down, and that is the response that we want to see from PE Sports. Take the fight to E1 and take them head on.
Yeah, they got to smack them with this stop sign, because if they don't, E1 are just going to take these rounds nice and slow. So PE Sports loving that this team is now suddenly jumping out of the gate and surprising E1 with this sudden movement, because the first 2 rounds, E1 took it slow, and PE Sports, I think the team was also adjusting at the same time. They realized what was happening after the first 2 rounds, and they thought to themselves, okay, these games are taking far too long. E1 is waiting for us to make the moves. I think we need to be the ones to make that move before they even think about trying to get into those into an advantageous position. So PE Sports, they've tied everything up 2-2 here with E1. It's not over yet, but the thing is E1 going to adapt to PE's playstyle now? Do they have a way to match this energy that is now coming out from our Vietnamese players?
And I do like the adjustment. LBT continues that train. Vitin was able to get a response. Vitin XP taking out Nolan. Now we're down to a 3 versus 3. Very tight fight. Vitin XP escorts his teammate to safety. Leonov gets some respite as Baum shows up. Guns narrow down. Brings it to a 3v2. LBT continues to deliver on that. And Leon finally stops in this track. You can't let LBT get away with these plays. And now the responsibility falls onto Lao Ho. But Leon has basically pinned him down, Lao Ho, in a 3v1. And E1 recovers in round 5 and will give themselves the advantage again. It's 3-2.
All right, so E1, I think they're now starting to get a feel of PE Sports energy and how they're now starting to just basically run at them from the get-go. So E1, they're not going to continue to play predictably. They are adapting to PE Sports on the fly. It is very fascinating seeing how these teams, in a matter of 1 to 2 rounds, are adjusting so quickly to their opponent's playstyle. So we started slow, we sped things up a little bit. Now we might be going over the speed limit. And I wonder if things are going to slow down now for PE, realizing that if they keep just running at E1 time and time again, that it might just backfire because they are expecting it. Look at this LBT. He's going for the flank, but look at E1. They are charging LBT, saying, you, sir, stay away. You're not allowed to flank.
And that is going to shut down PE Sports' sort of initiative for now, right? It gives E1 very good control. But though LBT sees this, oh, this is so dangerous. Leon has no idea, but the shot missed. LBT not able to capitalize on that window, and E1 gets a second chance at life. And that means PE will have to fight to take this garage back if that is their wish, which allows E1 to split up into a combo of 2. And not only that, you see that Mannequin getting left behind by Baum. He can easily relocate as soon as he gets the intel, and that's exactly what he does.
That's exactly what he does. And now E1 pushing into PE Sports. And originally it was P to be the ones to run into E1, but now both teams trying to get into a better position. We do have a double push here with Leon and Co, but can they get the knocks? LBT and Nolan both caught. Nero to fall as well. And once again, the poor Iris, last one to fall. E1, the jig is up, PE. It's no longer about speed. You now need to figure out a new strategy to counter E1.
E1 again, good control, but this was definitely a case of missed opportunity by PE Sports. I appreciate the trigger discipline, but sometimes these shots, if you miss them, the opportunity will not surface another time, and PE Sports really paid the price for that. E1 allowed to set up because of that. So I wouldn't even say it's a mistake, it's just unfortunate miss. So E1 now 2 rounds away from knocking PE out of Clash Squad and advancing to the 1-on-1 bracket. PE Sports, respects to them, credits to them. They did find some ways to deal with E1, but it's not consistent enough because E1 has been able to adapt right on the fly.
Yeah, Baum really wants to get that snipe here onto Lao Ho. If you get rid of that Iris, I think that might just be PE's chances of winning this round gone. As Leon did go into the low ground, almost lost all of his health, will be able to heal back up. So yeah, not a successful engage right now here for E1 as Vitim XP going to be caught losing quite a bit of health himself. Thankfully, he is on that Cassie though, so yeah, health is not really much of an issue for Vitim. And now PE, they're trying to figure out how do we go into E1? How do we successfully break through? Can we get rid of somebody to give us that opening to push through and to finish off the rest of the team? LBT is thinking about his options here. I think this team is also probably talking. If anything, I think it's going to be a decision decided by Nero. I think Nero is going to be the one to say, guys, it is time to go. And Baum going to join his team. PE, I'm scared for this team. I feel like they're going to be pincered in this compound if they just decide to stay here.
It's not going to be easy because we see this 3-man stack, right? Baum is trying to get a good angle. Wasn't able to find a clear shot just yet. Vitinite on top of the roof. So there's a chance that utility ends up being the undoing of PE Sports. And Leon is comfortably splitting away further from his team to apply that pressure from the low ground just because you have the Cassie with him. But not only is E1 getting control, but at the same time, the circle is not making it easy. How is Vitina getting away from this? And Palm also springs to life. There really isn't much that P can do. And it's all written on LBT's face. They were caught completely off guard from multiple angles, and the round ended in an instant.
And not just that, at PE Sports, they took the gamble. They decided, okay, we are going to wait until this circle finally decides what direction it goes in, and it goes towards E1. That's the last thing you're hoping for in a round where now you've suddenly forced match point here for E1. PE Sports, this is your last chance. You make one more mistake, you lose one more round, and it all ends here 2-0. So all eyes on PE Sports. They have to find a solution to this problem that's been plaguing them. Otherwise, they're going to be watching E1 take their spot in our 1-1 bracket matches. And we have an interesting split here for PE Sports. It's a 2-2 split for the team. So if things go awry, I do expect this to be a terrible, terrible game here. PE Sports almost losing one of their players. Nolan taking 2 huge snipes from the sidelines.
He's down.
Losing so much health. He has to have one out of there. Oh my gosh.
What? Nolan's saying a prayer. I can't believe that the site didn't take him out. But that's what you need. Maybe a bit of luck. He's gonna get PE back into the game. Nolan around the corner though, still under immense pressure. Vitin XP catches him off guard again. The navigation from E1 felt perfect, although they still ended up losing Vitin courtesy of Lao Ho, who was given a chance to retaliate to make it an even fight because he has been unfair for majority of the match. And Lao Ho now comes under the microscope, and Leon not gonna let him get away. LBT is the only one standing. Has to make a clutch of his life. LBT looking to do it, and he does it. Peace or stays.
Wow, LBT and Nero pulling it through for the team in the nick of time, and things looked really bad in round number 8. So we've got another point on the board here for PE Sports. It's not over, but we've seen this before. Once the team starts showing signs of life, maybe this is where the game turns in favor of PE Sports. They still need at least 2 more games to force that final match point round. But for PE Sports to completely win this, they need to win 3 games back to back. They cannot afford to give away anything to E1 moving forward. So PE Sports, can they break through this fortress built by E1?
Gotta do it brick by brick and round by round. Big plays like what we saw from LBT. These clutch moments can be the turning point, the morale boost, and you see it into effect instantly. Nero being able to resonate with that, gets a good nade onto Vitin 9. As Leon, with the help of the electrotherapy, he's going to be playing on the high ground, but Vitin has no one to rescue him. And he is going to get eliminated. LBT continues that onslaught and takes down Vitin XP. And E1 left to scramble to find a way out of this, but there's no way out. Nero with the finisher. PE Sports ride the wave, and they are another round closer to the equalizer.
They're doing it 2 games back to back. They need 1 more to force that final elimination match. We're going into round number 10 here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the thing for PE Sports. They might be behind in terms of rounds 1, but they have 3 cyber airdrops, Husky. They have such a huge economical advantage. And I kind of wonder, if you're in E1's position, how are you feeling about this? Like, yes, you still have a 1-game lead, but to be behind so much in an economical point of view, I'd be sweating bullets. I'd be thinking, wait, the longer this goes, we're going to be losing in the money game.
And this is not looking good for E1 at all. The economy, the bank, is going to go under if they lose this round. Because you're investing in full buys, right? You have a cushion to fall back on. You're investing in full buys, hoping to close out the game. So the more you lose, it actually impacts you a lot harder than it is for PE Sports, even though E1 is 1 round away from moving forward. But PE Sports, they have found that rhythm, and it's all about keeping that tempo. Can they break through E1? Because E1, they're starting to slow down a little bit. They realize that, okay, after that clutch, we tried to double down the next round, but we couldn't shut PE Sports out. They are in the zone, and especially LBT.
Yeah, all eyes on LBT right now, because this man, I think, is single-handedly bringing his team back into this game. If he successfully pulls off a rotation, I think that is going to be the stepping stone towards that match point game tier for PE Sports. But if LBT gets eliminated, that might just be their hopes and dreams flushed down the toilet. And you can tell LBT, he is playing this so carefully because he understands how much of his team's life depends on his movements. He's actually going to be grouping up, so we're going for a slow round here, Husky. Both teams occupying a compound, 2 on the rooftop, 2 behind the building. Same play coming out from E1, and look at where this circle is going. It is going to be going to the side, so no team going to have one singular advantage, but the push, it's now happening. LBT repositioning to the ground floor of E1's compound. If he can grab anything right now, that would be beautiful. He's right in the lion's den. Oh, LBT! What a scary play coming out from this man. He somehow managed to survive, and we have our first drop. LBT is gone for PE Sports. Nolan to hit the deck. Mira is gone, and E1. The patience paying off for the team. And PE Sports, the pressure crushed them.
Oh, almost pulling it through, but E1 decides to not relent at all and triple down on the aggression. I gotta say though, Danny, valiant fight from PE Sports. They were signs of life. People were starting to believe, and they did give us the fight that we wanted to see. But unfortunately, today is not the day, and PE Sports suffered defeat in the hands of one of the Brazilians representative. E1 will continue the journey into the 1-1 bracket, and PE Sports will have to say goodbye to Clash Squad. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel. It was getting very close, but they woke up a bit too late. Kind of felt like what we saw from GOW in the previous series. And out of all 2 Vietnamese representatives in Clash Squad, only Heavy remains.
Only Heavy remains. The entire region's dreams on a single team shoulders, just like RRQ as well. I have to say, that must be nerve-wracking to know that you are basically the representatives of your region, your home region, and everyone's hopes and dreams are with you. But let's focus here on E1 as they do win in a spectacular fashion. It did look a little rocky for those last couple rounds with PE Sports clawing their way back into the game, but I feel like the signature style from E1 is what brought it back. Their patience is so key. They could have, if they wanted to, try to go into PE Sports a little bit quicker, but the fact that they really wait to see where the first rotation is going to be. Once they know what direction that circle is going to go, then they're able to plan out their next route, plant themselves, and essentially play as a vulture to the team that's trying to reposition. Oh man, E1, I love this patience from them. I really want to see more teams play against this style because some people might complain it's slow, but if you think about it, it is really tough playing against a team that is waiting for you to mess up.
Yeah. And overall, just a very, very good game from E1. They were definitely some close calls than PE Sports when LBT pulled off that clutch. And I mean, chat was going crazy. People were asking, is this it? Is this where it starts turning around? And I don't blame them for starting to believe, because these are the moments that make or break a team. We've seen it so often where a team is down, like 1-5, 2-5, a clutch happens and they run it back all the way. But E1, they kept their composure. They made sure that to not let it affect them. And they were able to finally shut down PE Sports. So congratulations to E1. The journey continues. Let's check out the MVP of that game, because I think everyone on E1 did fantastic, especially Leon. The entire series, he has been raining hellfire on PE.
I love watching Leon because he knows when it's time to play aggressive and he knows when he needs to hang back with the team. He is such a great contrasting player. He's able to play these two different styles. He's not somebody that has pigeonholed themselves into only being able to play forward and to play back. Especially his Zane as well. He is, oh gosh, how do I describe this? I think there were several moments in that previous series where Leon, I don't know how he did it, he would go in, he would do his job, and he'd be able to slip on out of there and take practically no damage. But he was a very slippery player in this matchup, and you could tell that PE Sports, in a lot of cases, they kind of struggled to deal with Leon, especially with how he was able to silently assassinate players and really not be punished for it. But we do have our final score line for game number 2 between E1 and PE Sports. And if you did miss the set, the final score is 6-4. And E1 coming into this game, they did win game number 1. So the final score for this matchup is 2-0 in favor of E1. So they will be continuing their tournament run here for Clash Squad mode. Whereas for PE Sports, they are unfortunately going to be on the sidelines watching the games and prepping for their Battle Royale games. But exciting times for us viewers, because after this game and the fact that it is now finally concluded, it is now time to actually find out what the next randomized matches are going to be. We need to find out who's playing who in these 1-1 matches, because we're halfway through today's games, Husky.
Yeah, we're through half of the matches, but half of the series, in fact. But we still have a lot more to come, and it is not going to get any easier. The stakes are still high as ever, and that's what makes it exciting.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we are ready to jump into our winners interview in just a second here. We are going to be talking to E1 after they secured their victory over PE Sports. So let's head on over to the stage and see what E1 have to say after winning their match versus PE Sports.
Booyah for E1! Hello everyone, I'm Yusu and my host here, Conchita. So first of all, congratulations for your booyah with our previous match with PE Sport. Very successful. So let's jump into our question, shall we? Here in the room of pressure, you dominated the match earlier against PE Sport. How did the team regroup and reset after yesterday lost to R7?
Perfeito, então hoje vocês começaram muito bem. Ela gostaria de saber como é que foi a conversa de volta em casa, como é que vocês conseguiram trazer toda essa energia para jogar tão bem hoje e garantir um buia.
Não teve conversa, todo mundo ficou bem tenso, por causa que a gente não ganhou nenhum no Brasil e a gente queria ganhar pelo menos um aqui. Aí todo mundo hoje conversou, veio todo mundo motivado e vencemos a primeira partida aí.
So basically we came back home and we had a hard conversation, of course, because the thing is we have never won in Brazil before. So the thing to be here, we know it's a lot of responsibility to be here at the grand finals. So that's our mission. We wanted to be good here, and maybe yesterday we got a little bit of pressure, and right now we just have a really good conversation. We try to team up, and we came better today.
Good. And I think that pays off the victory today. I want to listen to your thought as well, Conchita.
Sure. I actually want to ask something a bit personal. Now that we're inching closer to the semifinal and you guys have been here for a little over 2 weeks, I think. How are you feeling about Jakarta? Are you guys adapting well to the weather, the food and everything?
É mais uma pergunta em relação a... Você conseguiu entender?
Não.
Tá, mas é mais uma pergunta em relação a como vocês estão se sentindo. Já faz 2 semanas que vocês estão aqui no país. Como é que tem sido a adaptação de vocês em relação à comida, fuso horário e tudo?
A nossa adaptação tem sido muito boa. As comidas aqui são as melhores que tem. Só tivemos um pouco de dificuldade com o fuso horário daqui.
So far adaptation is going really good. We could adapt really good with the time zone, and the food still is very good. We have tried many of foods. So yeah, so far so good, and nothing else to say.
I was a bit worried when he shakes his head, but thank God the answer is good.
Yes, it was just a little bit more about the time zone.
True.
Because we are 10 hours ahead here than in Brazil.
Right, and actually I'm a foodaholic when I'm here in Indonesia. I ate a lot. It was my joyful thing. All right, now we now have 4 teams in the 1-1 bracket. E1, RQ, R7, and Heavy. Which team do you think would be the best matchup for E1 and why?
Agora tem mais 4 times para vocês não enfrentarem, mas qual seria o time que vocês gostariam de escolher para enfrentar, de forma geral, dos que passaram para a próxima fase?
A gente quer muito enfrentar a R7 de novo, para ter uma revanche agora. Uma revanche boa agora.
Boa. So, you guys are gonna like this. Because it's all about revenge right now. We would like to face R7 again and get our victory.
So it's Latam in Brazil.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see, actually. Yes. Okay, thank you so much for having this interview. Congratulations and good luck on the next game. Now it's time for us to get back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Conchita, Carol, and Yunsu. And there you have it. The MVP of that match is Leon from E1 as he gives his victory speech, but also looking forward to the upcoming match. And this is where we have to brace ourselves and our hearts for the raffle to see who E1's opponent is coming up alongside with RQ Kazu, because they'll be facing off either against R7 or Heavy, which are no slouches in their own discipline. So the tournament lies still hang in the balance. The next 2 series are also elimination series, but this time the stakes are higher. Winner advances to top 4 next week, and loser waves goodbye to Clash Squad.
Yep, so you gotta win. You gotta win your matches. That's the goal here for Clash Squad. 2 games. You secure those 2 games and you are going to be good up until the finals weekend. But okay, predictions very quickly, Husky. Who would you love to see in one of the matchups?
Oh man, I want to see R7 E1 rematch.
R7 E1? Yes.
That would be so sick, and we get it.
Oh, we got it!
Ask and you shall receive. This is the rematch of the tournament for me, right? Like I would love to see them in the playoffs, but nothing screams high stakes than this. Winner now not only moves on, but you move on to top 4 instead of just advancing in the bracket.
Gosh, this is... Honestly, it is also kind of a dirty matchup because it's also East versus East and West versus West. I kind of would love to have seen them continue the storyline of East versus West for both games, but we kind of don't get to decide who plays who. We just kind of left it to Lady Luck. So, yeah, Lady Luck, not going to be too kind, but I think we are going to still be in for some very exciting matches because the fact that we have the regions playing their own regions, they will have more knowledge of their opponents rather than having those inter-region matchups. So RRQ and Heavy, going to be our first game for today. That one's going to be really exciting, seeing if RRQ can get out of their slump and if they are prepared to be able to take out Heavy, because I do feel Heavy has absolutely improved in the Clash Squad department. Like originally, this was a team that I didn't really look at. I kind of thought it was just another one of the Vietnamese teams that didn't really have much of a chance, but they surprised me during fall. There were games where I thought, wow, is this really Heavy? So to see them improve in fall 2025 and to see them play yesterday as well. Like, yes, okay, they didn't win their match, but we also have to take into consideration who they played up against. Their opponents are RRQ. They can actually beat RRQ very handedly if they have the right tools, if they go for the right drafts. And I'm going to have to say, you play mind games with RRQ, you get it right, that team melts.
Yeah, Exactly. I think RQ, as experienced as they are, sometimes the pressure is their biggest enemy. I gotta say, seeing Heavy back on the international stage competing is such a great feeling, right? Because I'm pretty sure Buffalo will be so proud back in the 2022 era where Heavy was one of the household names, disappeared for a couple of years. Now they are here as the sole Vietnamese representatives in the Clash Squad mode, and if they can take down RQ, oh boy, the Vietnamese regions is going to celebrate tonight.
Yeah. Now, as we get ready for our third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going for a quick break. So if you need to get anything done, do it now. Toilet, snacks, call your friends as well as we get ready for game number 3. But make sure you're back because these next 2 games, I promise you, are going to be way better than the 2 that you saw just now. But we'll see you all after this short break.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Boltmaker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Buriram United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and new glue mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Buriram United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush styles, look at me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I work. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same?
Hey there, survivors. Welcome back to the broadcast here for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals for Clash Squad. It's still day 2 for the Swiss stage of Clash Squad. So we're not quite done here yet. We are technically halfway through the day. We've finished our final games in the 0-1 bracket, and we have finalized our teams to conclude our last 2 games today, which is the 1-1 bracket. And it's been pretty interesting after we did see the randomized groupings. We have East versus East and West versus West, so we're not going to be seeing any inter-regional matchups, but this first game, it's a pretty fun one. I was telling Husky just now, it feels like a little bit of a rivalry between our hosts because we have RRQ versus Heavy, Conchita versus Yunsul. Who is the better region from Southeast Asia?
I mean, statistic-wise, Yusu has been taking a lot of L's on behalf of her region, and rightfully so. If RQ wins this, then the last vestige of the Vietnamese representative is going to be wiped off of Clash Squad for the global finals. But if Heavy wins this, it is going to be quite a memorable moment, not just for the team, but for the entire region itself. And maybe Yusu gets to flex on Conchita in the winner's interview. But for now, RQ, they are coming off of a high after taking out GOW. It feels like today is probably the VN elimination day if RQ can pull it off.
Yeah, well, the thing is, can RRQ pull it off? Because we did have a bit of a discussion while we were on break just now, and I asked you a very important question. I said, who do you think is actually going to take the set? Do we think it's going to be RRQ or is it going to be Heavy? And you said it was going to be RRQ, and I said it was going to be Heavy. Just through your point of view, Husky, like, why do you think RRQ was going to win this best of 3?
I think RQ, right, as much as we talk about how when they are not in it, they really are not perform. They really will perform poorly. But the RQ that gets the momentum when they are feeling really good about themselves is pretty unstoppable, right? And I'm hedging my bets on the fact that they won the previous series. They're coming in on the high. They're riding the tidal wave, and that's what's gonna help them beat Heavy.
So, Heavy. I think there's a lot of people questioning Heavy as to how good this team actually is, and I've witnessed Heavy evolve in Clash Squad. I mean, we've seen them in Battle Royale as well, but I do feel like there is something that Heavy is kind of clicking with in terms of Clash Squad. This team has been getting better and better with every single Clash Squad tournament that they've been participating in, and they're starting to reach the point where I think they are starting to have a lot of eyeballs on them, not by fans and viewers, but more so from teams that are playing within the tournaments. They're realizing how strong Heavy is and how well they're able to play in this game mode. And sure, the scoreline here does not look very good for Heavy, especially since they got 2-0'd by Fluxo, but if you watched the games yesterday, they looked really good in several of those rounds up against Fluxo. And to see that, in my mind, if you ask me to visualize RRQ playing against Fluxo, I actually think RRQ would have done worse. So because Heavy stood their ground and actually did reasonably well up against Fluxo, it kind of makes me think that Heavy is probably going to be the stronger team here. But again, this is all complete theory crafting. We will have to leave it to our teams competing to prove to us who is the better team, whether RRQ has finally found their footing in Clash Squad, or if Heavy's going to continue waving this flag for the Asia region and really proving that Vietnam is here to stay.
Yeah, I can agree with that actually, right? It's looking at how Heavy has really approached the fall season, right, does make me feel hopeful, whether it's in Battle Royale or Clash Squad. You look at the players on their team, especially I think Alan, he has been phenomenal, right? Even in rounds where Heavy doesn't do well, Alan is sort of the player that is going to bring them back into the game. And in the Russia role, he's going to be up against Abai, two very hot-blooded young guns. That's what makes it interesting, because Alan does not care. If he decides that he wants to fight today, he will fight. He will fight you to the death whether you are ready or not. And that's the spirit that we like from Heavy, and that's something that could really tip the balance if Heavy is able to catch RQ off guard in that manner and start with giving Alan a good game. That's probably the key to victory.
And it's all going to start with the draft, right? Like, we need to see what the drafts are going to look like. I want to see how Heavy reacts to RRQ's draft. And also, this is for RRQ. Are they going to draft the same in this game as they did in their previous matchup? Because for anyone that did not get to catch that game for RRQ, so in their game against TOW, they did something a little bit unconventional, I would say, for a lot of other teams, and they drafted Clue and Coda. Clue and Coda are currently our meta surveillance characters, where if you have one, then you're at least good to deal with the enemy team as they normally have the other one. But RRQ, they basically made GW play blind. So I kind of wonder what's Heavy's response to this. Are they also going to prioritize one of these two surveillance characters, or do they have something else to fall back to? Which I'm going to point out with Heavy, they play Nero as a surveillance character. So this might not actually cause them problems.
And we saw PS4 sort of do the same, right? Unless the approach with the Nero is slightly different, then I still feel like it's not too much of a prio pick. I think there are certain situations that Nero is extremely good at. We even, saw even during the break screen, we had the explanation of what Nero does. Really good at stopping fortification, right? And you also create a zone where not only you can't use glue walls inside of, but you also lose health if you are the opponent. But there is a way to deal with that, right? You don't interact with the zone, of course. That's the most direct way. Or you could destroy the plushie, which has, I think 150 health. So a shot from like a sniper rifle is going to take it out fairly easily, unless you could really position it nicely, maybe behind a glue wall. Or you can't possibly be behind a glue wall because you can't use glue walls anyways. So I think it's more niche in terms of when you can use it. I still prefer Clue/Coda. Maybe you go for Homer if push comes to shove. I think the way to prevent RQ from jacking both of the surveillance characters away is to take one for yourself. Even if you're on first pick, you can take the Coda first. And you sacrifice more aggressive picks, but at least you have something to rely on to give you information when you need it.
Yeah. All right, you can see our teams getting ready for their match. And I love the support here for RRQ, right? I think they have I don't know if they got two coaches or if they have a stand-in and their coach there, but they've got the entire roster there ready to go, talking about the game. And same thing here for Heavy as well. Just a quick rundown for our map order for today. We are going to kick things off with Next Terra. Game 2 will be Bermuda, and Game 3 will be Kalahari. Now, if I'm an RRQ fan, I might be having a small panic attack here because RRQ, as we always say, RRQ signature map is Kalahari, but it's Game 3. So the goal for RRQ, assuming they're not able to 2-0 this set from the get-go, they need to grab at least one win in either Game 1 or Game 2. Because if they force that Game 3 and they get Kalahari, I think they've almost guaranteed their win in this series. Now, to be fair, can RRQ survive the 2 games versus Heavy? That is what I'm worried about right now.
Yeah. It's always pretty scary when you have a team, when your opponent has a map that they are so good on, that people just default them to winning that map. And in this case, it's RQ on Kalahari. Heavy will get first pick on Xterra. And this is where we see if they make the decision, do they take the Coda/Clue first? Because if they don't, I can foresee RQ taking both of that, in their first 2 picks on second, which they did against GOW in that game too. As Ma'al gets his hair adjusted, it's pretty important to look good on stage too. Even
gotta look good in the camera, okay?
Gotta look good in cam, he looks good in interviews, he looks good in the side pieces that we've been that Garena has been pushing out, which are fantastic, by the way. For those that missed it, you should go and watch it.
Hold on. Husky, what are the chances here of Heavy saying, we are going to ban Coda, we're going to take Clue, and they're going to make Kazu have to find some kind of compromise for surveillance? Because this was, as you were talking, it suddenly came to me. I was like, wait, what if this happens? And I love that Heavy is doing this, because now I feel like, look at the team, they're smiling. They're like, wait a minute, guys, they know what's up. The chick is up for a trouble.
I actually had this in the back of my mind because at one point in time, Coda was primarily banned, right? Before Oscar was first banned material, Coda was always first banned. I think almost a year ago. But right now, Coda being banned out puts RQ in an interesting position. We can't first pick Clue, but we also are giving up a lot. But if we don't first pick Clue, that Clue is going to get grabbed by Heavy instantly. It is an interesting predicament. Right, no amount of bans can stop the trade that Heavy has initiated, and this is what I like. Something that echoed your point at the start during the pre-show, where teams are pivoting to taking up priority picks rather than just the meta bans. And Heavy is showing us that they're willing to take that gamble.
I think they can afford to take the gamble too, because they're not a team that is stuck playing a certain way. I've noticed Heavy be able to pivot and flex between multiple playstyles, because props to them, they have very open lineups where they're not pigeonholing themselves into only rushing, only waiting for the late game, only sniping, only CQCs. They always leave themselves very open in being able to change round by round, and also they need to be able to adapt to their opponents if things don't really go their way for those first couple rounds. So I think we are gonna have to see here what's the response for RRQ, because I think that Coda ban, we are just sort of fixing up the bans here, folks, so please bear with us as we've got it sorted. But I want to know what RRQ is talking about, right? They're looking at this and they're just like, all right, we can't go for our Coda Clue first 2 picks, so what's the counterplay? And I'm gonna kind of bring this up. Heavy plays Nero, and they seem pretty comfortable playing the Nero as well. So they have options if they don't have access to either Clue or Coda. But what does RRQ have if they don't get access to these meta surveillance characters? Because in the past, the only other option left for the team was Homer, and I believe Ma'al was generally the Homer player. I think in some cases they did sort of pivot around depending on what else was available, but Homer's not the best. Homer is like the last option if you have nothing left.
Yeah, I think Homer is always going to be in the back pocket. Indonesian teams love the Homer. What was that? I think Raiden was also a pick as well. We've seen it picked by the Indonesians and the Vietnamese teams in the fall season. That was also quite an interesting pick because there are situations where it worked. Though I do feel like that character itself is the most effective on Kalahari in certain areas, like Shrine, for example, where you have a lot of close corners that you want kind of lock down. Cassie gets banned up by RQ Kazu.
The show's about to begin.
Heavy, they're gonna go for Oscar anyway. There should be a Clue response if we follow the patterns of RQ Kazu from their first series. But if they let the Clue open, then I would be surprised. Though I don't think that would be the case.
Okay, there's another alternative. We're going to big brain. Okay, they lock in the Clue. They really wanted the surveillance. I was wondering, right? I was thinking, like, do they risk it and not even pick up the Clues, save it for the final 2 picks?
Join the battle.
And I mean, I guess pray for Heavy to maybe take the Clue, because for all we know, right, maybe Heavy wants RRQ to play the Clue. Because I feel like that is also something that the team might be baiting for. They're saying, okay, we want to pigeonhole you into the clue. So you can have that. You can't have the coda. You can have the clue. And maybe they have a plan to play up against this clue pick for RRQ Kazu. Iris, I love this for Heavy. Now they have a very, very threatening sniper that's going to be threatening them through those glue walls, so they can't just simply hide behind those to protect themselves. And Ignis is being highlighted here by Heavy, so they are looking to push on through. They're telling RRQ Kazu the glue walls are not going to be effective this game. You have to deal with our Iris, you have to deal with the Oscar, you have to deal with the Ignis. You may as well not even buy glue walls.
Not just that. It also makes the life of Chrono slightly harder. You put down the time turner, Ignis Firewall is gonna cut through it regardless. You know, it's not gonna stop anything. And worse yet, you wanna hide in the dome. Oscar can use the Valiant Dash to really bump into you, right? Stagger you a little bit. So there are ways for Heavy to navigate this Chrono pick. We see the Santino and A124. RQ Kazu falling back to a more defensive utility lineup where they realize that Heavy wants to come in guns blazing. We need to be able to stop it, and the Chrono itself, is not enough. So we need to supplement it. Oh, there's the Homer. We did talk about it. It is a character that gets picked by either our Indonesian or Vietnamese teams, but it can be a supplementary pick, an alternative, something that we floated during GOW against RQ, but now we see it on Heavy side.
Yeah, so I think this is the first time here we are going to be seeing Heavy play Homer. So kind of walk me through the idea, because originally my thought was they were going to go for Nero. What is Homer going to do better here in this game compared to Nero?
I think it's just a lot easier to use, and I feel like if you want to look for conversion between Homer and Nero, I would take Homer any day. Right? Your drone chases people down, it tags them for very slight damage, but not only that, you can't destroy the drone like how you do with the plushie, and it slows people down. I think that's what helps Heavy's aggressive playstyle, right? They have a lineup that wants to be in your face. They have an Ignis to take down glue walls. So sure, you have a drone flying at you. Normally, you put up a glue wall to buy time. You can't do it against Heavy. Once the drone is out, you try to put up a glue wall. Either the Iris shoots you through it, or the Ignis just burns it down. So Heavy have a very well-rounded composition that is very easy to execute. You can see the idea, it's written on the walls, and now it's up to RQ Kazu to stop it.
Yep. Now, looking at RRQ Kazu, I feel like Dutz is probably going to be a pretty big X factor here on the A124, because yes, you've got all these really crazy synergy coming out from Heavy with tracking and breaking blue walls and breaking the time turner, but A124, if the positioning is right, you can connect on quite a few of the players on the side of Heavy. And I feel like this is where the follow-through from Ikal and to a certain degree, I feel like Ma'al will be very crucial in being able to allow RRQ to cut down Heavy before they can reach them. Because like right now, Ma'al, I feel like Ma'al's playstyle is not really going to change. It's been the same, I think, almost for the entirety of the tournament. It doesn't matter what he plays, even on that Santino. He does not play hyper-aggressive. He's actually very passive, very defensive. He likes to play as that backline sniper. You're not going to be seeing him play far forward such as Do. So I wonder if that is another factor that Heavy is going to have to think about, knowing that, like, okay, Ma'al's going to be hard to chase because he's on that Santino. Do we still continue to try to pursue the Santino regardless? Or do we break apart his team because we know that Ma'al's not going to be with his team half the time? It'll always be this 3-1 or maybe even 2-2 split coming out from RRQ.
Santino is also a very timing-based character, right? Like, sure, you have the mannequin to swap places with, to do the switcheroo, but knowing the timing and getting the timing down is actually imperative to making the Santino as effective as possible, to optimize that character. So something that I think when Santino was first released, teams didn't really know how to deal with him, aside from destroying his mannequin, but people who were practicing Santino were getting incredibly creative. But now, it's a lot more clear-cut, right? You shut down the pillars around the Santino, you take down his teammates, and suddenly they cannot coordinate the different points of attack. And Santino now gets led through a lot often than he did before, where you have to ban him. Just like how Oscar now shots out in priority So at the end of the day, I think for Heavy, I prefer the draft a little bit more. As much as I say that RQ has a chance to win, Heavy, if they execute this right, they have a very, very good chance to take down RQ in match 1.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're ready to fly into game number 1 between Heavy and RRQ. Kazu, it's a best-of-3 set. Winner of this game will be leading with a point, and they'll only need to win one more game after that to take the set 2-0. Now, the question is, Heavy, they are coming in from the upper bracket. RRQ had to fight their way through the lower bracket matches. Can RRQ continue their journey and beat Heavy to make it to top 4? Or is Heavy going to continue to defend their title and take this set to join our top 4 teams? It's the pistol round, so anything really goes here. It's going to come down to positioning, and in some cases, it could also be how actives are used. But for now, bit of a stare-off here between Don't Cry and Ekal, as they're trying to assess whether or not it's safe enough to try and go for a fight. A scythe is being whipped out here by Ekal, threatening with the melee. And we've got to respect the scythe, okay? You don't simply walk into those.
Ekal is like, stay back, don't come into my safe zone. This is a personal space. So he still gets shot on the way out, not too big of a deal. Managed to heal up. Waiting for the clue to come back up, to come off cooldown. We saw Mufasa and Abai both using their abilities at the start of the round to get that early intel. Though Ekal is now healing up. Alan on the hunt, is gonna find him in the back. Abai take down Bui in the off screen as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Alan though is not gonna back down and takes down Ma'ao. Finds that punish, and Heavy off to an explosive start.
Explosive start. It's a 3 versus 2 unless Ekal's going to be picked up. His team's abandoned him though, so they're too afraid to engage into Heavy. Alan is there. Abai, he does get the critical shot though, so Alan does get dropped, but Abai, he just gets jumped right on top of by Mufasa. And this leaves Dutz to try to hold the fort here for the team, but he's just not going to be able to do it. Don't Cry and Mufasa secure the first win here for Heavy in our pistol round.
And it's not spearheaded by Alan's proactiveness. We see this early trade. Alan and Abai, both the rushers, were able to get a knock, but Alan instantly finds the conversion. And even though he got knocked down towards the very end, it was his opening that allowed the rest of Heavy to follow up. And you gotta, again, give props to the rest of Heavy for following up promptly, right? No beat was missed. And that's how Heavy got that first round. But RQ, it's just a small speed bump, not too big of a deal. We see the mini Uzi out for Abai and Ekal. Again, the utilities to gather intel instantly activated. But it is Nextera, so some areas are a lot more accessible than they look. You get clear sight to these transparent glass panes.
And from the map, you can already see Heavy moving as a 4-man unit, whereas for RRQ, we do have a side quest happening to the side as they are trying to make that rotation happen. Ekal thinking of trying to go for the heal, but realizing he's going to be jumped on. Behui, in the meantime, though, taken out by Abe, and Don't Cry as well. 2 players taken out here by RRQ in the round. Yes, Ekal is down, but it's now down to Alan and Mufasa to keep this dream alive here for Heavy. But Abe, this man, already doing so much work here for RRQ. Gonna lock in Don't Cry. And this is going to be it here for Alan. Last man standing. They are about to secure their point and to tie this set 1-1. Alan's just wasting a little bit of time here as a team. Probably talking about the next round here. But if Alan somehow manages to win 3 versus 1, that would be a bit of a miracle play in itself. Falling into the trap. Okay. Hang on. We might still... Okay, we don't have a game anymore. There we go. RRQ 1-1.
Holy cow. That got a bit dicey. I think Alan was trying to find the perfect moment to heal back up. I honestly thought he had that, but he was unsure himself, right? So it took a while for him to banish himself up. But if RQ dropped that 3v1, then maybe we're going to see the RQ effect where it just starts weighing on them. But thankfully, RQ, cool, calm, and collected. Abai with 4 eliminations right off the bat, alongside with Mufasa and Alan, who have 3 apiece. So we are seeing the heavy hitters just in the first 2 rounds of these 2 teams.
Yeah, right off the bat. And I kind of feel like if Abe can pop off, this might be how RRQ can steal this set away from Heavy. But they've got to ensure that Abe does not unnecessarily get picked off. We have Don't Cry occupying that central tower. But wait, caught by Abe again off screen. This man setting up for the team, and we can see Don't Cry taking damage. Don't Cry on the ground as well. Ma'al does get caught in the crossfire, but doesn't really matter. Next one to hit the ground thanks to Dutz. And Alan all by himself trying to reposition, but he's up against 3 full healthy players for RRQ. And the start here for RRQ, yes, they lost the pistol round, but does it really matter after you get the next 2 rounds? Are they going to lead the charge as they just look for Alan? They say, all right, guys, let's just grab some money. Let's get ready for round number 4. But dang, RRQ, they are kicking. They are screaming. They want this set.
And those utilities usage are on point. Again, Alan is able to get a knock, but it's just outnumbered. And you get, this initial takedown is like, okay, right? We see some trades happening, and then the utility starts flying in. And it's very evident that Heavy were not prepared for the coordinations of utilities from RRQ. That grenade from Dutz basically was what sealed Heavy's fate in round 3. So they gotta take a backseat a little bit. That economy is not looking good. You know, the gear value you can see in totality is very, very underwhelming compared to what RRQ has in their arsenal. So Heavy needs to be a bit more conservative in approaching these rounds because Abai, he's having an amazing time. He does not care if he trades because he is getting these initial contacts and he's giving his team a leg up.
Yeah, he's been successful every single time he does go for these pushes too. So Abai, if he can do another one this round, might just very well be another one for RRQ. Ekal, though, going to go into a 1v1. He manages to win it out. And Alan also getting hit in the crossfire on the other side of the map. Ma'al being chased by Don't Cry, but he is hiding under the cover of that bottom compound. And yeah, Don't Cry, he can't simply jump down because there are people with eyes on him. With 2 players down, though, things are not looking good here for Heavy in round number 4. And everyone is healthy on the side of RRQ. No one is injured, no one is bleeding, and they're ready to fight. And Mufasa, oh boy, he's losing so much health. Gets clipped there by Dutz. And Don't Cry, I kind of think he might be crying now. Another round for RRQ.
Another round, and an immediate shutdown right from the beginning. RRQ looking in control already. Bit of a oopsie in round 1, but pistol rounds usually go like that. It doesn't define the rest of the match. And Heavy, I think, as much as RRQ looks dominating, Heavy still has some decent ideas, right? They were just losing the gunfights against RRQ. You know, Alan, he had a hot start, Mufasa as well, but Don't Cry is the one who is having a really, really tough time. He's not able to really provide support to his team despite being on the Oscar, which is a crucial piece of the puzzle to break through the defenses that RRQ has.
Yep. Abai, yet again, going for another flank, looking for his next victim. And look at this Mufasa, there's another player down there as well. Is that looking to go for the flank? And Abai still looking to chase his target. No one's down yet, though, but Dutz is not looking too happy here. Down to half health, and that A1-4. Buhui taking damage as well on the other side. And Abai, he catches that Mufasa. Oh. That's the first player down again on the side of Heavy. Just not allowed to play at all on that Homer. And now it's again a 3 versus 4 battle. Now, although Heavy did lose a player, they did get the cyber airdrops. They're now sitting at that level 2. But is it worth it to basically cover the cost of potentially a 4-1 round? They will have to try to win this, though. Dutz's load. Alan's fighting as well. And actually, Dutz losing that battle. Oh, Don't Cry! He jumped in, but Abai, he wins that 1v1. So they will be able to get the pick up there onto Dutz. And Heavy yet again feeling a little too heavy in round number 5. We got Buhui left, but he knows his fate is sealed, hiding behind that glue wall. And Abai, he's there. This man, if he keeps on going like this, he will be getting MVP.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Heavy. That was a helpful difference because Don't Cry almost clutched that 1v2. Like, look at the health bar, right? Abai was full health, Don't Cry was less than half, and he almost won that. That could have been the turning point for Heavy. But again, RRQ putting out all the stops and ending the round, losing no one, which makes the situation worse for Heavy coming into round number 5. And round number 6, 0-4 on Don't Cry, 0-5 on Bui. The supporting staffs of Heavy have not been able to contribute much. And Bui is going to try and change that. Initial knock-ins leading onto Abai right as the round starts. You see those glue walls getting put up, and this is the chance to use that Homer drone, that Ignis Flame Mirage, to push on forward if they do wish but the window is very small and they decide to just slow it down a little bit.
Now it's a little weird here for RRQ because Heavy got the advantage in being able to jump onto that high ground first. So they will have to find a way to fight and break through, whether it be through glue walls or grenades. Heavy doing their best to keep RRQ at bay. But look at this, Don't Cry, Mufasa. Oh, but he just ran right into it. Don't Cry and Ekal, both players hit the ground. There's some very deadly shots. And all of a sudden, Ma'al caught by Buhui. All right, RRQ not looking too happy. Ekal did get
No
picked up
way.
at the end of the day, but Mufasa and Alan going down to Dudes and Ekal.
Double kill.
Oh man, even after what could have assassinated Abe at the very beginning, it doesn't matter if they're at a positional disadvantage. They're just winning these fights back to back to back. And with Buhui all alone and a very angry team going after him, we are looking at a scoreline of 5-1 in favor of RRQ in match number 1. And they are about to lock in their first victory in this best-of-3 series, which is great news for RRQ.
Heavy needs to start keeping track of where the members of RRQ are at, because Abai was left to his own devices. He could do whatever he wants. You can see all those free shots being delivered onto the Heavy side, and I can't believe Ekal got away with that. He was one hit from going down, and he was able to survive that. And a lot of things went wrong in that round 6 for Heavy. We have seen run it backs before. This is no exception. They can do it. But Graph Labs, it just makes it even tougher when you are so behind. Heavy gotta keep track of where RQ is. Just finding Bui with the Winchester have almost effectively sealed this match for RRQ.
They've lost the Iris. The firepower is gone for Heavy. And all of a sudden, everything is starting to feel very, very heavy on the backs here of our Vietnamese squad. Ma'al trying to finish off Mufasa. The gravity not really working to his favor, but Mufasa will go down. Unfortunately, jumping too slow is just not going to happen. And it looks like RRQ convincing game number 1 up against Heavy. They are now up 1-0 in this best of 3. And all they need is one more game.
One more match, one more game, and they are off to top 4. That's a smackdown. That is a absolute smackdown if I've ever seen one. RQ playing perfect, near perfect if we ignore that one round that Heavy got from them, which is the pistol round. But on the other side, RQ, it gave no quarter. This felt like the John Wick moment where, you kind of duel to the death. With RQ, they just took every single opportunity given and they just shut Heavy out.
I don't even think they just shut them out. Like, in my mind, I just visualized Ma'al walking up to the Heavy roster and he just like luchador slams the entire team in the ground and says, no, it doesn't matter if you're in the upper bracket. We are taking this set. Man, they mean business, and I am so glad that RRQ is bringing in their A game, even though during the draft, it looked like, the jig was up. They were forced to go into that first pick Clue. But Abe's like, you think Clue's a nerf? No. Clue's a buff. So now it's a question going into this next game here for Heavy, right? It's how do you kind of respond into RRQ now, knowing that like even if you try to play these mind games with them, it's not going to go the way that you expect it to. I do have to question the Homer pick, right? I think we both were kind of looking at that thinking like, it's not the best. And they also had the option if they wanted to take the Clue themselves, right? Like cripple RRQ in the Visions department, but they chose Oscar instead. So game 2, I'm expecting changes. But for RRQ, just keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
Yeah, I mean, banning out the Coda, I felt like we praised it, right? It's an understandable ban. It is by no means a wrong ban, but at the same time, it's also sort of a risk, right? You shoot yourself in the foot, you get rid of Coda, and then you let the Clue go. It's like, then what's the point of banning the Coda? Maybe that's the question that they have to ask themselves, during this downtime. But for Abai, no question to ask. MVP of game 1. You did say that he's going to be MVP if he keeps on performing, and he delivered, right onto your doorstep. 10 eliminations, almost 4,000 damage, 14 assists. This kid is a monster. Look at this scoreboard. How is this even fair?
How's it fair? It's not fair because he had clue. He had so much access to vision. I mean, isn't that the perfect situation for somebody like Abe that wants to get in there, that wants to fight? We know vision is king in Clash Squad. Like, if you know what you're going into, if you can track your targets, it makes it so much easier for you to be able to perform these little assassination missions. So I think if I'm Heavy, you also need to realize that what kind of a player Abe is, and you need to anticipate what could he possibly play, and how do you play against it? Like, are you just gonna play defensive? Which most teams that play defensive, if you try to turtle up when you have a player like Abe that's just trying to go for these side quests, that's not gonna work. That's a trap. So they either have to decide, are they going to push into RRQ when Abe is going off in his side quest, finish the team, and then come back for Abe? Do you try and play the long game like E1? Do you play patient? Do you play grouped up? I know Cassie was banned in that last game, but you pick up a very, very late game oriented team and you try to play along with the circle. Like, something's got to give here for Heavy, because yeah, Abe needs nerfing. Ma'al is not the problem. I think that's a trap teams are now falling into. Everyone thinks Ma'al is the problem, but he's not the guy anymore. This is an evolution of RRQ where they're now starting to delegate more responsibility and more of the team's needs onto everyone's shoulders. And I'm so glad that RRQ has done this, because it was all Ma'al back in the day. And that was why the team struggled, because he constantly was just focused time and time again. And now it's Abe, so all of a sudden you have to decide, do we go on Abe? Do we go on Ma'al? But if you do that, then it's like, oh, nope, someone else is going to step up.
And just to add on to that, right? Like, Dus also has been great in the second half of the fall season, right? A lot of times we see him as the supporting cast. We don't really talk about him much, except for the fact that he is part of the team. But I think in RQ's worst moments, Dus was the one that's keeping them in the game, right? Keeping that head above water. And we saw like his utilities were on point. All these frag grenades were getting knocked onto Heavy and just catching them off guard. And now we're gonna head to Bermuda. This is the equalizer. This is where Heavy have a very good chance of stabilizing the state of the series. Because one way or the other, if they don't win Bermuda, they're out. If they win Bermuda, they are still going to be swimming against the currents as we head into Kalahari for Game 3. So let's see if Heavy can at least put up a close fight on Bermuda, where the playing field is a bit more level than it is on Kalahari.
Yeah, I mean, way more level. Kalahari, it's like all up, down, all around. There's like deserts everywhere. There's no compounds. There's maybe a boulder here and there. It's not fun in Kalahari. Oh, and it's also a little bit hot. So at least on Bermuda, everyone's feeling a bit more comfy. First pick, though, is going to go to RRQ. So they will get first dibs on everything in the map pool. I'm thinking a dirty thought here. I'm thinking, like, if I'm RRQ, do I just play with Heavy's feelings? We ban Clue or Coda, and you just pick the other one and be like, all right, now you got to pick Homer, or you got to pick Near, you got to pick something, but you're not going to be getting any of the meta surveillance actives.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very evil thought, but I'm not against it. I feel like, you know, like, why not, right? If that's the way they want to play it, they have one game to give up, you know, what's the worst that can happen? Let's see, we're gonna head into the draft for game number 2. It's gonna be the Cassie ban. You leave it up to Heavy. Are you gonna ban the Coda? Because if you ban the Coda, boom, shoot yourself in the foot again. So Heavy learned their lesson. They're gonna go for the A124 instead. At least both teams get a piece of that surveillance.
So what's the play here for RRQ? Because Oscar's in the pool. Obviously, Coda and Clue are going to be top of their list here as well. They're highlighting that Coda, and it's going to go to Abai, which that's a scary pick. Heavy, they have to have acknowledged this, I hope, during the draft, that they are potentially giving this away to RRQ. So for Abai to get his hands on it, yeah, that's a very scary trade.
Don't worry.
And Heavy, they're going back to something a little bit more classic. They pick up the Clue. They say, okay, guys, we're done playing blind. We want to have something reliable.
The show's about to begin.
Don't Cry locks in the Clue. Oscar picked up by Mufasa. I mean, the Oscar was a no-brainer. It was available.
Join the battle.
So RRQ, knowing that they've given away the Oscar and the Clue, the follow-ups Chrono, Santino, these two have worked well for the team thus far, and probably Ma'al again on the Santino, unless maybe they do something odd and they decide like, Ma'al, we're gonna sneak in another sniper in here. Maybe we'll give you an Iris, so you have a little bit of extra damage to work with. Although, to be fair, I think he's playing the Santino, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think you just take the Santino. You can take the Ignis, I think. You can take the Ignis if they want to get a bit spicy. I mean, there is the Zane or the Tatsuya. I think plenty of choices. Here comes the Steffi, the Vietnamese special. You know, one of the few classical picks that Vietnamese team falls back to. Good defensive utility, stealth bombardment, and it's one of the ways to deal with Dus as he's been landing some nasty grenades, and Steffi can deal with that effectively.
So what's this last pick for the team? They need something for Buhui. They need a sniper, unless they're putting him on the clue. They're probably deciding if they want to try and go for a standard sniper or if it's just going to be the clue. What would you pick here? I mean, Iris being highlighted. It does get locked in. Okay, so standard sniper, but a great one at that. You know, you've got a way to go through and threaten through the glue walls. Am I happy with Heavy's lineup? I mean, it works. There is some synergy to this. They have the clue for surveillance. Buhui is going to do some good damage with the Iris. I feel Steffi is going to play a big role in this game in deciding whether Heavy wins these team fights. Because if you do get rid of the throwables, or at least reduce the effectiveness of throwables for RRQ Kazu, I think that might be how they sort of break through. And Dimitri ends up being the last pick here for RRQ Kazu, so they're in for the long game.
They are in for the long game. I mean, this is bold from RRQ, but when you are feeling confident, you know, boldness is sort of the amplifying factor, right? They're already empowered by their lossless day so far. I haven't dropped a single game, and they were basically just tearing everyone to shreds. And what an honor would it be for RRQ if they are the ones that ends the hopes and dreams of all the Vietnamese teams, at least today. And Heavy, you know, being regarded as the final boss now, couldn't hold a candle up to RRQ in game 1. Though, again, I think Heavy's draft, in theory, is easier to execute. I think the chat was also saying that the clue is so much better than a Homer on paper, which I wholeheartedly agree with.
I agree.
Now they've gotten the clue on their side, and they've gotten the Oscar. They've got Steffi to deal with the utility from Dude. This should be a closer fight, on paper.
On paper, but in the grand scheme of things, right, it comes down to execution. You know, we can always theorize like, this is great, this is great, this is good. But sometimes it just comes down to the player. Sometimes it's minor mistakes, bad positioning, and even RNG if you do want to also consider the circle at times. But one thing I will have to point out here for Heavy, Buhui and Alan, these guys have a lot of work ahead of them, because unless Don't Cry and Mufasa can take Dudes out of the picture rather early in these team fights, you can't reliably rely on knockdowns anymore. You have to get those full eliminations. Otherwise, you're going to be out-sustained by that Dimitri, right? Like, Dimitri is so good at those pickups and the healing as well. There's no classic healer on the side of Heavy. So I'm looking at Duts and I'm thinking he might be the guy to really deny this set from Heavy and basically pull this into a 2-0, even though we've got a classic clue on the side of Heavy. We're gonna have to leave it to the players, you know, and the game to see how things play out. I want to know if RRQ just continues to play this very wild, very aggressive style, right? Especially from Abe. He's on the Coda now, so he's going to want to go hunting. He's going to have access to the vision. And I mean, I think if I'm feeling for Ma'al, I think this game he's going to have a lot more free reign, because you don't have a standard side quest assassination character coming at you. Because like Oscar, you can do that, but I think for Heavy's lineup, they want to fight more as a group. They don't want to go for these 1-2-1 or 3-1 splits. They really need to group together, because you're running Steffi as well.
I agree. And it's not every team has a premium elite sniper, you know, like in the form of like Moshi or Limit or MT7, who are so good at what they do that you leave them to their own devices, they're going to be able to find a pick for you. And this is by no way discrediting Heavy's, sniper player, but I think it's just the archetype, right? In terms of how they see the game and how they approach it, Heavy hasn't really displayed that extra quality. So playing as a team with this draft seems to be the most reasonable way to approach this game 2 against RRQ. Kazu, we'll see if the Kingdom can keep on going and qualify to top 4 to the Indonesia arena next weekend, or will Heavy crush doubts and burn bright and push us to Kalahari for map 3? Here we go. It's Bermuda for map 2.
Yeah, I really want to see the Kalahari map because I think that would be such a fun dynamic between these two teams. Here's the pistol round though. So big split here for RRQ. So we do have that initial split coming out from RRQ, but they do have to deal with Heavy quite. First one to be slapped down by Alan. A beautiful play there coming out. And Mufasa taking out Ekal as well. 2 players already down. They do get a counter though off onto Alan, but the 1v1 lost by Ma'al. And all of a sudden, wow, everyone on Heavy, they just decided, let's take everyone out. We're going to leave Abe till last. Kill. And here we go. The Wonder Kid, the star of the show. He's going to be eaten for dessert. And Heavy off to a strong start. But Husky, again, we saw this in that last round. It's just a pistol round. Going into round 2 onwards, it's game time.
You know what they say as the famous chef Gordon Ramsay once said, or a whole lot of other people also have said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But I would say the timing was uncanny. Dude, he just pulled out the frag grenade and he got popped. Because I feel like that would have turned really bad if he was able to lob it. And kudos and Heavy in taking initiative. Now the real game begins. We see the investments on both sides. In fact, quad rifles for Heavy. Abai take first contact with Mufasa. We also have some cover work with Ekal. Somehow finds the snipe. How is Abai winning out? With the faster fire rate with the mini Uzi, finally Don't Cry puts that to a stop, but still RRQ Kazu have the numbers.
They have the numbers. There's still Alan and Don't Cry to deal with, but Ekal, he's hunting for Don't Cry, who has to juke through the compound. And on the other end, we still have Alan running around. He's trying to find somebody to bring these numbers and equalize to a 2 versus 2. Just so, trying to flush out Alan. Going to be poking him from the other side. Yes, it doesn't land, but doesn't really matter. He's trying to push him towards the open maw of Ma'al. He's got support here with him as well, so it's not just going to be that 1v1. And Heavy, I have to say, very interesting choice to play so far out on the outer circle, but something's got to give because that circle is going to flush them out. Don't Cry comes out. Ekal does not get the fatal shot. Here, he will finally get that final body shot to take out Don't Cry. And Alan, all alone on that clue, going to be jumped on any moment now. As RRQ, sure, you don't get round number 1, but round number 2 is theirs. Ekal, they're going to drop first. Bit of a misplay, but it's fine. It's still early on.
It's a bit weird. Like the ending sequence was a bit weird. I'm not really sure what the call was, or Don't Cry felt like there was no other way to do it, because they were giving, right? You say something has to give. They gave, but they were not trying to get anything in return. Maybe they were split up way too far. That seemed to be the case. That's 4 rifles down the gutter, right? They invested almost everything in the previous round, and now they're going to come into round 3 with minimum to work with. So this round is, 99% going to go over to RRQ Kazu unless a Heavy pulls out an insane clutch or RRQ decides to just, give it up. But knowing RRQ, that doesn't seem to be a possibility. Some tags will come through. Ekal, plenty of info to work with. They're going to double up on it, but good time turner. Ekal saves the boost over the wall. Ekal getting jumped on by Alan and given a good knuckle sandwich. Ma'al was able to get the trade back, but Ekal is eliminated. Alan to follow. Boy gets dropped. What was that from Abai? What was that conversion?
It's just Abai doing Abai things. This man, once he aims at his target, he almost always grabs it. And now Don't Cry Mufasa again in a very awkward spot that he's going to be able to get the dash around, but again, just gonna deny that from Don't Cry. Leaving poor Mufasa all on his own. Round 3, secured by RRQ, and again, the Indonesians are mounting this lead. They don't care about cyber airdrops. They don't care about pistol rounds. All they care about right now are wins, and that's the mentality you need to have if you want to keep your dream alive here at the Free Fire Global series.
And Heavy, they had some signs of life, playing with that economy. Really looked decent at the start of the round, but it was a given that RQ just had an easier way out with the resources, the arsenal that they had. But I think Heavy has some good ideas, right? Like, they realized that, okay, we are losing out. When you're down in economy, you can still beat them by numbers, and that's sort of the way, the direction that they went with. They only hoped that they could do it. They had a bit more in them, which is not the case. That now actually getting tagged. They get a double up on the southern side. Abai wins against Bui. This kid just doesn't go down.
Abai is a monster. Abai is an absolute monster. Anyone that just runs into him, sayonara, you're not playing this game anymore. Good night. See you tomorrow. But unless something's done soon by Heavy, they're just going to lose another round. They are trying to push forward, but Ekal is there. This guy is just too dang slippery. On the other side, though, Abai and Dutz, they were caught out, leaving Ekal and Ma'al to pick up the pieces versus Don't Cry and Mufasa. Now, keep in mind, though, Heavy, horribly injured. Very, very weak. They do need a moment to try and heal up, but do they have any time to do so? Mufasa will be able to get the quick heal up. Don't Cry is going to try and go for the quick heal. Ma'al, though, trying to find a gap, any gap at all. They reveal themselves. Mufasa, he shows his back. So brave. They're going to run into it. Ma'al, he gets shot in the face. It's Ekal and Don't Cry left. A 1v1, and Ekal, he wants this fight so badly. But Don't Cry, he gets the elim. And it's a 1v2, and Don't Cry wins.
Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Don't Cry with the clutch. With 40% health left, I swear that Ekal won this round for the team. The fact that he was able to jiggle and dance around the time turner and cause 2 eliminations for Heavy, I thought that was it. I mean, Heavy were low on health. Ekal was going in for the finisher, but Don't Cry with the clutch of the match. Oh, that's a big sigh of relief for Heavy, because this round was about to go downhill so fast. And instead, we get an equalizer, and Heavy are right back in the game.
They're right back in the game. We have a match, Husky. We have a match. We're not going to get a repeat of game number 1. Heavy going for a 2-2 split this time. Ma'al's still going to go for a very wide split himself from the team. He's on the Santino, so he does have the mobility. Don't Cry. Got to be careful with his positioning. On the other end, though, Ekal not looking too happy himself as he was clipped by somebody. So he's going to have to go for the reset. Mufasa, though, challenging for that cyber airdrop. And it's only Ekal here taking another big shot to his backside. So he does need to be careful with where he stands now. Anything can go wrong. Ekal gets jumped on by Don't Cry. The brute force coming in from Heavy going to pay off now. And all of a sudden, RRQ, they're down. And Dutz was caught as well in the other building. Now it's 2 versus 4. Whoa, my gosh. Don't Cry. What a man. 3 elims back to back. And they get the cyber airdrop, Husky.
Wow. And again, we talked about the clutch effect and what it can do to a team or a player. And we saw exactly what it did to Don't Cry. Flipped the switch inside him and decided, okay, I'm done. It's Rambo time. Runs now 3 players of RQ Kazu. Catches them off guard, essentially just sucker punching them without them being ready for it. And of course, Bui with the cleanup. Heavy now takes control of the game for the first time in the series. And they're looking mighty fine. More than double the total net worth in Arsenal. This looks like an unlosable round for Heavy.
There's no such thing as a unlosable round. All it takes is one mistake. And Ma'al, he's been spotted. The entire team is looking for the Santino. He does go back to the mannequin, though, so he is going to live for another day. Alan tried to go for the pot shot, does not connect. And now we are in a very tough stalemate here. Abe trying to make sure he's watching his 6. Bulhui trying to find his next victim, but there's no one here. Dutz in the meantime, they're caught by Don't Cry. That's the Dimitri, and Ma'al caught as well. Now it's down to Ekal and Abe to try and win this game as a 2-man pair. But that's going to be so difficult against a roster that is going to practically run at you. And Ekal, running out of health, does get picked off by Alan on the ground. And Abe's gone as well. Heavy get another win in their pocket.
All right, RQ, you gotta start calming down. This was a fatal mistake. They ran into the firing squad of Don't Cry. Could have at least minimized the losses, but it was incredibly awkward to see, Ma'al go down and do just running in like that. gotta calm down a little bit. This is by no means the end of the match. RQ can come back from this, but they gotta start by stealing their nerves, rallying a little bit, maybe slow down the game if you have to, because currently Heavy is brute forcing and is working. And Don't Cry is the sole reason that it is all going basically downhill for RQ.
Yeah, I have to say there is a slight change in playstyle coming from RRQ, right? Because recently it was Ma'al to go for the flanks. We now have Arbike back onto flanking duty, and he's going to go in a 1v1. Ekal in the meantime, though, going to be caught. Alan hiding behind a glue wall. But it's 1v1 against Arbike. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. You don't even get to save Ekal, and you lose Dakota as well. Duke's the next one to follow, thanks to Alan. And Ma'al, he gets taken out in a fraction of a second. And Heavy have brought the game to a match point round.
I think a lot of people's nightmares are starting to manifest right in front of their eyes. We did talk about the RRQ effect. When they're on the roll, they are unstoppable. But when something gives, you see this cascading effect that RQ just can't seem to get out of. Heavy, something rallied them, right? It was a war cry from Don't Cry. He was like, I'm going to run out of them now. And the rest of Heavy finally got the memo, and now they are running RQ down. They're winning 1v1s. This is a scary spot for RQ, because we did say that Bermuda is the best chance for Heavy to recover, and they're gonna win to the next match, and it's gonna be a disadvantage because it's Kalahari. But if this is the Heavy we're getting, and they continue this into match 3, I think RQ has something coming for them. Bye-bye.
Always getting Alan. He pops up the glue walls in just the nick of time, though, to buy him some time. Ekal low as well.
No!
It's Mufasa coming in for the return. Takes out Ekal Husky.
Oh my goodness! Alan also takes out the members of RQ. Again, there's nothing that RQ can do. Gotta start prepping for the next game, because Heavy have found their stride and Ma'al has nothing left to give. There's only so much that RQ can push. Heavy strikes back hard and fast, 6-2. An amazing recovery from the Vietnamese Titans. We're heading to Kalahari for match 3.
We're going to Kalahari. Someone rang the Heavy babysitting service, and I think they regret it now. The client's name was RRQ. Holy moly. Heavy fighting back. They kicked, they screamed. They were not happy after game number 1. Game number 3. This one, I mean, we asked for this, right? We asked for a game number 3. We saw RRQ dominate that first game. Game number 2, Heavy fought back with the power we haven't seen in such a long time. And to bring it to Kalahari, I know we always think of RRQ being the favorites on Kalahari when it comes to Battle Royale and to Clash Squad. But if Heavy play like this on Kalahari, I don't think it really matters if you specialize on a map or not. And we did see Heavy yesterday on Kalahari. They looked very fierce in their game as well. So this is not a guaranteed win for RRQ by any means. It's a slight advantage because at least they are comfortable with the map. But there's no such thing as an auto win. You have to earn your victories.
I'm imagining, the RRQ fans from round 4 onwards, they clutch their hair strands and they lean back on their chair and they just lean further and further down.
No. They're rocking now, Husky. They're rocking. They're not even leaning back.
It's like the great collapse of RRQ. And you can't really blame them, right? Like, have you found their stride? We knew that RRQ sometimes they crack under that pressure. They don't adapt as fast. But to see Heavy strike so hard after one clutch from Don't Cry, and he took that and he rode it all the way until the end. He's the hidden MVP. Okay, this game MVP is Alan, but you gotta admit that him and Don't Cry make a deadly duo.
Gosh, yes. I do think in one particular case we do have to probably give a special shout out to Don't Cry, right? Because if it wasn't for Don't Cry, I think things would have potentially gone completely downhill. But because Don't Cry, again, he opened the door for the team. Alan was able to shine. He was able to come on through and he was able to do what the team needed him to do, which was lock in the eliminations, give the team the vision, and dish out the damage. So special shout out to Don't Cry as well, because that man, he worked. He really, really did. Very quick look at the match summary as well before we get ready for game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, because yes, we are getting a game number 3. We're going to Kalahari. Look at the score differences. Game number 1, Nextera, it was a 6-1 victory for RRQ Kazu. It looked like an absolute sweep right after the pistol round. But on game number 2, we have a score of 6-2 with Heavy coming out victorious. Yes, it did look a little bit even, I think, for the first 4 rounds. But after that, Heavy just decided they wanted to steal this game away. So now everything is going to be decided on Kalahari. And Kalahari is a crushingly difficult map to play.
Yeah, I feel like, RRQ, they were having a good time on Bermuda. They were dominating. Everything was going according to plan. And then the Don't Cry clutch happened, and you just hear the Phase 2 boss music play in the background, right? It's like a slight hum, and they started building up, and RQ caught with the pants down. But it's good. I mean, the spirits are still good. They didn't really let it get to them as much. There is still a game to be played on Kalahari. It's a confident map for RQ. But I'm excited for Heavy, right? I thought I needed caffeine to stay awake, but after that game, I think Heavy has woken me up, and I hope that they have also woken RQ up, because this is the elimination map.
It's the elimination map. It's the decider. And man, if I am both of these teams, it almost feels like they're probably playing in the room of pressure, right? We always do all of our interviews in the room of pressure, but these guys, I cannot imagine the pressure that they are currently feeling right now, because they know everything comes down to this match. And the thing is, right, are we going to get a case of just one team? They win a few games, they snowball, they take over the match, or are we going to be going the distance with all 11 games? We kind of don't know, because right now, from the games that we've seen, it's either been either, right? It has not been as close as we would like it to be. So going into Kalahari, if you're RRQ get first pick, they get their favorite map. It's almost like the world is telling them they need to win this game. But at the same time, they're going up against a team that is equally as hungry as them. Heavy.
If you ask me what team makes me most scared when they need to bounce back, I say RRQ, right? Because you never know. Like once they go down, and you want them to bounce back, it feels like very tough for RRQ, right? It has been a consistent, reoccurring nightmare, a reoccurring mountain that they've been trying to climb. This is where it gets put to the test once again as we head into the picks and bans for Game 3. RRQ, they're gonna get first pick. They're gonna get to decide what goes. We've seen Heavy respond to that. They're like, okay, we are not going to let you get the intel gatherers. So let's see if RRQ is going to change their mind. Okay, let's go. Blue band.
They get the first pick too, so... Okay,
all right. Ban Dakota now. Ban Dakota.
Yes, they're ban Dakota. Oh my gosh, it's happening. And all of a sudden, RRQ Kazu's like, what?
They have to be ready for this, right? Like, yeah, I feel like there's no way you come with the first pick and you're like, guys, let's ban Clue. We'll get Coda. No way. They have to have a contingency plan. Oscar, maybe.
Heavy have a contingency plan. They have Zero, and technically they also have Homer. To a degree, we can also say Kazu also have Homer, so it's not to say that they can't play anything, but I'm 100% certain that they don't want to play it if they don't have to. So, what's the play here? I mean, Oscar, just take the Oscar. No one can see anything anyway. So just take the Oscar, and then we'll see what happens from there on. Cassie is available. Yeah, Cassie's available, and Zane gets locked in. Is it Cassie Zane?
Looking pretty juicy here.
Has to be. There's no way you don't pick up Cassie here.
You could take like not Oscar. You could take like Iris, Santino. They haven't put emphasis on Santino, so I'm not worried about that. I think they will just say, hey Ma'ao, take the Santino. We don't really care about it. But it's the second pick that's actually the most important one, right? Do you want to take the Cassie Zane Classic, or do you say, you know what, we can afford to lose Cassie, we have big, more important characters. Steffi is one of them. The A124 is also a pretty good pick.
Okay, A124. So they want to be able to lock RRQ Kazu out of using their actives. If I'm RRQ, do I pick up Cassie here? Because I know we've both seen RRQ play with Cassie in the past. It doesn't seem to be something that really jives with RRQ's playstyle. Like, I feel like every time we see them play Cassie, the team just loses that oomph.
The legend.
But if they get it, they will have Oscar and Chrono to work with the Cassie. And they get the Santino instead. They lock in Ma'al's character. So, I mean, sure. Is that last pick maybe going to be Cassie? They say like, okay, if we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. I guess they're going to go Dimitri then.
I mean, for Heavy, they're like, I feel like they knew that the Santino's would get picked, right? They don't really care about the Santino pick. It's not a priority for them. They would much rather play Iris if they have to. If you want Intel Gather, I mean, Iris and, what do you call it? Like, maybe Iris and... I think Iris definitely probably is like the last two picks they would go for. Or they could take the Nero.
I was thinking Nero, if Heavy really wants to have the intel.
There we go.
And they're highlighting it. Yeah, so they're saying, we're not going to play blind. We do have something left. But now I'm wondering for RRQ, right? You've got the Nero on Heavy. Is RRQ going back for the Homer? No, they're going blind. They're going blind. I mean, they're not blind. They can buy the drones, but I don't know if I like this, Husky.
I don't know either, because this Nero it can be a big problem. It's like, wow, I have Chrono, I'm gonna stand in my time turner, put up blue walls. Nero is like, here's my teddy bear, you take damage inside your time turner, get out and fight me like a man.
Fight me like a man. Drop me.
Not gonna be easy. I'm liking what Heavy has, you know, it's very utility heavy, but at the same time, you can disable what RQ Kazu have. You could protect yourself against RQ Kazu utility. So, judging by the draft and, you know, coming into the game tree and how the team is feeling, I think Heavy has a very good shot if they pull this off. We talk about destroying blue walls. Zane is pretty good at it, right? He does extra damage to blue walls, so they're not completely helpless when it comes to dealing with that. Not too big of a deal. RQ Kazu has a more effective way with Valiant Dash, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Even if you have the Valiant Dash, you get a little bit too close to Alan. Alan's like, nope, gone. Gone. No Valiant Dash for you. Go home. Oh, man. The draft, I want to say I favor a draft over the other, but there are definitely pros and cons to both of these teams. It really is going to come down to the piloting from both of these teams, and I think in certain circumstances, they're the side that they get on these maps. So, I think the biggest one might be Sanacan Arena and Mammoth. And if I'm looking at those two maps in particular, I always highlight them, but I feel like these are game-changing maps. I might even argue RRQ should generally win on these two maps because they have range from Iris, they have Oscar and Chrono if they need to play on the spine, and you have Santino that can play on that cliff side. And if you have to scale the cliff, then you still have the Santino, so it's not too bad. Whereas for Heavy, a little bit more of they don't have as much mobility as RRQ to play on Mammoth, for example. Sanacan Arena might not be too bad actually with the Nero because everything is so enclosed. Yeah, oh gosh, everything's situational. It's going to come down to the teams, the players, the plays, when they use their actives and their utilities. It's do or die, Husky. It's our death match for both of our teams.
Yep, both teams have come this far. It's Indonesian pride and Vietnamese pride on the line. And again, this is a very special Clash squad, no Thai representatives at all. So even more important for these teams to leave a mark. And unfortunately, one of them is going to end their journey here. Heavy looking very confident coming into the game tree with the draft that they have. A lot of disables, a lot of protective utility, but also not really compromising on the offensive end. Whereas for RQ, they are switching it up a little bit, right? We saw the Iris and Santino. You can play a double sniper lineup. You Eradicate Juice to the back line, bomber/sniper. and you use that Santino as a means to an end. Right? Play with the timing. That is one way that RQ Kazu can really throw Heavy off their rhythm. But I think if you are talking about a fair head-on fight, I'm with Heavy.
I think a lot of people are with Heavy at the moment, especially after what happened in game number 2. But I think you also have to have some faith here in RRQ here, because they have been in so many tournaments, basically in almost the exact same position. Most of the time it's been Battle Royale, now it's Clash Squad. Can they finally break through this curse of theirs, this thing that has been holding them back, which is mentally themselves? The fact that they feel that they can't do it, where they get mentally broken. We've seen this in other tournaments as well. If they can beat through that, their own inner demons, RRQ should win this matchup. So we'll have to see, folks. It's going to be game number 3 of this best of 3 series. It's do or die for both RRQ and Heavy. Who will win and who will fall? Who will go home? It's time to find out. RRQ and Heavy, starting things off with the pistol round.
All right, so Heavy has won both pistol rounds in this best of 3 so far. Let's see if they can go 3-4-3. Again, the pistols out. We see the double pistols for Don't Cry. It's going to be Kalahari, so double pistols are going to be a thing at the start. Heavy have been going very hard on RQ Kazu on round 1. It's kind of the most vulnerable rounds. You have the least to work with, and it all comes down to just raw mechanics. And that's what Heavy has been able to bring to the table. Ikao has a sight out. It's going to take a bit of chip damage. We see the double up. Ice Grenade is out a buy. And Ma'ao finding one piece. And this is going to be a different start for RRQ Kazu as they made quick work of Heavy to take the first round.
So complete change of pace here from our first 2 games, because previously we had Heavy take the pistol round from RRQ in both of our games. And yeah, they won one, they lost one. But I wonder how this now changes the flow for Heavy, because they lost the pistol round. Is this going to do anything to the team? Are they going to feel a little bit shaken? It's time to find out here as we head into Bayfront for round 2.
The buys can come out. The VSS for RQ. Again, these up against opponents with the helmets, it's an easy one tap on the head. Or you could chip the health bars away. I mean, Don't Cry. Even though they are working with the pistols, you're looking at one that gets an instant headshot. Abido is not going to give in. Mufasa goes down. RQ regaining the stride as Ikao picks up Alan.
Oh, Heavy. Not off to a great start already here on Kalahari, as the team is just getting picked apart left, right, and center. Already down to Don't Cry as their final remaining player. And RQ already snapping up 2 points in their first 2 rounds on map number 3. Not looking good here so far for Heavy. The team is struggling to actually find their footing.
2 clean rounds from RQ Kazu. We did say that this is their map. To take down RQ is to beat them on Kalahari. That is the true win. We've seen Heavy come back from adverse situations. And we also established that this Kalahari is going to be the toughest challenge, regardless of what happened on Bermuda just now. So, see, Heavy, they have some good long-range weapons to work with, but RQ, they know this map like back of their hands. So if Heavy doesn't figure out where RQ and how RQ is approaching Kalahari, they would have very less chance of winning.
Yep. Ma'al already coming in with a couple of taps, doing a chunk of damage onto Heavy, but both of the teams kind of trying to find their foothold, trying to figure out if they can get the melee shots in. Ikao gets the melee onto Don't Cry. That should not be happening at all from Heavy, because now Alan under fire, getting caught. So we do manage to get Abe in the back lines though, and Ma'al being shot down by Behoy. So it's not over yet here for Heavy. It's still a 2 versus 2. And this Abe and Ma'al are picked up sometimes too. Mufasa going to have to go for a 2 versus 1 unless he's able to break it on through. Behoy from the other side, they get RQ. Heavy finally getting a point on the board.
Oh boy, saved the round for sure. The 2 double knockdowns after quite a disastrous start. Losing 2 members, Bui saved it. Bail his teammates out, and Mufasa also with the Steffi holding the line. No utilities are allowed in that circle. So Heavy recovered with minimal resources. VSS was the best that they have. And now it seems like there's an equalizer that is possible. Bui has been flying under the radar for quite majority of the series, so if he steps up now, it would be what Heavy needs, and our Dudes loses 60% of his health right off the bat.
Yep, has to go instantly for a heal, and already UAV just being sniped up from the air. RRQ, the team is finally making their way onto the shipyard, and Mufasa and Don't Cry gonna go up into the upper ground. Dudes is there. The team is trying to make their way to the top level. Abe is ready to do some damage. Don't Cry might be crying something. Oh! No, Dudes and Abe! Sniped immediately by Don't Cry, and Alan, RRQ, all of a sudden are crumbling in round number 4. And we have a match, Husky. It is 2-2 points.
First blood.
It's a firing range for Bui. Entire round uncontested. He gets to do whatever he wants from the top of the shipwreck. RRQ, they were trying to chase down Heavy members, but didn't know where Bui was. They came out to the top of the deck and instantly got shut down. Equalizer for Heavy. And I feel like we might know where this is going. It was Don't Cry that started the chain reaction in game 2, and now Bui is the one that takes control.
Going into round number 5, we have another cyber airdrop. Now, just a heads up, RRQ is currently the ones who have gotten that first cyber airdrop. So if they can grab another one, this will benefit the team as the game goes later and later. But Heavy, how much they want to prioritize this, and it looks like they were able to get it. So it's one apiece here for both teams. Nobody sacrificing themselves just to get the airdrop. Then Buhui going to be caught by Ma'al in the back. That's a big pickup here, because we know Buhui in those last couple rounds, he's the reason why Heavy was able to mount that comeback. And all of a sudden, Abai! Sniped by Alan. Another star player, but this time on the other side. So we're back to a 3 versus 3 Husky.
Yeah, I like this push and pull, right? You give and you receive. Ma'al responds by taking down Alan and Don't Cry. And he decides to double down and give it back twice as hard. They should be able to run down Mufasa. Not a problem. Don't Cry is actually back up on his feet. Oh, Mufasa. He somehow survives. He's going to get out of that situation. Alan also gets picked back up.
How?
The utility, the true battle actually hits on the ecal, so he can't use his abilities for now. Not that it matters. It was on cooldown. But I can't believe that Heavy ends up getting the members back up and now are turning it onto RRQ. Dudes needs time and space. Same as ecal. Heavy are now in a better spot because Deuce is under fire. Eco just got gunned down. How is Heavy recovering? Because they have just won this round.
And we're now starting to see the power of all of the new utilities that have been added into the game. That play in the old school Clash Squad, no, that would have never happened back then. So all of a sudden, this is now starting to turn this game up on its head, because we originally thought it was going to be RRQ. They got the initial jump onto Heavy, but they just could not finish up in time. They just took too long to come in with the follow through. So now with Heavy sitting on 3 points, a point over RRQ coming into round number 6. RRQ, they're in home turf. This is Refinery. Yep. They need to win this round. Abe! Caught by Alan!
Oh, that if the previous round didn't hurt enough, this one is going to really sting. Come on! Oh, Ma'al. Escal peeping out just a little bit extra. He's trying to cover a buy, but Alan forced him away. So that's a confirmed body in favor of Heavy. Ika to turn the corner is a game against Don't Cry. Ika and Ma'al. Good delivery to take out two from Heavy. But those blue walls are going to make sure this time no rescue is possible as RQ stabilizes.
Well, we do have Alan on the low ground there. Going to try and throw a little bit of ship there onto Dutz, Ikal and Ma'al, but no lethal shots yet. Looks like we see Mufasa on the other side trying to reposition himself. And he's not behind that glue wall, my friends. He's repositioned. But still very possible for Alan and Mufasa to maybe come in and win a 2 versus 3. They just have to figure out what's the best angle of approach.
Zeus has to see this, right? Mufasa creeping. And now figures up. Mufasa springs into action. Needs Alan to back him up. If they can isolate Ma'al from the vision, it would be good. But sadly, Ika wins that fight. And RQ makes sure that Heavy doesn't get to run away.
Perfect play from Ma'al as well. He was hiding behind one of the barrels right behind Alan. So he was waiting for him to come out to come in for the backstab. great positioning here for RRQ just to have that contingency plan and not have things that just suddenly go terribly if they lose the initial snipe. So it's 3 apiece here for both sides, and we have a cyber airdrop in this round. And both of these teams, they will be wanting to vie for this if possible. It's going to be very crowded though. Lots and lots of corners, a potential bottleneck situation. And you kind of don't want to be caught in those very small corners.
We definitely got a match on our hands. This is what high stakes, death match feels like. Utility dump from both sides. Don't Cry's gonna back up a little bit. That's the cyber airdrop that you want control. Oh boy. Oh, dangerous position. Able to barely slip away into cover. So Abai will be forced to aggress onwards. Does get shot at. So the shield does get popped a little bit. Alan gonna come under fire. And still is Don't Cry that gets Ikao. And suddenly the tables swing in favor of Heavy. Abai needs to win this against Mufasa around the time turner. They dance. Dudes able to get one down, but Ma'ao also eliminated. Mufasa goes down to Dudes as he comes in to help his teammate. Abai pressured by Don't Cry. 2v2.
Oh, it's a 2v2. Mufasa is going to be finished off in just a second, but Abai sniped out there by Don't Cry. And all of a sudden, it's Dudes on that Iris. I mean, everybody is looking a little bit too healthy for Dudes to go for those one taps, but anything can happen here. Don't Cry. They're going to team up. They want to jump that Iris together. They say you can only hit one person at a time. If we're in the right position, we are going to be A-okay. And Dudes checking every corner to see where are they coming from. And it looks like they've waited for that circle to move on in. So now it's time to see what direction that circle is going to move. Still waiting for it. Oh, it's towards Heavy. So now this is really bad for Dudes. He has to get those lethal shots. There's no way he makes it through between 2 players.
Has to play one of the biggest clutch. We've seen him make those big moments. This is one of it. Come on, Dudes. Can you do it, son? Not doable. Heavy not giving any inch. So it's 4-3 Heavy.
4-3 Heavy. That blue zone was not kind at all to RRQ as well. I think if it went in the other direction, that would have been trouble for Heavy because they would have to run into that Iris. But beautiful play to pincer him into that blue zone and basically force him to move. And now, one of our favorite and also most terrifying maps here on Kalahari. It's Mammoth, and it looks like Heavy is going to be on the left side, RRQ on the right. And generally speaking, teams that are on the left side tend to have an easier time on the map. So RRQ, they're going to have to pull off a crazy play to break through Heavy here.
If they lose this round, they'll be forced to break the bank, but I feel like they already have done that. Last time we saw RRQ playing on this Mammoth, there are ways to get through to them. You dump utilities, something that Heavy has in abundance, but they're not going to push the envelope just yet, right? Play slow. Does an Ikao love to hold that area, but the most important thing is to find out where Ma'ao and Abai are, because this is just quite a stall tactic from RRQ. They overload you with utilities, and once you lose sight of the two fraggers, that's where it gets dangerous. Don't Cry. Lucky to get away, and this is what we've been talking about. You lose track of what Abai is, you keep your attention on Ikao and Dudes for too long, and Abai will be able to pick you off.
He's coming in from the back as well. He's going to cause quite a bit of outrage unless they're able to do something about it. Buhui on a sliver of health. He really wants to go for the push, but Dudes on the other end goes down to Don't Cry, and Abe losing health as well. Buhui falling down and hitting the ground. Ikao's down here, so he can't provide support for his team. Oh, but the sniper Don't Cry! That's huge! But his mom goes down. Heavy takes the round, and all of a sudden, RRQ are backed into a corner. It is now sudden death for every single round moving forward. They lose any of these games, and that is it. Their hopes and dreams wasted.
Oh, that has got to hurt. So many low health members on Heavy's end. A great Valiant dash from Abai, and it was still not enough. Alan was camping at the mannequin where it was placed by Dudes. He was ready for that final blow. And now Heavy has 3 chances to close it out. And you know what's cooking. Heavy is about to go ballistic. Full on aggression right on top of Abai, who's going to hide underneath. But that is a double stack. Don't Cry. Right there with Mufasa. Don't Cry with the opener. And Ma'ao has to slip back into cover. Finds Don't Cry from the back. That's gonna slightly alleviate the pressure a little bit, but Heavy keeps on going. Mufasa and Ikao both trade a body.
And it's 2 versus 2 now. Don't Cry, Bohoi and Abai all still on the ground. Another Meek picked up. It's Alan and Mufasa versus Ikal. Abai is gone. Oh no, Ikal, he needs to do something. Either pick him up.
Come on.
Or something. It's Alan left. 1v1 Husky. Who gets the shot? One shot, one kill. And it's going to go to Alan. Heavy take the set on Kalahari. Game number 3. The Vietnamese team survives the maw of RRQ Kazu.
The kingdom falls, this time in the hands of Heavy. A 2-1 score at the very end, a fight to the bitter death. But Alan seized the opportunity. He started it off and he ended it. And RRQ Kazu will have to take a bow here. Fist bumps all the way. It was a very well fought best of 3, and Heavy knew that this win didn't come easy. They had to dig deep within them. They had to rely on some big clutch factors, starting with Don't Cry. And RQ gave them a run for their money. But when push came to shove, Heavy, they were just able to push through the odds and solidify their position in the top 4. So we will see them in the Indonesia arena for the Clash Squad semi and potential the finals. This Booyah was everything to the Vietnamese region, but for the Indonesians, this is where the journey ends for Clash Squad.
And now Indonesia. I think, if anything, you got to back Heavy if you're Indonesia. RRQ, unfortunately, dropping this set. You got to jump onto a new bandwagon. And I think Heavy might be that team now. Yes, okay, AG is also in our top 4, but I think you got to support the team that downed your idols. So Heavy might have inherited a couple of new fans. As I mean, to be fair, I did think they were going to win the set, but RRQ, they exceeded my expectations in that best of 3. I thought it was going to be a little bit more convincing than that in favor of Heavy, but both teams doing so well in adapting to each other's play styles and really learning how each other drafts in the drafting phase. I think it was very fascinating to see like how they started the series and how they sort of thought the other team was thinking, and that final draft, that was my favorite. I love the fact that they were just like, okay, none, you're not having anything, you're going in blind.
I mean, Heavy reciprocated that, right? And it made it a lot more challenging for both teams to draft. But I gotta say, if you watch back that game tree, there were so many close moments that are a fraction of a second or one extra shot could have won RRQ the round. It was either low health players that were not finished off or down players that managed to get back up. So many minute details that gave Heavy the win. So you have to respect the hustle from Heavy side, but also RRQ really missing out by the tiniest of margins. But our game MVP is going to be Alan. Woke up at the right time and sent his team to playoffs.
Sent his teams to playoffs. Team's going to be celebrating right now as they do have some time to relax. I mean, I guess we still got Battle Royale, so they can't like fully celebrate. But from a morale standpoint, Heavy are elated. I kind of think, it's the fact that they've qualified for top 4. I wonder if this is going to change their performance in the Battle Royale starting tomorrow. Like, do they play better because they're just like, oh, we did really well in Clash Squad, and that momentum boost and morale boost, it helps some teams. I don't know. I would like to see that it does something, but maybe I'm just being a little bit hopeful. I'm just very happy for Heavy because I think up until this point, there has been people giving Vietnam the respect that they deserve, but I still feel like people haven't given them quite enough that I would like to see it. Now seeing that Heavy is doing so well in Clash Squad, I hope people start to look at this region a little bit more because, I mean, Husky, you and I, we've been watching Vietnam develop for years, and they're now reaching this point where they are competing with the best of the best, and it would be a dream. I don't know how possible this would be, but imagine Heavy being our Clash Squad champions.
I mean, it was a legacy started by WAG, and I'm happy that the baton was carried over to Heavy. They're now holding the torch for the region. And now I want to see what Heavy has to say. So I'm going to toss it over to a witness interview with Heavy and our coach Conchita and Yunsul.
Thank you so much, casters. We're back in a room of pressure for the winner interview. And as much as this pains me to say, congratulations, Heavy, on securing a win and securing a spot in the semifinal at Indonesia Arena. We're here with Alan, and of course, we're going to have a bit of a chat. So, how does it feel to beat RRQ in their home soil? Oh my God, this is so sad. I cannot do this interview.
It's okay. I'm happy. Really happy. Giờ Alan thì lời đầu tiên sẽ được chúc mừng Heavy cũng như là Alan đã giành lấy được chiến thắng vô cùng ngoạn mục trước đội tuyển RQ ở trong vòng thi đấu vừa rồi ở chế độ tự chiến. Thì không biết là cảm giác hiện tại của Alan đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi vừa đánh bại được RQ ngay trên đất nhà của họ vậy ạ?
Cảm giác hiện tại của mình thì khá là cảm xúc bởi vì RRQ là đội tuyển duy nhất xuất hiện tại chế độ tự chiến lên này.
So for himself, he felt very emotional right now, very happy, and it's also because RQ is the only Indonesian team seems to be up here in the Clash Squad mode.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
sadly,
I'm happy, so I'm really okay. Finally, I can witness Vietnamese team got the victory in the Clash Squad mode. So into our second questions. Alright, next up is the E1 and R7 rematch. Who's your pick to win and what's your score prediction? Thì tiếp theo sẽ là trận đấu một lần nữa là giữa E1 và cùng với R7. Thì không biết là Alan sẽ lựa chọn đội tuyển nào là đội tuyển chiến thắng trong lòng của mình. Và tất nhiên là cả dự đoán số điểm nữa.
Theo mình nghĩ thì chắc là E1 ạ.
E1 và dự đoán là bao nhiêu điểm?
2-1 dành cho E1 ạ.
2-1 dành cho E1. So I think like Alan is more lean to the, how do I say, Brazilian team. So he pick E1. Yeah, with 2-1.
Ooh, 2-1?
2-1.
Well, I guess if that's true, we're going to have a bit of a long night too today.
It's okay.
Last question. So tomorrow we're going back into Battle Royale. How ready is Heavy for qualifying to the men's stage in both CR and BR?
Alright. Ngày mai là chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với sinh tồn. Thì không biết là Heavy đã chuẩn bị những gì để đội tuyển của mình có thể xuất chúng nhất ở trong hai chế độ cả tự chiến và sinh tồn để mình tới với chung kết lần này ạ?
Tụi mình chỉ luôn đặt mục tiêu duy nhất là sẽ đạt được chức vô địch trong tất cả mọi giải đấu. Đó là thứ hy vọng duy nhất của chúng mình.
Oh, so I think like he said we have always been practicing and preparing for this moment, but of course our highest and the main core goal is to be the champions of every mode in the game, even the Clash Squad or Battle Royale.
Ooh, of course. So yeah, I guess congratulations once again. That was an amazing comeback. You guys totally deserve it. Now let's go back to the casters as we enter the last game of the day. Take it away, casters.
Congratulations once again to Heavy after a very close set with RRQ Kazu. Of course, they are a little bit sad that they had to knock down their brethren, but you made it to top 4. That's all that matters here. Welcome back to the caster's desk here, folks, because that was just game number 3. We're still not done yet here. We've got one more match to conclude the night and to find out who is going to be our last team to be joining our top 4 grouping. But Husky, I think we have to sort of wrap up this set, I suppose, and I do want to finalize our thoughts on Heavy before we jump into game number 4. What are our opinions on Heavy going into the grand final? Let's not take into account whoever's going to take that 4th spot, but against Fluxo and AG, what are we kind of expecting in terms of their placement in our top 4?
I mean, depending on either E1 or R7 makes it through, I think it's gonna only get tougher from here, right? We've like Heavy taking out RQ. I think is a big achievement. Of course, there are people who believe that Heavy is gonna win, and they did. But against teams like Fluxo and AG, who are masters in their own regards, when it comes to Clash Squad, Heavy needs to polish up a little more. I think the gameplay and the draft, creative. I like the approach. They adapt pretty well. Now it's about raw mechanics. Something that Fluxo and AG always thrives in. So I think Heavy is gonna struggle, but I want to see how far they can push it.
Yeah, I want to see how far they can push it as well. And I do agree with you, right? Like the team, as great as they are a little rough around the edges at times. And we don't see that roughness with AG and Fluxo, especially when these two teams are really going at it in their games. So, I mean, Heavy, go as far as you can, show us what you've got, but you do have some time before we do get to our semi and grand final matches. And I mean, I'd love to see who their opponent is going to be. We will only find out though after we has wrapped up our last game of the day, which is R7 versus E1. We will be jumping into this matchup next. It is, oh gosh, a rematch. If you haven't looked at our brackets in round 1, this match already happened. And the results back then, it was 2-1 in favor of R7. But there is a bit of a story to this best of 3. It originally started with E1 completely sweeping R7 off their feet. And I think a lot of us expected them to take the set 2-0. It was that bad. It was only game 2 after what was going to be the sweep that they decided they're going to wake up, they figured them out, and they reverse sweep them in not only that second game, but also that third game. So R7 gave a lot of us panic attacks. We did not think they were going to make it. So now that we have a rematch, I think E1, they've also learnt their lesson playing up against R7 and also probably watched the matches yesterday as well. With this newfound knowledge, I have no expectations in this upcoming best of 3. I think we're in for a heck of a roller coaster. Put your seatbelts on, wear your helmets. Please buy an insurance plan if you don't have one yet, because you might get a concussion just watching this game.
I mean, it's pretty poetic that both teams started their Clash Squad journey in the Swiss stage facing up against each other, and now they have to take one or the other out, right? I think you couldn't have ended any better than this. Well, at least for our viewing pleasure, it feels very a very just way to conclude this Swiss stage. But for both teams, the pressure is on, right? Because it's very rare that in the Swiss stage format that you get to face off against the same team twice. Because usually Swiss stage, when you play the team, is done. You never see them ever again until you head into the playoffs. So this is a rare occurrence. They've played each other before, like you said. They've had time to study each other. And now let's see the fruition of their homework.
Yeah, I mean, are we even going to get 3 games? For all we know, it ends up being a 2-0 because someone did their homework. So it's time to find out who ended up doing their homework coming into this best of 3. And I think there's other factors we have to talk about as well. Definitely map order, because there were some maps that the teams tend to do better on. So we'll have a look at that later on once we do introduce our teams, because we are getting the stage ready for them, because we have to do the walk-in. We have to bring them in because they deserve that respect. I am keen to hear, though, for all of our viewers in any of our live streams, let us know in the chat, who are you favoring in this best of 3 set? Are you a R7 fan or are you a E1 fan? And bonus question, what do you think the final score is going to be? 2-0 or 2-1?
This is one of the few series that I genuinely am lost. I don't know who to root for. I'm just here for a good time. I looked at E1 and I'm like, okay, we saw 2 different sides of E1, but then R7 beat them, and R7, they took some time, but they adapted to E1. So I think the conclusion that I came to for this series is who is going to play faster. I feel like no one's going to slow down. I think R7 is going to try and play fast, E1 will try to reciprocate, and you just headbutt each other until someone gives way. That's how I feel it's going to be. The good old Brazilian aggression.
Well, I hope they put their helmets on, because that does not sound very pleasant, going in for those constant headbutts. But I do agree with you. I do feel like it's going to be a really major case of just a rough and tumble for both of these teams. Like, they're already familiar with each other's play styles, and I mean, if they weren't confident going into each other before, you have so much out there, so much information. You should have been able to see each other's other games as well. Like, you should have enough ammunition now to be able to put together some kind of contingency plan, a counter plan to be able to play against your opponents. Just going off of the play styles alone. So I do like how E1 played, because we see this team actively adapting, right? Like, this was something that we did see coming in for E1. They were actively adapting to their opponents throughout the game. it wasn't active adaptations per game. It was they lose 2 rounds, they learn their lesson, they win the next 2 games. They might lose another round, all of a sudden they have their comeback plan. So I'm hoping they figured something out for R7 because Movistar, like this team, I feel like plays like a tsunami. You let them build too much pressure and then it just completely sweeps through the town. Whereas for E1, they're very, I mean, we said this before, they're still very patient. They can play very, very patiently, but I don't think that's something you can fall back to against Movistars because they've beaten that strat. They beat it convincingly yesterday. So yeah, E1, maybe we're going to see them in their final evolution. Maybe they've figured something out and we are going to be seeing a completely new team and we'll be like, whoa, we didn't know they could play like that because they had to completely change their play style to play versus Movistars. But we do have our teams in the booth, Tusky. They're ready to go, they're rearing to go, and they know what's on the line, that top 4 spot.
And sometimes when we talk about, teams having to play more games in a single day, it's either the team that had to play early on, they get warmed up and they won because they're warmed up, or they end up dropping because they gassed out, right? Because it's at the end of the day, when you were playing from a loser's bracket, or in this case, the lower bracket or the Swiss stage, you are at a disadvantage because you technically had to play a lot more. So either E1 has warmed up their muscles, they did a cool down during the break and carry their momentum forward, or the exhaustion takes over, right? It takes over, R7 figures them out, and they gassed out. But I'm hoping it to be a 3-game series again. I think that is the best way to do these 2 teams justice, knowing that one of them is gonna get eliminated from the Swiss stage and in such a manner. It's a rare Swiss stage occurrence. You don't see this every time, especially doing a Swiss stage format. We go to Kalahari first, and then we hit Nextera, and if we're lucky enough, we go Bermuda for game 3.
I love how we just decided to start like in ultra hard mode for game number 1 and we just swapped the quote-unquote easy map for game number 3. So this will be a challenge for both of our teams just because Kalahari, naturally tough map, but I mean both of these teams, they are very capable of maneuvering around Kalahari. This might change their draft picks though, right? Because I think we are starting to see teams starting to pick drafts based on maps. It's no longer just having XYZ utilities. It's knowing that, okay, we are going onto Kalahari. This is a very, very open map. Snipers are very highly coveted. Also, any kind of extra maneuverability is also valuable, such as like the Santino or the Tatsuya Dash. So I kind of wonder what's in the books here for both of these teams. Like, what would they try to prioritize? And maybe what kind of lessons they learned in some of our previous matches. Because I don't expect anybody to pull off the whole Clue and Coda ban or Clue and Coda pickup in one go. But, sometimes you need to watch another team execute a strat for you to realize, wait a minute, this is kind of viable.
Yeah. See, E1 getting first pick this time. We've seen so far, I think today the more creative, the more daring teams in terms of drafting was what we just witnessed. RQ, Kazu against Heavy. Let's see what the approach is, right? We've seen A124 bans. We've seen Oscar getting let through just as predicted during the pre-show. Especially for E1 who likes to set up, they definitely are considering a lot more and leaning towards the intel gatherers, the more defensive ones. I'm surprised that Chrono isn't on the as prioritized as I thought he would be, but I want to see what R7 has to offer on the second pick.
All right, picks and bans are ready, folks. So let's see what's going to be taken off the table and who is going to be going through. No Oscar this time and no Tatsuya. So a lot of mobility taken out of the pool, but this does leave other options. Okay, we still have both of our surveillance characters. We have Zane available as well. Cassie is in the pool. Chrono is also available. So a lot of meta picks still here. And with Zane being picked up by E1, I'm sitting here thinking, like, are they hoping Cassie's going to make it through? Because Movistars, they say, all right, let's pick up the Clue. We want to get our surveillance active first. And let's maybe deny the Cassie from E1 as well. So 2-in-1 double whammy for Movistars. I hope this is not a surprise to E1. I hope they were expecting that, okay, we might not get the Cassie. That's okay. We're still happy we got the Zane.
I think you could take the Coda here, right? It should be a snap pick. Yeah, take the Coda, you could take the Chrono if you want, or you could take the Coda and Iris here. I think either or. There's no
my way back
bad pick, right? Unless you decide to say, you know what, I'm gonna take Raiden, then we have a problem. But if not,
I don't expect Raiden now, but you
take Iris, right?
I want to know all your secrets.
I do like that they picked up the Iris here. This does leave, as you said, Chrono in the pool for movie stars if that's the pairing that they want to have, the Cassie. Aside from that, though, what else could they pick? I know in the past we've seen Steffi sort of be that replacement. A124 being highlighted instead, though. Okay, Chrono and A124. I mean, I'm not against it. It works.
And if the Chrono gets locked in, E1 can go for Ignis, they can go for Nero if they want.
The legend.
Pretty open, honestly, for E1. You want to get more defensive? I think Steffi is not a bad pick either. So there really isn't a poor choice for E1. It's more of how do you want to approach your draft, right? Like what is the final component you want to add to it?
Okay, Vitten 9. What are you playing today, my good friend? I mean, it might not be Vitten's character, but I feel like, oh, okay, the Ignis. You did highlight this, and there we go. So Ignis is there, gonna make Chrono's life a little bit more difficult. Blue Wall's not gonna be so safe either, but I mean, it's not a game changer for movie stars. So looking at the two drafts, movie stars, they've got a variety of ways they can play. They can run into E1 since they have Chrono Cassie, A124 to provide that support, Joker providing support fire with the clue in the back lines, whereas for E1, I mean, they have Leon who's going to go for his assassination missions on the side. Vitten will be providing support there for Baum. I guess Vitten XP, who does he sort of stick with? I guess that's a 2-2 split here for E1 then. Your Ignis Zane and Iris Coda.
I think you probably would. I don't know. I feel like a 2-2 split might make sense too. You could leave the Iris behind, right, and just have Zane, Coda, and Ignis push. It's there are a couple of ways to go around.
That's the thing I'm a bit worried about though. It's like into a Cassie. It's almost, to me, I don't know about you, it almost feels mandatory for Baum to do well in this game because if he doesn't get those really big headshots, Della is going to just erase all the damage done by the Iris.
Yeah, I think it was something that we actually discussed earlier on. I feel like if you take down anyone other than the Cassie will be like, okay, I'll redirect my healing to someone else. But if you take down the Cassie, then I think the returns is a lot bigger. E1 has a draft that could push into Movie Star R7. If they take down the Cassie, it would be great. But of course, they are a defensive mechanism. The A124, the Trio of Battle, it's always great in shutting down the prompt aggression if you hit your ability. But if not, then just relying on Chrono and Cassie to hold might not be the easiest thing to do, considering that you have Iris to get to the blue walls, Coda to get info, and Ignis to just burn it all down.
Yeah. Well, I think we're gonna have to let the players do the talking. Let's just have a look at the player cams here. I want to see if the players are looking pretty confident. We're seeing a lot of discussions being done by E1. I won't say they look super confident. The team definitely looks a little bit stressed. Oh, and Movie Stars R7. Sometimes you just got to get into the zone. You got to pray. Both of these teams looking stressed, Husky. Okay, yeah, they're both feeling that pressure. You may as well just play the game in the room of pressure at this point.
They don't call it the room of pressure for nothing, right? They say, yeah, just for interviews, shooting some side content. But especially, I think to the teams from the Brazilian region, the Mexican teams, Latin American teams, it means a whole lot more, right? The past 2 years, Magic Squad, now Fluxo, or at least majority of them are in Fluxo, they have brought the glory back to the region, right? They put Brazil back on the map. And I think for the rest of these teams, they are sort of like the second generation, right? They're inspired by the Corinthians, and now, the Magic Squad, Fluxo, and even to a certain degree, like Vivo Kate back then, was a Magic Squad was also sort of the second gen, which makes E1, Movistar R7, like the third gen of the region. So for them, winning every single game, I think holds a lot more weight, considering that Southeast Asia has essentially dominated and we call Southeast Asia the kings of Free Fire, and it has done the VR region some disservice. So I am excited to see how this motivation is gonna push R7 and E1 to go beyond. It's a bit sad that we're gonna lose one of them by the end of this best of 3, but either way, what they have shown us in 2024 and 2025 has been short of nothing but impressive.
Look, I expect this set to be such a fire closer for today because this is it. This is it for both of our. Thank you so much. Both of all around here are ready to go. We're heading into Kalahari here, folks, for a game 1 of this best of 3 between Movistars R7 and E1.
The night is still young, folks, and there's no better way to conclude it than this rematch in the Swiss stage between Movistar R7 and E1. Frankly speaking, I don't know who to root for, but I think majority of the crowd is rooting for R7. You know, as a response to the inquiry you posed earlier on, E1 getting very aggressive. He's trying to find some space, and that's sort of what you want to do at Santa Catarina, right? You give away too much of the wreckage of the ship to your opponents, you are going to lose out on the ground. And Leon knows exactly what the task is, taking out Games King at the start of the round. Flame Mirage getting thrown out as well, and that first blood is going to mean a lot for E1.
That's huge too, because Games King didn't even get to use his time turner, so this is an uphill battle here for Movistars. It's not over yet, though. They just need to figure out a way to somehow equalize the set. Haxus going up onto the top of the shipwreck, trying to find somebody. He reveals his position, though. So all of a sudden, E1 they know where Haxus are, and you can see they're looking up there, trying to aim up there, but the angling is really, really off. And Joker, I mean, he tried to play at the top of the ship, but he just can't find an angle up there. You can see E1 showing so much respect, knowing if they peek out there, that they're just going to be picked off. So all of a sudden, Movistars forced to play on top of this ship now, and E1 remaining under the deck.
Those initial angles aren't good for them, but if the circle pushes in, then it will change. Joker with a good pop. Gotta look for the second one. Joker making every single bullet count. Della, let's get traded back by Bohm. E1 stabilized the situation, and in fact was able to get a bit more damage done than expected. Good recovery for Movistar R7 though, only losing Games King at the very end despite E1 taking control of the majority of the ship.
Yeah, I have to say, big respects to both E1 and Movistars R7. I know some people are going to complain about that round being very slow. That was such a respectful round. Like, that was R7 and E1 showing each other so much respect. They were saying, you try to come to us. Once they realized that that was just not going to be the case, they had to play along with that circle, which, as we saw, the circle moving towards the center of that shipwreck. Now that we are moving into round number 2, I think this is where we can say the game has really begun. And already, right off the bat, E1 pushing forward, trying to create space for their snipers so that they can come in with those critical shots. Games King really struggling to get into position to push forward for the team. And now E1 dominating that central area of all of those canisters. And Della got to be careful. Joker on the side trying to pop some heads. Games King, though, not even being given a chance to play the game as Vitten takes him out. But Haxus with a huge play coming in and deleting the entire roster.
Given the good old fireworks, Hax with a nade that took out 3 members of E1. And an ace, in fact, for this young man. Talk about funneling through a tight area. Hax with the easiest ace of his life. And that's going to be 2 rounds for R7. E1 caught with their pants down, but nothing to feel bad about. It was a bit of an oopsie, you know, didn't expect R7 to pull that one off. But the economy did take a beating, so E1 will have to come into round 3 a bit battered and bruised.
Battered and bruised, and with everything to lose as well, we do have a cyber airdrop for this round. And ideally for E1, they really want to get their hands on it, but at the same time, you can tell the hesitation from Leon. And we do manage to have that picked up by Movistar's R7. So E1 not going to be too happy that they weren't able to get their hands on it. Down 2 games and the cyber airdrop. That's going to be a huge disadvantage. Oh my gosh! 3-man deleted by E1. Oh, the entire roster just getting caught completely off guard. And only Vincent is left, gets taken down there by Games King. Oh, what a start here for Movistar's R7. They are on a roll.
They surely are. There was a nade from the side as well being thrown by, I believe, Hacks, that really threw E1 into disarray. They took initiative, they take central control, but they left all the flank open. And we see Bohm getting essentially boxed in. He couldn't respond at all. So R7 essentially just playing the better game, the better macro game. UAV sent out E1. What's going to be the plan? A 3-1 split. We did talk about the possibility of leaving the Iris behind and going with a 3-man front. But the Iris has to be able to deliver and provide support if you want to play that way. And R7, they're double backing. This could be a pincer maneuver.
It could be a pincer maneuver. They just herd them like sheep into a corner. Vitten trying to have those shots connect. They're not quite landing yet, though. On the low ground, though, oh, Movistar's R7, they are ready to kill. They are looking for blood. They're moving as a 3-man unit. They are hunting like a pack of wolves, and they just eat Vitten up. They do have Leon in the other side of the room, but against so many players, so many bodies, do you really think
I don't think so. Not in this state. R7, 2 men down, but easily picked it back up. And unfortunately, there's really nothing much that Bohm can do. 4v1 as a sniper. Better be the dang sharpshooter if you want to make it work. But the Winchester through the skull is what Games Kings has in store for him. 3-0 so far. R7, what an explosive start.
An explosive start, and it always feels like just a complete opposite retelling of this game happening yesterday. It was E1 to basically crush Movistars in that first match, and now it's the complete opposite. It's Movistars just walking all over E1 in this first matchup, and unfortunately for E1, nothing's gone their way. They have not gotten any of these points on the board. They do not have a cyber airdrop point on their side either. If they don't take this one, I think this game might just be forfeit here for E1 unless Movistars for some reason just get overconfident and throw the game away, which I don't think that is just going to be the case here for the team. Games can get Andela on the ground there, going up against Leon. We do see the flame wall thrown out as well, but they only do a little bit of chip damage. There's no full commitment. E1, they are so afraid to run into Movistars. Oh,
they are. I mean, every single fight that they took have ended in losses. Bohm trying to go for the jiggle pick by Joker. He's feeling really good about himself. That clue activated. He's going to walk off forward. What was that? Games King just slices 2 people in half. Oh, R7 really making this look like a walk in the park. This is sightseeing for them.
It really is. It almost feels like revenge for yesterday. Revenge for Movistars to E1 saying that you almost made us look like fools yesterday, and we're going to give you a piece of our mind. And just this kind of thrashing, this is not mentally good for E1. To lose these games back to back to back, to have nothing going your way. I mean, now it's do or die. And this is probably one of the worst do or die situations to be in as a team, because you are behind by 5 games. You have to win 6 games back to back from here on out to even take this set. And that's a very rare task that very few teams are capable of pulling that kind of play off. It is probably one of the most difficult plays to play in Clash Squad. So if E1 could do it, I mean, it would be a miracle play, but they have to first get that first point on the board.
I mean, look at Della. He's 0 and 11, man. He's running 11 assists. This Cassie is the field medic. R7 is just absolutely butchering E1 right now. Nothing is working. Nothing is coming together. They have nothing to stand on. Joker, he's right in their face as the clue. He's taking on a 1v2. He does not care. Games King casually lobbing nades. It's like the 4th of July right now. Hacks with the opening. Bitting XP, good response on the Joker. Maybe this is where it turns around, but they gotta find a conversion. And Hax will confirm his as one. Finds the second one. Hax R7, they are making this look way too easy. This is a clean game. This is 6-0, game 1 for Movistar R7.
That was painful. That was absolutely painful to watch for E1. But for Movistars, perfect start. Perfect head start puts them in a perfect position to take this set 2-0. If game 2 looks like this, I mean, E1, they're going to need a therapist after this series because, Movistar, it just almost seems like this is a completely new team, a completely resurrected, revived team that not only have they overcome their own demons, but they are just playing at a level that I think E1 isn't at. It's almost like they've evolved and moving on to their next stage. Movistars, I mean, they earned that booyah and they earned it in style.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that will leave you shell-shocked. Will not give you enough time to go into the next game, and you are just left wondering what happened. I think the best way is to move on from it, pretend that this game never happened, focus on game 2, because R7 just gave us an absolute masterclass of domination in game 1.
Have we had any games that decide? I think that has to be the most decisive game that we've had for the Swiss stage thus far. I don't think we've had any other series where a team just crushes their opponent. So game number 2, I mean, if I'm E1, I'm panicking. I need my coach to calm me down. We need to have a game plan set before we even think about the draft. Someone's going to have to give the team a pep talk because, game number 1, I don't think that's a good representation of E1 either because we have seen them play really, really well. They can be extremely patient, very opportunistic, but it was just this first game. I really wonder what went wrong with the team. Like maybe was it a communication issue? Maybe they weren't too happy with their draft overall. I mean, maybe just the fact that they didn't get any points on the board, maybe that was really just what took a downturn for their motivation and their feelings going into the game. But we do have to celebrate some victories here. Our game MVP was Haxus on our A124, securing those 9 eliminations for the team, scoring 3,300 damage, and also locking in the 7 assists for the team.
I gotta say, that looked like a whole highlight montage for Movistar R7. You have a triple elimination into ace nade, you have a double takedown side, you have a 1v1, whatever shenanigans that can be pulled out from the hat. Movistar R7 gave us a full magician show in game 1.
Look at the score.
Look at Della.
Husky. Jeez.
Look at Della. If this is not the definition of I lie down and win the game as a support, I don't know what is.
Lie down and get the game.
Less than 1k damage, 0 elims, 13 assists. Come on.
He's got 13 assists. It doesn't matter. He's not lying down. I can tell you that, okay? This man is doing work for the team. So.
Oh, this is the dream support game. It's like you just heal your teammates. They do all the dirty work. Oh man, what a straightforward game. A cruise for Movistar R7, honestly.
This was perfect. Perfect way to start the game. Well, we've finished up our first game of this best of 3, and just off of that first game, I think a lot of people are thinking this is going to be an easy 2-0. I don't want to think that way because yes, we are going on to next Terra for game number 2. I think E1 are going to drastically change something because game number 1, they're disaster. Whatever they did for game number 1, scrap it, throw it in the bin, fire your coach and hire a new one in the middle of this match because that just wasn't going to work for the team at all. But the thing is, like, what do you fix? What was the issue? Because, like, okay, personal opinion, I feel like Movistars in that game, they just outplayed E1 in every regard, in rotations, in drafts, in CQCs, everything. They just outplayed them. And how do you beat a team that just outplays you? Like, that's mechanical skill. You don't simply get mechanical skill in the span of 2 minutes between matches. That's hours of practice, hours of talking, hours of research.
Usually you could kind of fix some minor ones like, oh, we should have done this rotation, maybe we should have done this or that, small tweak. But you look back at Kalahari, everything went wrong. Everything that can conceivably went wrong went horrible. In this case, I agree. I don't know where to start. I think you just forget about game one, focus on the game plan of what you practice, get comfortable as possibly can from the draft gameplay, and head into game two and use what you know about the team against them. Right? Because I think if you want to talk about what to fix from game one, that is going to be a whole post-mortem. There's not enough time to talk about it. You're only going to worsen the situation. So just forget about what happened. Pretend that it's like a, oopsie, we kind of dropped the ball. Now let's focus, right? Game one was not a thing. I think that's the best way to get your players back into the zone. Because if you let them linger thinking about what went wrong in game one, oh my goodness, this series is going to end so fast.
It might be the fastest series of the entire 2 play days if something doesn't change. So yeah, you can see here, Movistars R7, they are first pick for game number 2. I don't know if E1 would actually prefer that or not, because we did have this discussion earlier on in the day, right? Whether teams prefer to have first pick or second pick, because it's nice to have, like, for you to have the first dibs of a cookie jar, but sometimes it's better to take 2 after that first person, right? Like there's definitely ways to sort of approach the draft. So going into game number 2, I'm just thinking, is there anything that you might want to be able to snatch up for our next game that would give you an advantage going into next Terra?
I think you start from the draft, right? I have no problems with the draft on game 1 for either team. But I think for E1, maybe you have to consider certain picks that can stop Movistar R7 from disrespecting you. Right? The Cassie ban makes a lot of sense, because that Cassie is enabling R7 to essentially just walk up front and be like, hey, what's up? And then just win.
Just eat all the damage. Yeah.
So you take that away, you go for the Oscar Zane trade. I'm okay with that. They could take Coda here, and then you take Clue afterwards. No problem.
What's the follow-through after the Clue or the A124?
Wait.
Okay, thoughts on the A124 pick here for E1. Do you feel like this might solve some problems here for the team?
I mean, it will bolster their aggression. I think you take Clue Coda. If this is RQ, it's Clue Coda for sure. But Iris is fine as well. I don't know. I think you go Clue Coda, right? I think you double down on the intel. You take away surveillance.
Way to protect yourself, and there's no Cassie in the game either, so there is a chance that Games King, I don't think it's Games King that's gonna be playing the Iris. They'll have to probably swap him out onto the Oscar, but yeah, I do trust Joker to be able to land those finishing blows on E1 if they try to abandon a team fight. I do like this adaptation though, putting the Santino. I'm pretty sure this is probably going to be Bomb's character unless they want to grab something else. He's going to have mobility. He will be able to play forward if he wants. He can play back. But okay. Thoughts on Baum in our previous game? Like, do you think he's capable of being able to do something to hinder Movistars?
I don't know, man. If he's on the Iris, I'd say yes, but on the Santino, I'm not so sure. This is shocking. They didn't take either Clue or Coda. This could be what ends it. I feel like this draft might have decided the fate for E1, and that's just from a theoretical perspective, right? I mean, Movistar R7 decided to go Steffi. Okay, but if you ask me which draft I like a little bit more, I say Movistar R7. But still, keeping my hopes up from E1, they definitely have a plan. I said I wanted them to go for comfort, what they practice with. This is probably the best version of what they can come up with at this moment against R7. Now they got to put it into motion.
They got to put it into motion, but oh, can they do it into Movistars? That's the question, because we already saw what this team is capable of in that first round, and also these guys have played the best of 3 yesterday, so this is not the first time that these guys are encountering one another. If anything, they probably actually practice against one another when they're not playing these world stage games. So E1, to not pick up with a Clue, I hope they know what they're doing, because we've seen what's happened to teams that don't decide to pick up Clue or Coda in their lineups. And also if they don't have, for example, Homer and Nero, they struggle to find those openings and basically focus down targets that are within reach because you're playing practically blind, especially if the other team has one of our surveillance actives, either in the Coda or the Clue. So E1, prove us wrong. Maybe these guys can play blindfolded. I don't know, but I am just going to have to leave it to the games. We really cannot predict what's going to be coming out from E1. All we know is that they are probably very motivated to play this next game and to win it because they're down one game. They lose this game, they're out. They will be 2-0 swept by Movistars.
And I just want to also reiterate the fact that this is an incredibly stressful situation for the coach of E1, right? You don't have much time to talk to the team, and you need to calm the nerves down. I think E1, you can the mood definitely shifted a little bit after the game one, right? Again, it's not gonna be easy to forget about what went on in the previous game, but if E1 wants to have any chance of putting up a fight, that's the only way to move on forward. Block out the noise, because R7, they're coming into this, they're feeling incredibly good about themselves. They're laughing, they're having fun, and nothing worse than facing off against an opponent that is having a lot of fun.
Yep. All right, it's Movistars versus E1 in a best of 3 deciding match. Winner of this best of 3 is going to be taking that final spot in our top 4, and will be playing in our semi and grand final weekend. But it's one game. We could be getting 2 more, but with how everything is currently set up, Movistars have positioned themselves to win this set 2-0. It's all going to come down to E1. If they can somehow successfully pull off this lineup of theirs, they will be able to firstly pull it to a game 3, and they'll have to beat Movistars yet again on our final map, which is going to be Bermuda. I'm just looking at the comments, and I am seeing a lot more support for Movistars. A lot more support. There are very few people that have confidence in E1, and I kind of have to agree. You know, I think just based off of what we have seen today and yesterday, Movistars have just really come into their own as a team.
I mean, I saw this one guy say that E1's gonna win this 6-4. So there is some hope there. There are some believers, albeit not much, but a little bit of faith is all you need sometimes. We've seen these the minorities, right? That the 1%ers win out. No matter how small the margin is, E1, if there's anything they've shown us, is that they can recover. Let's see if this pressure is gonna bend and break them in half, or will they come back stronger? We're gonna head into map number 2 for what possibly could be the final game of this series, which will send R7 to top 4, or we even give us game 3.
I think the dream here is game 3, really. Just go the distance. Have E1 show us what they're capable of. But let's see what they're capable of in game number 2 first. It's the pistol round here for both teams, so anything goes. But I think what we're hoping to see here now is some signs of life by E1, and they're definitely showing it. They're actually moving as a 4-man unit, hoping to just run into a singular player and to just get that insta-grab if they potentially can. So far, Haxus is the one to be on the receiving end of most of the damage. We do see a bit of a skirmish there, and our first drop, and it's boom! But they do exchange Della for that.
They need to get a bit more though. Leon not looking too healthy as Games King is just gonna spam. Oh, Leon gets off one now, and that buys time for the rest of E1 to come through. Games King up against everyone from E1, and finally, E1 Esports finds their first round in the series.
Their first round. Unfortunately, it is the pistol round, so not enough of a lead to have them basically get that ball rolling, but this will help with their confidence. I think that's one thing that we're really looking for here for E1. They need to build that confidence back up after that first game. And once they're feeling a lot better, I think we should start to see some improvement in this team's overall play style. But let's not count Movistars out yet either. This is still a very, very formidable team. And Yeah, sometimes the pistol rounds, it can be just a bit of a coin flip. A very big push here for both of our teams, though. So we do see E1 moving together as a unit. We are seeing a 3-1 split, though, on the other side.
See if this is gonna pay off for them. Some tag onto Hax. Not too big of a deal just yet. Triple stack there. Actually, E1 getting forced back a little bit. So cutting noises and playing it slow. That's going to allow R7 to start aggressing forward. E1 would take back some of that space on the high ground. But Hax's position could make or break the round. Because I don't think E1 knows where he is.
Movie stars trying to find their next victim. Balm doing a little bit there for the team. Leon can't quite find his target, but they do get the first knock there onto Games King. And that's a big one as well. Della, next one to fall. Movie Star slowly falling one by one as Joker finally going to be caught as well. And it's now just Haxus against all of E1. And Husky, we might be seeing a potential Game 3 if E1 continue to play in this fashion. I'm kind of shocked that Movie Stars, that they've really slowed the ball down here in this second game.
Yeah, Hax's position did not pay off at all. He was in the same spot on the low ground for the entirety of the round. But in order for that conversion to happen, you have to push into E1 and force the movement. In fact, it was E1 that pushed into Movie Star R7, so that plan kind of fell apart. Not really what Movie Star R7 wanted to achieve. Something that they can learn from if they identify that issue. They're giving E1 way too much space. Something that R7 didn't really, gave E1 the luxury of in game 1. So that kind of gave way a little bit.
Got the cyber airdrop in this round as well. And already they're sending 2 players apiece to battle for the cyber airdrop. But is anyone going to overcommit to try and take this for their team? Both teams so desperately wanting to get a hold of it. But Leon is on the low ground. Boom, though, going to be caught in the distance thanks to Games King. That's going to be the Santino out of the pool. Della trying to join the team as well. Very low, trying to juke and jive, but he will be finally caught, but at a very big cost. Vitzen going to be hitting the ground as well. And Movie Stars are running out of gas. It's just Leon. Oh, but Boom, he's by himself. It's a very low Santino and Movie Stars.
Movie Star R7 springing to life. E1, they had some good initiative, but this time it was just a battle of numbers. R7 is having more in the tank as the round draws late. Boom, sadly doesn't have the health bar to work with towards the tail end. And that's a stabilizer. R7 keeping themselves in the game.
All right, Husky. Round number 4, E1. They did get the cyber airdrop. I think that was the overall goal for that previous round. But now they have to bring themselves back into that lead. And Games King, I love that he's hiding around that corner. If he can get the one tap, that'll be perfect. He's revealed his position. They're going to go for the immediate dash and catches that Vitzen thanks to Joker. And Leon caught out as well. Movie Stars with the surprise. And oh my gosh, that was a beautiful execution. E1, they walked into that.
Yeah. Complete demolition. E1 can't really blame them for making that move. I felt like there was a good reason behind it, but Movie Star R7 just struck when the iron was hot. E1 caught off guard, and that's the end of that round. So, equalizer. We got a game on our hands, at least. Even in terms of total damage dealt, Games King leading the pack. 1.8k total damage, 322 on the Oscar in terms of KDA. Round 5, right off the bat, Joker. Lovely back-to-back shots onto Vitin XP, and that's going to prompt the rest of R7 to just move on forward. Vitin XP being brought up by Vitin 9. Needs time to recover. Games King not going to give that round. Blocks off Baum for supporting his team. The Santino mannequin was used to swap places with the clone, but still, E1 desperately calling for reinforcements. Games King forcing the hand of Vitin 9. Vitin XP gets a good nade on the hack, but R7 still outnumbers them.
So far, they're still outnumbering them. Games King just shooting from the sidelines. Vitin is on the ground. It's just left to Boom. Last man standing again for E1. And this lead that E1 had built, it is starting to crumble. as Movistars, they are picking up momentum yet again and will be leading the round as soon as they finish the round, and that's going to be it. Boom, taken out by Games King by his hand, and all of a sudden, I think everyone sitting in the E1 bandwagon. You know, we were having a party just now, but all of a sudden there's tension, there's stress, and there's worry. E1, they started to show that they were capable of coming back, but now, with Movistars taking the lead, is this where things end for the team? Or can they somehow claw their way back into this game? It's round 6 here, folks. E1. I mean, okay, Husky, what's been the issue so far for E1? Like, is it just Movistars basically surprising them? Because we did see that one surprise ambush. But aside from that, E1, like, why are they just not being able to follow through with these rounds?
I think these on-the-fly decisions made by Movistar R7 are just a bit sharper, right? On top of them already having better positions and having better openings to shoot at E1 makes it even worse. Though Baum did make contact with Games King. Does need a bit of help though. Joker is about to camp at the mannequin. 1-for-1 trade. Not too bad, but if Joker converts it, which he did, it's not going to look good for E1. Baum is down. Vitting XP did get brought back up, but Leon continues to get shot at. Someone needs to get rid of Joker. He's doing too much. Vitin 9 now gets knocked down.
He's doing so much and for free. Nobody is contesting him because he's so far away. And E1, because they're grouped up, he's just shooting ducks at this point. Poor Leon, all on his own as that Chrono gets shut down by Games King. And again, another point going to Movistars R7. And the dream for E1 is slowly crumbling. They are struggling to contain the problem. They are struggling to contain this team. And once again, Movistars, if they keep running away with it, that's it. It's a 2-0 Husky. We've got 2 rounds left here for E1. If they lose 2 more games, that's it. That's a 2-0. Yeah.
Frustration on Leon's face. You can see that. Really helpless in these rounds. Don't know what to do. You have the intel. You can't react on it. Or even worse, you have the intel. You don't have the intel at all. It's this is again a cascading effect, right? Like E1, they gotta dig deep. Maybe it's gonna come down to what Heavy showed us. Individual brilliance to bring them back, to give them that boost of confidence. Vitin XP is gonna try and start it off strong. Taking out Della. Leon able to survive being knocked down. If he can heal back up, that's gonna give them a numbers advantage. Leon is gonna have to call for reinforcements. R7 are pressuring him. Games King finally shuts him down, but Vitin 9 needs to get this exchange. That time turner making it so hard. And Joker is about to arrive, but Vitin 9 shuts the showdown. Now it's a fair fight. Him against Joker. Vitin 9 keeps E1 in the game.
Keeps him in the game and is now going to close this distance between the two teams. It's 4-2 before, but now it's 4-3. E1 needs to crawl back into that game. They need to pray that Movistars continue to get a little too overconfident in these games. And oh boy, Husky, of course we have to get Grav Labs at such a critical point in this game.
It is. Again, these are the moments that can make or break a team or a player. And all you need is someone to step up and rally. We've seen it multiple times today itself. E1, they have a chance to replicate that. Leon hasn't been having a good day at all. Constantly pressured, or constantly brought down low. Games King, it's an important fight he needs to win, but Leon finally answers back. And E1 looking to get the equalizer, which is going to be incredibly important, right? That 4-4 scoreline is what E1 is looking for.
They need the 4-4, and Movistars, I think they're now starting to feel the heat. They lost that previous round. They do get the snipe onto Leon, so Joker is still very much an issue for this team. But he's going to have to start moving at some point because that circle will start to close in on itself. And as a sniper, you want to work with as much distance as possible. And you can see Vitin and Baum, they're trying to close that gap. They want to get rid of that sniper. And Joker's been caught. Leon, he gets his revenge.
Good stuff. And Hax can't really do much in this situation. Circle's going to be death for him. All right, Leon. You got one more shot. And yeah, I mean, Hax knows that this round is done. 4-4 it is. What a way. Well, it might go the distance, right? E1, if anything, they need this map win more than anyone else.
Oh, they definitely need it more than anyone else. They need that game 3. Otherwise, they're just going to lose 2-0. Oh, E1 somehow managing to maintain their composure even after such a high-stress, high-stakes series. And everyone thought it was going to be a clean sweep here by R7. But E1 hanging on to this singular lifeline. They just need 2 more wins. And we do have a high-stakes match here because we do have another cyber airdrop. So if somehow E1 is able to win this round and get the airdrop, they are setting themselves up to win this series overall.
Yeah, and R7, 2 rounds away from ending the night on a good note. And it's the finishing line that's the hardest to cross. This is a dangerous area. We've seen it multiple times. Balance dash, break right through. They make contact instantly. A 2 versus 1 and still not able to get anything done. Good backup from E1 and they are the one that cashes out. Vitin9 making every shot count. And Vitin XP with the follow-up. That double A be the death of R7 in this round.
And E1 also secured the cyber airdrop as well. This round was theirs to win. And the conditions are being met. They've got the 3 points of the cyber airdrop. They are now at match point. They have another lifeline in case this next round goes terribly for them. E1, this is their game. They have to win 1 or 2 rounds. If they lose either of these games, if they lose 2 games back-to-back to R7, that is it. They are out. They are eliminated. So it's there. E1, they know it's there. But they have to also be very careful. They can't afford to get overconfident. Do not underestimate R7 because they have punished you before for it.
Leon trying to buy a bit of time. He was spotted on the zip line. Same against Games King now. Hex on the low ground. That grenade, fortunately, not going to do anything, though they were able to pin down Bao for now. Another zip line taken. This is getting a bit dicey. R7 willing to double down on the aggression.
Oh, Joker. Joker knows he's in trouble. But look at Leon. This man has been so slippery.
Oh!
King loses the 1v1 to Leon. This man, he is mad. And Games King, he thought he was the predator, but ends up the prey in this matchup. Hacks is next one to follow. Joker goes down as well, thanks to Vitin9. Games King, he does get picked up. Della is there to provide the support. It's still 3 versus 3. Oh, Haxus goes down again. They thought they were able to get the pickup. Games King and Della, can they somehow beat this? 2 versus 2. Vitin is down. Both Vitins are down. Balm is down. They get it. We are going to a match point here, Husky. Match point for both of our teams.
Oh, that was so close because E1 had that. They had the game. But you gotta give respect to the revival game. Della picks his teammate back out and it's just a chain reaction. At the end of the day, all that utility coming into fruition.
That's it.
Or R7.
That's it. You throw your life savings, Husky, everything. Your life savings, your grandma. You buy out the entire shop. This is it. This is it. Either R7 goes straight through to top 4 or E1 force that game 3.
Oh, 100%. R7 really put out all the stops this game. E1, they got 1 more shot at this. It's life or death for them, but for R7, all they need is just 1 round. It's either the difference. It's either 1 round or 11 more rounds. They gotta pick their choice, and the choice is clear. Joker is gonna try and find a good position to work with. In fact, both teams switch position. R7 takes center though. That grenade throw now is gonna chip away a bit of that health bar. It was instantly recovered. E1 settled down.
Joker
R7.
Leon. They are so close. Joker and Leon are right next to each other. I think if Leon shows himself, that is it. He is going to get jumped on. But Vitin's also next to him as well. Yeah, you know what, Husky? I think what's going to happen, I think E1 is going to go for the classic play. They're going to play it patient. They're going to make R7 be the ones to run into them. And I think this is a mistake if R7 let this happen. They cannot let E1 play their game.
Who gets uncomfortable when there's no action? I think that's R7, but R7, they make the executive decision to not let E1 have the luxury to slow this game down. Whoever makes the first move gets to laugh last, and it's R7 that has put out all the stops. Leon gets back up, but put to sleep. R7 pushes through at the very end, and they will be your fourth and final team to lock in playoffs.
And E1, the dream ends here. They were so close to forcing it to that third game to basically force a reset between the two teams. But unfortunately, just could not close it out in that final round. R7 showing them that they are the better team in this best of 3 series. And Husky, we've wrapped things up here for our Swiss round for Clash Squad. We now have our top 4 teams.
We certainly do. Oh, that's gotta be crushing for E1. They came so close. But again, the finishing line is the hardest to cross, and Movistar R7 just did better today. Dominating game 1, a nail-biting game 2, but victors nonetheless with this booyah. A 2-0 victory over E1 Esports, and Movistar R7 will join the likes of AG, Global, Fluxo, and Heavy in the playoffs. And they will continue this battle next Friday for Clash Squad.
I wonder if we're going to be doing the randomized groupings today, because I think we're all wondering now who is playing who for our semi-final and grand final weekend, Husky. I'm just trying to think, like, what would be the most exciting match? I think any matchup between any of our top 4s would be exciting. We know that the upper bracket teams will not be able to play each other. That is guaranteed. The upper bracket teams will be assigned a random team from the lower bracket. Okay, so no AG, no Fluxo. Okay, that's not happening. If for that grouping to happen, we'd actually have to have those teams make it to the grand finals together. So no AG and Fluxo, but anything else goes for these groupings.
If you ask me, I want to see AG E1 Fluxo R7. That's my personal pick. That's my personal pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check out the MVP for this game.
Yeah, we gotta celebrate Joker here. There were so many moments where Joker. I mean, what was it? Was it Grab Labs? Joker was just going ham. Oh, was it Grab? Oh no, it was different. It was different. But there were certain moments where Joker, if he was left unchecked, and E1 knew about this as well. You leave this man unchecked, he just goes ham on that Iris. He was just sniping heads, threatening teams, threatening players, and basically forcing them, saying, "Glue walls? No, you can't use glue walls. You got to use hard cover." So he was a pest to deal with.
Yeah, he was definitely a thorn in the side of E1. A 6-5 score. What started off as R7 dominating and a bit of sign of life of E1. Could have never thought it'd go to a full 11-round game. But again, props to Movistar R7 pulling through at the very end. You said that it benefits E1 in the game slows down, and Movistar R7 understood the assignment. They went straight for E1, and E1 getting caught off guard with the sudden shift in tempo. But still, very good fight put up by E1 Esports. It's just a shame that game 2 was when they woke up.
Yeah, I think we all were sort of hoping that we would see a bit of a switcheroo between the two teams, right? Because yesterday it was E1 that won game 1, and then R7 took game 2, and then we had the game 3. I thought maybe it was going to be a bit of a reverse of that today, but Movistars, they knew how to close out the game. And again, because these two teams met previously in that 0-0 bracket, they knew how their opponent plays. They knew what was the comfort play style for E1. And I think once they realized what was happening, they realized, like, okay, we are about to fall into a very deadly trap. This is what E1 wants. We need to play against this. We got to play and make that move before E1 is ready to go. So Movistars R7, been such a great team to watch. We do have a winners interview with them, which they wholeheartedly deserve. Let's see what Movistars R7 have to say after securing their spot in the top 4.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Room of Pressure. Right next to me is... Who is it, Conchita?
It's Games King! Congratulations, Movistar R7, for securing that win. It was an intense game for sure, right, Yunso?
Yes, I agree. So I was very happy because LATAM is not overshadowed by Brazilian anymore, so
Yeah.
really excited for me. All right, first off, congratulations to you, Games King. With this victory, Movistar R7 puts LATAM on the map by advancing to the Clash Squad main stage at the FFWS Global Finals. And how does that feel?
Con esto, Latam ahora procede y sigue para adelante y lo pone un poco más en la mira, cómo se siente estar ahí y, bueno, tener esta representación, de alguna manera estar dentro de los grandes.
Nada, súper contento. Creo que hace tiempo que no se veía un gran nivel en LATAM o siempre nos subestimaban como que éramos rivales bajos. Entonces ahora venimos a demostrar que eso ha cambiado y vamos por ti, Brasil.
Oh, that's it? So, what is
sorry.
his name? Sorry, I was waiting for you. Unfortunately, I don't speak the language.
It's what I mean. No, he feels really proud, really, because right now Latin America is actually stepping out of the shadow, like we actually talked yesterday. No, it was in the shadow of Brazil, and now it's actually stepping out. So we're going for Brazil.
Oh my God, this must have been such an amazing win for them. But I'm also curious to see that there's a lot of signatures and messages written on Games King's jersey. I don't know if you guys noticed, survivors. There's like a lot of interesting things written on there. Can he tell us a bit about the backstory, who wrote it, and what are the messages about?
Tenés un montón de mensajes y notas en tu camiseta. Quieren saber de qué se trata, quiénes son y quiénes estuvieron escribiendo la camiseta y qué representa para vos.
Bueno, esta camiseta es muy importante ya que por estar acá en el Mundial me perdí mi graduación de colegio. Entonces cada uno de mis compañeros y personas importantes me escribieron su mensajito o su nombre para que lo recuerde siempre y lo lleven en cada juego.
And actually, it's a really important message because for being here in this global finals, he lost his school graduation. So all his friends and his school teammates actually signed the t-shirt so he could bring it to Indonesia.
Oh my God, what a sacrifice.
Yeah, because school graduation is something really important to you at your age, right? It's really important to your youth. It's like a memory. Whoa, but it's really impressive.
Yeah,
very brave for Games King, right? I think I love that spirit of him, you know, very passionate at a young age. Everyone is all like that. All right, so you mentioned that before you missed your graduation to be here, and now your semi-final and final fall on the same week. So how do you connect to these moments? What does this journey mean to you actually?
Ahora avanzaron a las semifinales y las semifinales y las finales se juegan en el mismo día, en la misma semana. ¿Cómo conectás estos sentimientos con eso que vas a estar enfrentando la semana que viene?
Bueno, nos vamos a tratar de prepararnos de la mejor forma. La verdad que venimos confiados, siento que estamos haciendo las cosas bien con el equipo y vamos a darlo todo para ganar este Clash Squad.
Well, they feel really trusted stuff. They are giving their best with the team, with starting with the coach and everything, and they're giving their best actually to win the Clash Squad.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations once again for winning a game, winning against a strong competitor also. But I think we're gonna have to go back to the caster for now. Thank you for translating as well, Noelia. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much to our lovely host and translator, and of course Games King from the winning team Movistar R7, and quite a story to get to Jakarta and the Indonesia arena, missing out his graduation but qualifying for top 4 of the Clash Squad. That is going to be happening next Friday on the 14th of November, and on top of that, more games to go in the Battle Royale mode coming this weekend. So a lot to look forward for, and I'm pretty sure those words of motivation written on his jersey is going to be a source of power for Games King to make it until the very end.
I really think it is maybe going to be his lucky charm. We have heard stories in the past of pro players having lucky plushies, socks, any kind of possession. They bring it with them to tournaments, and that luck is really what's needed to cross them across that finish line. So I think it would be such an amazing story if they do end up being our champions. But we're going to have to let the teams and players do the talking, the shooting on our grand final weekend. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about Movistars because originally I didn't know what to expect from Movistars coming into Clash Squad, aside from what we saw in Battle Royale originally. And they showed a lot of promise. They were extremely aggressive. I looked at the team's playstyle and I thought, this is perfect. Like, this is the perfect playstyle to translate into Clash Squad. And we are starting to see the results of their playstyle and how it just does so well in this kind of format. And now their next test, their next challenge is to beat their opponent next week. And it's either going to be one of the regional champions. It could be AG Global or it could be Fluxo. I don't think it matters who they get. It's going to be a matter of can they best these Titans with pure mechanical skill, because I think it goes without saying that everyone is thinking either AG or Fluxo is going to win the whole thing, because we know these teams. They're very seasoned veterans in the world of Free Fire and they play Clash Squad so well. It's now down to Movistars i7, like, can they take on these veterans in Clash Squad?
And that's why at the start of the day I say that a Clash Squad tournament without BRU and Falcons is a special Clash Squad, right? We don't get this every day. It's sort of everyone's game. Of course, we go down the hierarchy. AG, Global, and Fluxo are the ones that kind of take over the throne for now. But for both teams, especially AG, this is going to be a very special occasion if they win it next week. Because the trophies have been eluding AG Global, especially due for Aeons. For as long as we've known him in the pro scene, he has always came close to a medal, but has never actually lifted one. He's gotten finals MVP without winning a trophy. That's how crazy that story is. Maybe Clash Squad, maybe this is going to be his year, at least for Clash Squad.
Yeah, and maybe it's a format change. Maybe Battle Royale is just not the mode for Dewey. We really don't know. But it is time to reveal the brackets to see who is playing who in our grand final weekend. And it has been decided. AG Global will play heavy in our first semi-final match. And our second semi-final match is going to be Movistars R7 playing up against Fluxo. So again, it seems like these regional matchups, they seem to be eluding us, Husky. It's Asia versus Asia, and our brother and everyone else against everyone else.
Well, the good news is we will not get the same region grand finals, right?
Yes, that's the good
sort of
thing.
like the good news. And I mean, why not, right? We have the big two, you know, we have AG on one side, Fluxo on the other, so there's a good chance we get the finals between these two, and I think that would be what a lot of people are expecting right now. The onus is on Heavy. Can they beat AG? Because AG has their numbers. And same for R7, because I think Fluxo has R7's numbers. So it's sort of the David versus Goliath semi-finals, and you know, whoever makes it to the grand finals, that's where we'll see if the Goliaths are still it or the Davids will rise up.
Yeah. So what's the dream matchup? I think a lot of people are thinking it's AG versus Fluxo, but is there any other matchup that you actually think might give us a better grand final?
Oh, I don't think so, sadly. Not
No,
now.
okay.
I think AG Flux was
Not
probably
yet.
the best grand finals. It feels like a grand finals already. But if I have to choose, I think AG R7 wouldn't be too bad as well. I mean, sorry, Heavy fans. I think for Heavy, they're probably the underdogs in the top 4.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be something to look forward to for our next Clash Squad games. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude our Swish stage. We have found our top 4. Everyone else is going to have to go back to Battle Royale to seek victory, because with all of our tournaments, only one team will emerge victorious. But that's going to be it for us. My name is Annalie. He is Husky. We're going to be signing out for Clash Squad, but we'll see you all tomorrow for Battle Royale.
To the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and tennis I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now this Wu-Tang, I'm a bird. burn out. Crush your style, look at me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Wait from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I got it, now that it's Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the composition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain.